Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hello and welcome everybody. Welcome to the stream. My name is Kismet. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. I know that everything is working right over there. Hello and welcome everybody. We're going to play a fantastic game. That game right there that's scrolling by, Satisfactory. We've got it up and running. We're finally ready to get into our mega building phase. Now, we've already finished the game before, and we are on the cusp of finishing the game. But this time, we are mega playing, and that's where we go through and we do things to the degree. Whatnot. We're going to talk a bit about mega building, why factories are built the way that they're built. We're going to talk about design. We're going to talk about color. We're going to talk about contrast. We're going to talk about a whole bunch of things that if you're a graphic designer like me, or if you design buildings, architecture, or all of those things, those are the things you typically need to consider whenever you're doing more of an aesthetic build versus an actual functional build. I actually build in more in an efficient way because that's what I was told to do by Fixit, because I am your official Fixit corporate trainer. I've got my cool Satisfactory shirt on today. And I'm ready to get in and get busy with our first episode here on mega building. I'm going to talk to you about all of those things from my perspective as a graphic designer, and then also someone who has studied architecture and all of that. And we'll draw some inspiration. We'll go in, and we always want to start with first things first. Really, you want to start from the end, work your way backwards, and then start from the beginning and work your way forwards. That's right. That's what we're going to do. We're going to have a nice night doing it. So settle in. It's going to be a fun night for sure. Absolutely. So thanks everybody for coming in. I saw, I think it was Dragon Wolf at the top of the stream. Yes, Dragon Wolf in there. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Appreciate you. Let's see, 1,000 caps for the first person I see in the chat. For everybody, by the way. I always give out caps to every single person in the stream because we all work together in this stream. Whis coming in, showing some love. What's up, Whis? Thanks for bringing in that Kismet love train. Dragon Wolf with a mighty Kismet love train as well. That's a massive one right there. Whis and Dragon Wolf also with the ones. I appreciate that big time. Arco's coming in, getting the dancing going on. There's a dancing bear or something in dancing with me in there in the chat. I got the tycoon twist going on. Very nice. And Dragon Wolf coming in and says, hey, Kismet and chat, hope all is well. Yes, doing pretty good. I rested up today and I was dreaming of factories all day long. I played for a long time last night. We played a bunch of Throne and Liberty. We got a bunch of stuff done. But now it is time to work on some Satisfactory. Now, if you have enjoyed the stream, everybody, now's a good time to show some love to the stream because we're trying to work on our Vault Van Life project. We've got a bit of the way there. We got a long way to go. What we're trying to do is build a van to travel around to all the famous gaming locations, including Fallout and all the other games that we play here on stream, and as well as try to convince them to take tours of the various gaming factories and stuff like that, or gaming, whatever they call it. Gaming what? Gaming locations. What do they call it? Man, it went right out of my head there. Chat, help me out. What do they call that? Gaming buildings, gaming locations, gaming factories. I don't know. I can't think of the name of it. Corporate headquarters. There we go. They're gaming corporate headquarters and run around there and see what they're up to, what they'll let me see. They're like, Kismet, don't tell anybody this. I'm like, all right, my bad. I won't tell anybody nothing. I'm good at keeping a secret. You know how come I'm good at keeping a secret? Because I forget it, and it's the easiest way. Easiest way to keep a secret is forget that someone told you in the first place. That's what I usually do. But we're going to dive right in, everybody. Again, we're going to start with extractors today. And again, we have a bunch of subjects that we're going to do across a long period of time. Now, this is going to be episode 1. You'll see my episode numbers have flipped back to 1 because this is our mega building series now. I'm going to show you a bunch of tricks, all sorts of cool stuff that you can use in your buildings to go from square, plain buildings like I usually build to more advanced buildings. We're also going to be working more toward the high end of the game, but you can apply it to any stage along the way, wherever you feel like you say, okay, it's time for me to get in there and build some cool stuff. We're more toward the end game so that we can pick from anything in the game that we might want to use and then maximize the use of that particular item, which is pretty cool. So I say we dive right in, everybody. Let's go. Now, here we are, everybody. We are in here now. Big love. Got to shout out my buddies, my pals over here. I'm going to throw them in the chat real quick. G-Portal for keeping the server going for 3,154 hours, everybody. That's it just running on its own, collecting and making tons and tons of stuff. One of the great things about having a server is it doesn't cost you power. Your computer's not running all the time. Make their computer run all the time, everybody. So when you log in like this, you go, hey, I'm going to join in a game. Now, again, this is a solo game. It's on the server, but it's a solo game that I'm playing, and I'm playing it to the umpth degree. Which is pretty fun. We're going to go tap every node that we can. We're going to, try to press the edge of that build limit as much as we can as well. Just have an overall good time. That's the thing. Now, most of the time when I'm in here, I'm trying to be super efficient. And I actually found that I could be between 30 and 40,000 power and actually finish the entire game because I have the ultimate power, the power of time to let it run on the server and build up all of those materials while I'm busy doing something else, which is great, like sleeping or playing another game or whatever. And that's the power we're using right now. And basically, we've gotten everything running that we needed up to this point. Here we are, back in. Oh, always good to jump back in again. So here we are. Now, we'll give you a current tour of the current base. Now, you can see I'm right here by my hub. Oh, God, this game is so awesome. Every time you log in, it's like, man, it's so good. But as you can see, I'm just using a bunch of square boxes, and this is my blueprinter here to basically build out the base. Now, I'm going to go in, and I'm going to clear out the blueprint designer here. Like so, and then you can see again more square boxes because you know why people build square boxes. Look at this down here, pretty cool. You know why people build square boxes, everybody? Because those are the most efficient to build and the most cost effective in real life. This is why in real life they build square buildings. That's why they don't build round buildings like Apple does and all of that, because it's very expensive to do so. Round glass is expensive. Round windows, round walls, all that stuff is expensive because it's usually custom, because most things come in squares or rectangles. And basically that's how things are built. And that's why they build mostly square skyscrapers as well. And by now they embellish it some to, make it so it doesn't look so ugly, because most humans find squares to be ugly and rounded things to be more visually pleasing. And this is the whole idea of architectures and everybody is basically to take something that has a certain function and then also add an aesthetic form to it, right? Your function, your form, and your function. That's typically how design works. And as you can see, we have these two large buildings, which are our backup power. And a lot of the stuff that I build is modular. So you can actually take stuff and stack it on top of each other and then run those between the different ones. In this case, we're running down. We could also run upwards as well. Each of these factories are easy to build and replicate and build 1,000 of them if I really wanted to. Now, the number one thing in life and in game, everybody, whenever you're trying to build factories is power. You got to have some way of powering those factories. And so that's one of the things that we've already solved that problem. We have our fuel factories here. We have our coal power, which just happens to be at the right angle here where you can see it down below. We also have our other power, which I forget where I did that. Oh, right here. Along this edge, I believe, or right here. Where'd my, oh, yeah, wow, it's blending in. It's blending in. Biofuel right here. So we also have biofuel here. And then over on the other side, among all of these buildings here, we'll buzz over this way. I turned the sound off so I can talk over it for now. You can see that we have a whole system of trains coming in and out, all sorts of stuff like water and, of course, nuclear power. That's out there basically providing us a lot of power. Look at it redrawing all that stuff way over there. Yeah, my game's still trying to catch up. I got so much stuff going simultaneously. Look at this perfect spiral, everybody. Multiple trains running across. Now, everybody does spirals different than me. They go in and they do it the cheese way. I made the perfect spiral. And if you're one of my patrons, you can actually go and get the blueprints for that and make your own perfect spiral and embellish it however you want, which I think is actually pretty cool. It's probably one of my favorite things I've done in this particular build. Now, we do have a lot of resources, and they actually reside up here. Because, again, using that power of time, as I was playing through the game, I was making a bunch of resources and backlogging those resources about 10 boxes deep right up there at the top. And these are just simple storage areas. And then if I need to pull something from those storage areas to make a certain resource, I would do that right up there. Now, why do I build up so high? Well, the reason why I build up so high, because I know it's going to be one of your questions, is the fact that the trains are completely unobstructed, which means they're completely flat, right? That means they never have to go up or down if I don't want them to. Now, I just did this because it was fun. I don't have to do that, everybody. I can very easily just run the water up here. And it's actually less work to just run the water up, though it does take more power because of the pumps. Than actually to use the spiral, and also it is more consistent whenever you're using pipes or when you're, especially when you're using belts. Now, the thing about belts is the fact that belts do not use power. That's right, they actually transport stuff without any power requirements at all. So if you have stuff running up a belt like this, both the lifter and the actual belt itself requires no power. So you need to think about these things when you're designing your base. Now, in my case, this is what's known as a central base, or could be considered a mega base. Now, I consider a mega base is when you start to embellish your base. That's not just a big base. It's a base that has an aesthetic feel to it, a design to it. There's a common theme or themes that you're using throughout that base, just like you would in graphic design if you're designing, say, a series of ads or a series of items, or say you're designing it for a certain musical group. You're making CDs, labels, you're making posters, billboards. I know I've done thousands and thousands of them, everybody. I've done a lot of design. I've actually have 100% achievement in real life in graphic design. I've done every type of design you can do, including t-shirts and billboards and all sorts of fun things. But again, it's all about aesthetic nature. You have to get a general idea of what you're looking to do. And sometimes the best way to do that is, of course, in today's day, in my day, you would go look in like an architectural magazine, or you would go and look it up in an encyclopedia or something like that. But nowadays, you can just Google it. That's right. You can go in and Google it and just look. You can see I was searching for the most beautiful factories in the world. Now, a lot of factories, you can see this one's beautiful and it's completely square. And see, the thing about factories, everybody, is the best way to think about designing a factory or designing anything is what is it for? What are factories for? Now, the first thing you might think is factories are for producing items. Well, actually, it's not. The primary purpose of a factory is actually built around human beings. Because if human beings were not in there doing the thing, they wouldn't need to design it at the scale that they design it. They would design it for giants, or they design it for real small robots or whatever. And that's the thing about factories. Factories are actually designed for human beings to go and work in the factory, to process the factory, or even if it's all automated, there needs to be somebody in there making sure that the robots are working and doing their job. Because there's always an engineer who's behind the robots, who's behind the thing until the robots replace us all. And then we don't need humans in factories anymore. But for now, typically they're built at a human scale. Meaning that when you're building something, you want to think about the human factor in it. Now, how do humans get around in that factory? How do they get from A to Z? Do they walk? Do they go on an escalator? Do they take a hypertube? How do they get from one place to another? And how do they interact with all of the machinery and all of the things in there? And that's basically how design is done in factories and in buildings and in everything that you see in the world. They're designed around us human beings. So the same thing when you're doing designs. You're doing designs for human beings, not for dogs and cats and birds or the sun. You're not designing it for anybody but human beings. So it's good to have a general idea of what you're designing for. And again, a great example of going in and taking something and try to make it more aesthetically pleasing, something like this, where you're taking these and you're trying to round things out, giving it an industrial feel. Maybe something like this, where you've got, you're breaking up those right angles with angles like this, where you're getting this kind of thing. And this is a really great idea, everybody, to get an idea of something we want to do, and then try to do this in the game. Right? Try to make that happen. Same thing with round buildings. You can build round buildings. I think they should just add round pieces to the game so you don't have to cheese it, which I see a lot of people doing. They kind of cheese it and they do the whole rotation of the catwalks and they do the thing, and then the foundations are inside the other foundations. I've already have the solution. See, I don't just not only say the problem, everybody, I already have a solution. Take the train tool, which we already have, and convert it into a foundation tool as well. And you just have a rectangle, and then you take that rectangle and you have it go around the angle just like you do with tracks on a train. You could easily go in and do that. Well, they already have the technology. They already know how to do it. They just need to change the shape of the rail tool. There you go. Bam. Now you got curved shapes. You got curved roads. You can even snap it and have different angles. It'd be nice if you could hold down control and you could control the angle of what you're doing. Like a 10%, 30%, 60%. That'd be even better. And make that track tool be a curved line tool so peeps don't have to cheese rounded things. So if they wanted to make a rounded building, they could then just make that rounded circle with the foundation, the rounded foundation tool, and then have it where it snaps the walls all the way around. And then, of course, have rounded walls, even better, at different angles. So 30, 10, 20, 30, and so on. 30 degrees is typically around that perfect angle because you could then build walkways and driveways and all sorts of things. And then you'd have to have inverse curves where you have it like this, and then it would be this way, concave and curved. So it'd be in different directions. So you can see this is a pretty cool building. I mean, is it super fancy? Not really. Over here, really wild building where it's really up tall. You've got this kind of wavy feel, which gives it kind of a mountain-esque feel there, which I really like. And then, of course, big, gigantic office building and stuff up there. But you're going to see that it's all based on rectangles, everybody. Most things in life are based on a rectangle. And then you can see that they've offset some of the windows to kind of break it up a little bit. They've got this thing at an angle. This is what's known as an inset, where it insets the entrance back. And then a lot of buildings, what they do is they build facades. Now, facades would be something like this. Like, if you've ever been to the Anaheim Convention Center, everybody, they have a curved front of the building. Now, that actually is a functional building. But a lot of times, like this part right here, actually doesn't have a function. They just put it on there to give it a rounded thing. But inside, it's actually square, right? In this case, that actually looks functional. Because when you're building a building, you have to think about it from the person who's buying the building's point of view. When you're building a building, you want to maximize the space because you're paying money. Either you bought the building and you're building it, and you want to maximize the use of your space to return on your investment, or you're renting it from someone else, and of course, it costs you so much per month to rent that building. Now, see, in game, you have an infinite budget, but in real life, you don't. In real life, you have a certain budget, and that budget needs to return on your investment when you build a building. That building needs to be valuable enough and basically functional enough to actually pay for itself, and also pay for all the people who are working there, pay for all of the machinery, pay for all of the desks and the chairs and everything else that's in there along the way. And you see this one's pretty cool because it has columns. I really like the columns in the front. In the columns themselves, by the way, everybody, over here, beautiful factories in the world. In the columns itself, it took it away. Where did it go? Oh, man. Let's go back over here. In the columns itself, the actual support columns themselves actually are not round. They're probably a rectangular beam, right? Like the beams you see in Satisfactory. Like these beams right over here. Let's go find those beams. Like these beams down here under architecture, like these metal beams right here, or painted beams. And then what it does is they put the facade of the rounded look to it along the outside. Because if you were to look at the building without all the facades and out all the embellishments on the building, it would basically be a square with a bunch of steel beams that hold the thing up. Right? That's how most buildings are built. They're built in the cheapest way possible to maximize profit later on. And that's a real beautiful building in there. I really like that one. They've also got this here where you've got this kind of arched roof feel to it. Very, very cool. Again, you can just go wild on anything that you see and see if you can try to build it in game. Now, I try to build my own thing. Another great one here with the angled front of this. And then, of course, you've got angles on the top here. Because what you're trying to do is just break up the contrast of flat surfaces versus angled surfaces. And then also you're trying to add color and highlights and all of that stuff to it as well. And there's different types of colors too. Hey, what's up? I am Death. Hello, Whist. Paul, what's up? Thanks for coming in. There's also color and contrasts if you're not familiar with colors as well. Let me go ahead and bring those up over here. Right here. Let me find some colors for you. Let's see. See if I can find it here. Just thought of it. This one will do. It's too tiny. It's too tiny. Aha. All right. If you're not familiar with colors, everybody, there are different types of colors. Probably the one you probably know the most is complementary colors. Like you can see purple and gold typically go together. Monochromatic, analogous, triadic, and self-complementary, and then triadic. I think that is. Triadic is, if I'm saying it right. And that's where basically you have a kind of range of colors that kind of go together, or basically 4 colors that go together. Now, split complementary are typically colors that are close to each other in the color spectrum, like purples and blues, and you can see oranges and yellows. I also like doing colors that are a darker version of that color. So you might have like a bright blue, and then behind that bright blue, you put a dark blue. That looks really, really good together. But probably most known is complementary colors. Now, if you didn't know, in a lot of programs like Photoshop, Illustrator, all those programs, you do have an option where you can take your current color and then just choose show me the complementary color, and it will switch you to a complementary color that goes with that color you already have. Yes, that's pretty cool. It is very, very cool for sure. But if you understand about color and the way that color's mixed, you have a color, this visual color that you're looking at, like RGB color on the monitor, and then you have printed color, which is typically like a CMYK color or Pantones or that stuff, which we can go down the rabbit hole of that. But really what you're trying to do is put colors together that feel pleasing, just like when you're working with shapes and working with angles, and not stuff that is going to be awkwardly together. Like a great example is like green and red, right? It's great for Christmas, but not great if you're putting red text over a green background. It's going to be very, very hard to read. So keep that in mind. Now, more things here. We've got some more angles here. We can see here on this one, you've got this angled edge inside. And this is the problem of real life designers as well, everybody who design factories and buildings and whatnot, is that they're trying to break up that square feel, that common feel to items as well. And that's what we're going to do today. We're going to think about all of this to get started. This is another great example. You can see it's got the lines here. The lines are both horizontally going down this edge and vertically. I wonder if I can open this picture separately. Yes, there we go. And you can see there's lines actually in this shape here at the top, and it's going horizontal like this, and then these are going vertical, and they're doing that on purpose because it breaks up the feel of the building so it doesn't just feel like a flat surface with no embellishment on it. And you can see it's got really interesting windows. I like the way the windows are because it goes out and has a kind of landing over the top and then goes around the side. And then again, this is something you could try to build in game. You could go ahead and see how this is going down, and then this actual support is at an angle. But again, I can tell you that the inside that support, there's going to be a metal beam or some sort of support inside there. And then the outside part is typically a facade or just done to break up the materials. So again, you have your materials, you have your colors, you have your angles, and you have all of those things to kind of break it up. And of course, because humans are in there, they want windows. So you're having that natural light come in there. So you don't have to actually light up the place because it's like a dungeon in there. But if there was no humans involved, everybody, and we're just robots running the thing, you wouldn't need lights on at all because robots could see in the dark, which humans have trouble with, which I find hilarious. And so on. And you can get the idea. You can just go through and, again, just search for the most beautiful factories in the world. Now, again, ultimately, all of this stuff starts off as a square, and then they go in and they add embellishment. Here's another great example. So this building is actually a square, but what they've done is they put a facade in the front there with these angled things here, which is kind of cool. And then, of course, they have these beams with the windows, and they have kind of a split window. So they made kind of a brick feel down here, and then the split windows here, which continues on, and then regular windows down here. Also take in account the floor plan there as well, the floor walkway. Go pull this one up. The walkway here. See, this is designed for humans to walk along, or maybe in this case, maybe for vehicles to go up and down there. I don't know how wide this thing is. It looks like a walk path. Also take into mind the greenway. The greenway is all the bushes and the grass and all of those things. The landscaping that's around a building. Again, designed for humans. Robots would not care if there's trees there, everybody. They wouldn't care, nor would they need the trees. The trees are for, of course, aesthetic feel, but also it takes carbon dioxide and makes oxygen. Robots don't need oxygen, so it's not as exciting to them as it is to us. And again, there's all sorts of great examples. Again, just a square building, but embellished with this angles that has been built along there. And you can see this has got a curved edge, but most of this is just a rectangle or built out of little small squares and then built up and then embellished on the sides and so on. So that's really what you want to think about when you get started. When you go into kind of the more lavish building. I also like to look inside the interior of factories to see how the interior of a factory looks. I always find that fascinating because there's somebody who went and said, okay, we're going to have the lines here and we're going to tape this whole part off or make an area where this plane is going to fit. And then we're going to put little walkways because you can see there's little walkways right here, or I don't know if you can see. And then we're going to have storage here in the back here. Look, there's another plane in the background back there, everybody. And then on the top of here, we're going to have this split area because this area is where everybody is in their offices and whatnot. And then, of course, we also need it for load bearing to hold up the ceiling. And then we're going to need all these metal beams up here with lights because there's humans down here who need the lights, and so on and so forth. We're going to need a way to get out, so we're going to need these big sliding doors out here. Again, I find all that stuff incredibly fascinating that somebody has engineered that down to the smallest detail. Absolutely. Okay, we're going to go in here. We're going to do this because time is money, everybody. This is all about money. Everything that you see is about either displaying wealth or getting the most out of your money, for sure. And we're going to hit more down here. Let's see if we got one more example here before we switch. Here's a great example of concrete pours here where they're pouring. Looks like they're pouring the concrete slabs. This is all made out of metal first, the foundations of the building. Again, those are the interior guts of a building there. Very interesting. And then, of course, Volkswagen. Check this out. Pretty cool. Yeah. Neato. Neato stuff. Again, if you're into architecture, you're into buildings, that kind of thing. Now, of course, this game has a lot of limitations when it comes to angles and things you want to build, especially like this, where you're trying to do arcs. But you can totally do this, everybody. You could absolutely make that rounded if you wanted to. You just got to work your magic on it, as I like to say, or fuddle with it. Again, look at this beautiful rounded building. Now, does it need to be rounded? Probably not. It just looks cool, and that's why they rounded it. They didn't round it because they had to round it or whether it serves any kind of purpose for manufacturing. They did it because it looks better than a square building, and they paid to have it look nice like that. And a lot of buildings I've noticed over the last, I don't know, 20, 30 years use a lot of this blue glass because it's very aesthetically pleasing. You got the reflection of the glass on the outside. And then inside, typically, you're trying to reduce heat exchange through the windows. The biggest problem with windows, everybody, is heat exchange, where it'll actually bring heat into the actual building itself, and then it causes you to have to cool it down more often. And again, those things are the things you think about. Look at this one here. Very cool with this big, gigantic thing. Reminds me of my playthrough in, what is the name of that game? Planet something. Planet Crafter. Planet Crafter, where I built a big giant thing like this. I didn't take it from this, everybody. I built it like that because meteors kept coming down. So I built a big thing over where my factory was, and then the meteors come down, hit those things, and then drop a bunch of loot there, and I can just go up there and grab the loot. Mine was more of a functional thing. But check out the space in here, everybody. Beautiful space. In here. Now, this is a rendering. I can tell you it's a rendering because if you look at the people here, they've done a decent job of making those people look realistic, but those are actually not real people, and I can tell because real people don't stand in weird ways like that, usually. And then this is an artistic rendering of having this thing over the top of the building. You can see the trees are very commonly the same. You know, if you have an eye for these things, you can see that it's an actual artistic rendering. But you can see that this building is a giant office building. And again, lots of windows for humans. Very, very cool in the overall. Look at this beautiful dam. Very cool. All angled. Now, see, these all have purposes, everybody. These angles all have purposes, reasons why they're there, especially the spillway, where it gets backlogged with too much water, so it releases some of that water as well. And again, most people just build square factories because it's cheap. Oh, here's a good interior shot with the rounded, going crazy with the rounded thing. Problem with rounded items is that rounded items take up a lot of space and don't really add to the functional space of the place. So if you have a rounded building, you're actually causing yourself you have less square footage in that building and less usable space than if you made it square. Again, it's all about that cost versus return on your investment when it comes to building. So I find embellishments of building typically great if you work there. But if you're the person paying for it, that's a different story because you're just trying to save yourself some money so you can make yourself some money kind of thing. Most factories have a certain look to them. They're typically square with an angled roof. I'm trying to see if I find one in here. Old school factory. So if you try to find old school factories, wow, look at this place. That's cool with that kind of greenway stuff. And then some people going crazy Art Deco and stuff like that. Look at this wild place. I mean, I can do this all day. There's some pretty wild stuff out there. This is real. Some of these are real life places, everybody. That's pretty cool, I think. But again, we're just well, first thing you want to do when you go to design something, everybody, you want to take a little bit of inspiration. You don't want to steal, but you want to take inspiration. Maybe you want your game to be like this, everybody. You want to have a dark, menacing feel to it. Notice the lighter blues here around the lights, and the darker blue, which is giving you that hue. And I find that a warm yellow with a dark blue gives you that kind of industrial feel. So again, you could light up your whole factory like this, everybody. You can use this for your color combinations when you're building your factory. And you can see it's got like a walkway down here. It's got this kind of like a little dock where it can exchange. Say there's a boat that comes along, picks up all the materials, and then takes it off. Again, take that stuff for lighting, for your lighting inspiration and whatnot. And again, most places, again, are built for humans. So keep that in mind. All right, with that in mind, everybody, we're going to go in and we're going to start with the first thing, because we're thinking toward the end goal, right? The end goal is to make it look beautiful instead of actually making it functional. The function is not as important as the form in this case, right? For me, normally function becomes before form, because if I make this function in the minimum amount of time, my time is my most valuable asset. That means that I have been the most efficient. In fact, I actually finished the game with only 30 or 40,000 power, which I've already done in my previous playthrough, and I could probably do it with less. Because again, I have the power of time. I can just let it run, and thus it'll just keep making materials, because it never runs out of materials in this game. So if you pull it from a extractor, that extractor will just continuously extract it as long as you have power. And that's basically what's going on here. I actually have more functions running that are running power than are actually making materials. So the overall cost of all of my power right now is typically for making power. And that's great, because that creates what's known as a perpetual loop. In real life, that doesn't always happen, because you can run out of water, you can run out of resources, whatever it is. But in game, you can have an infinite loop of both power and then use that power for making the item that makes the power. A great example is coal. When you extract the coal, you can take the coal, run it into the coal plant. You can also extract the water and run that into the coal plant using your biofuel. Once it goes in there, it then starts up the power plant. The power plant then produces power, which then allows you to use that power to extract the coal and extract the water, which allows you to produce the power, which allows you to extract the resources, which allows you to produce the power, and that cycle then is a perpetual power. It's one of the big milestones in the early game is when you have that perpetual power, and it will run infinitely as long as you don't add too many things that burn up all of your power, which does happen a lot. That is for sure. For sure. Yes, I do, Jellyfish. I'm not interested in it. I don't want to be a drug dealer, but if you like it, you go play it. Not interested. There we go. Is this 1.1 experimental or still 1.0? This is 1.0. I do not, I don't play experimental typically in my primary save in here as well. But I have played experimental before here on stream, but typically not my primary build here. We're going to go in mega build today. When all that cool stuff comes out, we'll play that as well. They want a green text over a red-orange background in his business cards. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Arcos, there's always one, isn't it? Sometimes there's more than one. My favorite thing is when people say, if you could add some air. Add some air. What they're really trying to say is white space. Add white space around the logo, add white space, but they say air, and it's hilarious every time. I don't laugh at the clients, though. I just go, okay, I'll add some air to it. I just, you know what? It's not worth getting into an argument over it. I just do whatever. I try not to make people feel dumb, but hey, they do it on their own, everybody. Ain't me. If they're designing something, you'd think they'd know at least some of the basic terms, for sure. But that's just me. Now, again, this is all about efficiency here because, again, remember that Fix-It is watching everybody. They're watching you. And again, I'm not in that department. I'm in the training department. So I'm going to teach you how to do some epic stuff here in the stream where there's other departments that are watching you. And if you become too inefficient, they're going to laser you from space. But that's not me. I don't tattletale on nobody, including myself when I'm about to mega build. Now, again, what we want to do is think toward the end of what we want. We want fancy factories. We want to kind of have some goals in our head. We want to go in and we want to tap every node in the game, which is kind of hard to do because, again, there is a build limit. But you can go ahead and tap every node in the game. You can bring it into a gigantic mega factory. Now, one of the things you also want to think about in your goals or really in your thoughts is the frame rate. What frame rate that your computer can handle? How many things could you have running on the screen at any given time before your computer goes kaput? Or basically shows you 4 frames per second. Now, I have a pretty nice machine, but I'm also on the server, so there is that server connection that I need to do. On my local machine, I could probably get even higher frame rate, but it does need to poll the server to see what's going on with all the things I have running. Now, you can see it actually after it kind of loads up after a bit, it gets into a groove, and then, of course, my frame rates improve. And I can look up my frame rates, but I'm sure they're between 30 and 60, somewhere in there. And, of course, the more things that I add, the more it's going to slow it down. Now, you can see sometimes that items that get too far, like you saw the train over there, there was a train right there on those tracks, disappeared. And that's called LOS, or line of sight distance. Basically, it's your draw detail, how far away you will see an item and how close you'll see an item. So do I want to build something really fancy over there that I'm going to be over here and I can't see? Probably not, at least if I'm being efficient, but I probably will anyway, because if I go over there, then I could take a look at it as well. But I always start with first things first, everybody. What is the thing that starts the whole process in this game? What is among the very first thing you do? Well, it's usually a little bit of exploration, and it is also figuring out where the resources are, right? Where the resources are and extracting those resources, because you need the resources to take it and convert it into something. You might do basic resources where you're converting your, say, iron into your basic ignates. And then from your ignates, you'll make several different things, right? So you have first you have your extraction, then you have your basic conversion or smelting or forging, however you want to think about it. And then you'll have your assembly or your manufacturing, where you'll manufacture it into something, right? And then you might manufacture that thing into something, and another thing into something, and another thing into something, and then you assemble all those together into being computers or whatever it is. And then you might even go one step further and then have like this final assembly that says, hey, I'm going to make this thing, and that's going to go into the space elevator or into the awesome sink or wherever you want it to go, wherever you want it to end up. And again, you can see that we've done some pretty complex stuff. Now, my actual mega base is not actually going to be over here. This is going to stay here while we're working, and that my storage up there is going to stay there. And we're actually going to move that way. Because a lot of the primary resources that I am drawing back or drawing from are these pure nodes that are actually right underneath here. This is one of the greatest places in the game. You can see I just float around, which is pretty fun, using the in-game. I have no mods, no cheating, no shortcutting, no none of that, everybody. I don't play in creative mode. I earn my way to mega building. That means I go and I make all the resources myself. I do not buy them in the shop. I don't turn on creative mode where I can just give myself an infinite stuff. I play through, earn the right to mega build. That's how I like to play. And you can see I'm using my hover pack right now. And of course, I have power running because of the electric tracks here that run along on the trains, as well as I typically run power in the actual foundations. I call them road foundations or road blueprints, where I kind of just chain that power in there. And a lot of times I'm doing stuff temporarily. I build a whole area, and then I'll tear that entire thing down and rebuild it as something else. Cool watching that spiral. It's mesmerizing sometimes. You can just watch them trains going at maximum speed, even though they're going up or down, which is cool. And again, right down here, you can see the extraction that we're doing. So we're just going to kind of fall down here and take a look. Now, I am the master of extraction, everybody, and the reason why is because I've mastered the ability to align to the extractors. Now, most people, they use certain types of tools to kind of circumnavigate the limitations of the game. And we're going to go down here, and we're going to go ahead and start with that. Let's start with our tools that we have for kind of embellishing our builds. So we're going to go ahead and just build out a whole lot of foundations over here just by zooping them. Now we could also use blueprints, which I do have. But the one you want to start with here is the stuff here in architecture. The actual beam is my favorite because it does allow me to align the foundations to any grid in the game, including the grid of extractors. Now remember, you have different types of extractors. You have ore extractors like this. Or they're called miners in game. Then you also have oil extraction, you also have gas extraction, et cetera, water extraction, so on. And one of the best things to do is to learn how to align that. Now, this is actually a blueprint that is actually aligned to the extractor. And we go in here and look at it, we can see that it's perfectly aligned, not just aligned, but perfectly aligned. And I do a lot of perfect alignments. I do perfect spirals. I do perfect alignments. And I show you guys how to do it the Kismet way. Not that sucky way that everybody else does it. They do it a sucky way. I don't like it the way they do it because their foundations do not line up properly. It drives me crazy, everybody. I don't know if you're like me, have a little bit of ADHD, but every time someone uses one of those little blocks and they put it down and they use catwalks and they make it where the thing hangs way out and then the back of it doesn't line up to the back of the extractor, drives me crazy every single time, without fail, because I know that you could line it up perfectly, and not only can you line up perfectly, but then you could come back and do what I did here and snap a blueprint to those foundations that are aligned to the extractor, and now you can actually build it as part of the extractor. And one of my favorite things to do also is to actually incorporate it into where you can access it from up above and have it just, oh, okay, I went in and I used a saw and I cut it out and whatnot. Put your own RP in there, everybody, when you're running things through, like this light right here. I went in there and made a little cut, and then I was able to put it in there. You can't really do that in game, everybody, but that's just RP in your own thing because they don't have enough time to make it where you can make little cut holes in there. They don't have enough time to add that to game. Now over here, you can see that we do have a Mark 6 belt, which is a very, very fast belt, everybody. That's 1200 belt right there. And we're going to start transitioning from the Mark 5 belts now to the Mark 6 belts. We also have teleporters in here, and we have, of course, the very large blueprinter as well that we're going to use. Because now we really don't even need the hub anymore. The hub no longer has a purpose. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to eliminate the purposes of each thing. Like a great example is eliminate the purpose of the hub, which means we've unlocked everything we can unlock. Also, we could eliminate the space elevator by finishing all the resources. You can see I'm in the last bit of resources there, but we're going to leave that for later, after we've done all this other fun that we're trying to set up. So let's go ahead and start with just some of the basics, everybody. We're going to start with some metal beams. You can see they can go vertical, they can go horizontal, as well as you can actually rotate them as well. Say you go in and you attach it to another beam here. You can actually rotate them by using your scroll wheel and change the angle of how they are. Now, another thing about these, everybody, is say you get yourself a foundation right over here and you hold down your control. You can actually go in and snap it to items, or you can actually snap it without it as well into those items, and you can snap it up or over onto these items, which means that you can adjust the height of those things based on this. You can also hit H and nudge it like this. Now, if you didn't know, everybody, you can also hold down Control to nudge it slower. Did you know that? You absolutely can. You can actually, this is, if you let go of Control, you can see it snaps by a whole meter. Hold down Control, it goes by half a meter, like that. Very nicely. So again, you can fine tune that. Say you just want it to be in the corner, then you can just go ahead and click. And I feel like that's one of the best parts of the game that they added is the holographic mode. And you can see we've got that right in the corner, how we want it to be. And then if we wanted to go in and embellish this more, we could go ahead and middle mouse button and just try to go ahead and say, oh, we run along this side. like this, and probably just match it up. Now, one of the toughest things is to get it to do what you want it to do, right? Now, what I would do first is I would actually probably align these somewhat like this along the foundations, so you have a symmetrical building. Now, when you start going off grid, everybody, that's when things get really difficult. And we'll get into off-grid stuff, but here we can see exactly how that one's sitting, and then go in and use your grid lines to line all that stuff up. And then again, you can go up here at the top, hit H, nudge that, so it kind of matches up what you already have. And this one I would fix because it doesn't quite go all the way up. And something like this. And sometimes it looks like it's up high enough, but you have to check it from another angle. Right here, look, this one's a little too far. That's always something. It's always something. You'll see it as you move around. But again, I don't want to see it up on top there, so I want to go down just a little bit. And there we go. Let's see how we do. There we go. All right, so there we go. So now very easily can use that as support beams, and it's really for the cosmetic feel of the item. Another thing here, same thing, and we could go in and say H. We could nudge that in there. We could click it, then rotate it inside the other object, like this. And then we could try to run it. Now you can see that it says identical buildable is already there. So whenever you're trying to put something inside something, it sometimes has an issue. So keep that in mind, that you'll run into issues along with that. Now, another one to kind of work around the system, I see it all the time. People use the barriers. This is a common one where people will use the barrier here. Like, I'll just put it down here and give you a general idea. What people will do is they'll use the barrier, and then they'll go in and they'll use your catwalks, which I rarely ever use unless I'm trying to build human-sized stuff. Where's our catwalks here? I'll actually forget where they're at. There they are. Okay. And so people will snap catwalks to the top of this, like this, like that. Okay, so you can snap it to that other item, and then use the catwalk. Say you were trying to make this rounded. You could also go in, and depending on which way you want to turn it, you can actually see I can rotate it there. Holding down the control key, you can rotate it, say 1 degree, if this thing would stop snapping back. There we go. And then you go 2 forward. And then what you would do is go in and just add your foundations to create yourself a nice little curved edge. Now remember, you're aiming at the thing that you're trying to create the curve with, right? If you're aiming out here, it's going to be not good because it's then going to snap to that one, and thus it's not starting to curve like it is there. Now the biggest problem is this kind of Z texture that goes over the top of the problem, but is a problem. But you can easily go in and use your materials here and say, you know what, I want this to be a concrete foundation, and now you don't see it as much, right? Now, I don't like the fact that it goes together like that. I feel it's completely unnecessary. You could make the track tool into a foundation tool, like I was mentioning earlier, and then you could use that as a curved tool, because all you'd have to do is change the shape of the foundation that you're running. You could even angle the corners or the sides and do a beveled edge. You could do a rounded edge. You could do all sorts of stuff, just like you can already do with the track tool. The track tool, I can go in and if it lets me, sometimes this track tool has mind of its own. There we go. I can already go in and make angles and make curves and all sorts of things with the track tool like this. You know, all you'd have to do is what's known as the profile, is change that profile, and then people could build rounded walkways and rounded stairs and build roadways and all sorts of stuff. Again, I've already have the solution. They already have it in game. They just need to have it where you can change the profile of that thing into different shapes. But that gives you a general idea. Catwalks are really great for that. And of course, also we have our basic thing here. Now, another thing that you can do along with these is to go in and actually just use it to place walls. So I can go in, I can hold down control, and when I click, it actually replaces that item with the wall. So I just put that in a total custom place where I wanted it to be. I can also go in and do it again multiple times. Something like, where'd my barriers go? You're hiding from me. Right there. I can go ahead and put, say, a wall at an angle, right? Say I want this maybe a little bit like a V. Put that there. Middle mouse button, pick up the wall, hold down Control, aim at that thing, and now I just created a little V section there. Right? That's probably the best use of the barrier, is to use it as a temporary thing. If I take it out, you're going to see the barrier is no longer there. And that's because it actually replaced the barrier when I put the wall down. So it's like a temporary item that you can actually angle in a whole bunch of different ways, which is really cool. And again, you can see that I can also replace the wall with the barrier as well. So now I put it back the other way that I wanted to go. But now if I put the wall down, you'll see that it'll actually be at an angle. You can also go ahead and use half walls to align it, say, to the top, like that, and then just come back and say we'll go in and embellish this a little bit. Where's our signs? Right here. We'll go ahead and put a sign there. We'll rotate it around, and we'll hold down, say, right there. And then we can go in again, take out this, say none, and then turn up the volume or the brightness of it. And let's try a nice red little warning sign. And then take the text out. And now, oh, I didn't turn up the thing. I did the wrong color. This is the color. Yeah. There we go. Really nothing. Backgrounds. Text, matte glossy, colors. There it goes. All right. That hit okay. So there you go. So as you can see, it now becomes a light. And you can change it to whatever color you want. You could go in and say change it to a blue. Oh, that's the wrong color. Again, this color, blue. Server will restart in 20 minutes. Awesome. See, now you got a blue light. And so on. So again, what you'd want to do, though, is you want to test it in a dark space. So we can bring this over. Bring this over. Because there is lighting in this game. So if you enclose yourself inside here, the lighting is obviously going to be much darker. The more you enclose yourself, the more that you rely on the interior lights to light things up. And then I can turn my light off. You can see that it's actually giving off light. It actually really does, which is pretty cool. And it's also great for embellishing things and things of that nature. But you can see it got really dark in here all of a sudden. Dark and spooky. Dark and spooky. I'm a little afraid. I'm a little getting afraid in here. Then we'll take all of these out. And again, you'll see I use the filter a lot. I'd actually like a filter that does the opposite of whatever I'm choosing. So if I say, hey, I want to filter this, but I want everything but the foundation. So I hit G or Alt-G, and it would give me everything but. That would be an incredibly great thing for them to add. I've been asking for that for years. We'll see. We'll see if it comes out eventually. But again, these road barriers are very useful for, again, doing different angles and stuff. We'll go up here and do it up here on the foundations. So again, if you wanted to just put a wall at an angle across here, which is difficult to do, by the way, if you were just trying to take a wall and you're just trying to, you see how it snaps, trying to angle it, trying to get it to go how you want it to go, just go right here, Control click, boom, now you got an angled wall. Perfectly, by the way, it's perfectly centered along both edges and along width-wise and height-wise. And now you've got yourself an angled wall. Now, again, these are for embellishments, typically for facades and stuff. So that was both our metal beams there and also our pillars, now, or our barriers. Now, these are probably among the two most used items for that type of thing. But you also will use a lot of painted beams are also great for when you're trying to fill in gaps and whatnot. Those are really good. These also can go at unique angles. So if you go here and you hit R, you can see I can go at an angle like this. Like we could just go ahead and say go middle here, go like that, and just go something like this. Here's a little trick here. We're going to go up, and we're going to do a little bit on the top there. Then we're going to take this one out, grab this one, go down here. You can see I've started writing my name already. I can write out the word Kismet if I wanted to, right there. But very fun way of doing that. You saw that I actually made an item and then took that item out. It was a temporary item. That's usually called scaffolding or facades or building materials that you use. So you'll make something, I mean, its purpose is to basically build something else, right? Typically, scaffolding and buildings are, walkways on the side for human beings. I know that theme just keeps coming up, right? For human beings to stand while they're building the building. And then, of course, building the sides of the building, putting in windows, doing all of that kind of stuff. So there's our painted beam. We also have beam connectors, which are used quite often as caps and things like that. So you do something like this, and then say you run it like this. It creates a nice cap in. Again, we're just starting with the basic, everybody. There's also double connectors like this. You can see it gives it a totally different feel. A double connector versus a single connector. Single connector looks really good on the edge. Now, you can't actually double up on these things. So say we go and we run one of these down. A little bit more over there. We go. Run one of those down. This is also a great way to kind of cover up your corners. And say hit H, and purposely cause that to create a little design thing. So you're purposely trying to get it out. But again, you have that Z problem where the textures are fighting with each other, which I don't really like. It's really from your viewing angle. See how from this viewing angle, it's not as bad, but if I'm straight on, it gets a bit worse and so on. But again, overlapping textures are going to be an issue. They absolutely are. And again, you can go in and perfectly align all of this stuff if you so desire. Especially if you're working on a grid like this, you can go up and say, oh, well, how do I get that to align perfectly to the end? Well, you take this one back out. You go ahead and take this, and then you just run it on the grid here. Oh, actually, it won't align there like this. So take this out. We'll move it over a little bit. Right here, we'll hit H, nudge. Now see how it's not quite there? Hold down Control, nudge it back a little bit. And now you've aligned it to the end of that other one, right? Remember, Control allows you to nudge in smaller increments. So when you're nudging, when you use Control arrows, that's going to allow you to do half distances. So you can really align things much better right there. And if you only learn one thing in my stream, that would be the one to learn. That's for sure. And again, we're just getting started. Now, we're going to take all this out. I think you got the gist of that. And then again, we have other beams that you can use. You got different pillars and whatnot in here. You also have big support pillars as well. So you might have the smaller one here, and then the big pillar support right there. And then again, we might have some sort of painted beam down here on this pillar. And then on this one, we would have the big concrete pillars that we would use. We could soup those up like that. Like this. Now you can also go in and use your colors here and just say, you know what, I want that to be black. Like that. Notice that this is a deeper black than this. This is more of a silver or a light gray, kind of a bluish gray, depending on your lighting, on how you look at it. But you can control all those colors and the way you want those colors to look. Like I can go in and create custom swatches, but typically what I'll do is use the built-in swatches as well. By the way, you can go in and just change this, and it would change everything that you've applied to that color in one big shot, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool in there. And I use certain colors for certain reasons. I use them for roads and for train tracks and so on to try to lay them out and say, oh, I'm not going to touch this spot right here. This is where I'm going to run my trains later on, or this is where I'm going to run a road, or any of that kind of stuff. So again, these are all of your architecture things, and you really want to get these down because maybe you want to make it look more industrial. So you could just go ahead and put that around there. Now, does that actually serve a purpose? Does it make it more sturdy? No. It's just a cosmetic thing. And again, if we wanted to go in, say use our little label sign here, maybe a little 2 meter, rotate it in like this, and then it'll snap right into those beams, where those beams are. Go in, do the same thing again. Backgrounds none, or set it to a gradient. Take this out. Select our, actually kind of like that. Set this to, we'll set that to a black. We'll set this to say a blue. Actually, I think we could take this out. Yes. Then set it to really bright. Now we got ourselves a nice light, right? And we can actually control the saturation of these colors by using your saturation. And again, this is HSB, hue, saturation, and brightness, if you're not familiar with that style. And so I can control the overall brightness of the blue. So now it's going to be like this. And if we go look at it now, you can see that because the light element or the brightness element of it, because it's being illuminated, will actually change the color. So it's going to make it a lighter color because it's basically light giving out, right? And then what you can do is you can copy this sign and just paste it to the next one, and the next one, and the next one. And now you've got yourself a little bit of embellishment going on there. Of course, you can blueprint that and do a whole bunch of stuff with it. And really, whenever you're building something, complexity comes from layering. It comes from adding a little bit more to it, a little bit more to it. And that is what makes it seem more advanced or more thing. When you go look at my factory when I first started it, and you see that I'm just making a bunch of plates. Hey, Wagonole! Hi, what's up? Thank you very much for the love. Appreciate you coming in and showing that Kismet love train some love as well. Appreciate it. But as you can see, everybody, this is embellishment. Now, this will cost you frames. This will cost you resources, your computer resources, to do this. And the more you do it, the more frames per second that it's going to cost you when you're embellishing stuff. And this is typically why I don't do it when I'm being efficient, because it's less efficient to spend a lot of time doing this. But you could easily go in and make that into a blueprint or whatever you want to do. Now, mine has a bit of a gap. If you look in there, you can see it's just kind of floating on the front because it's actually attaching itself to this object. If we take that out and do this, and now you'll see it's actually attached to the inner pillar. Okay, so again, knowing what object you're attaching to really helps a lot. Okay, very cool stuff, everybody. Very cool stuff. Also, even more cool stuff. We could go in. Let's say take this out, and say we wanted to go in and use this pillar as a starting point, and then we'll go like this, and then we will rotate it and angle it down at an angle like this, right? Say maybe it's like a walkway that you're going along, and say you pick up this thing again and you roll it up here, right? And say we'll put one there, we'll put one there, and there. Doesn't matter the direction when you're doing lighting, typically. And then we could go ahead and just put it like this. And there we go. And now it's shining down toward the ground, which is pretty cool. Whoop. Which is pretty cool. I was trying to get my guy to stand on the ground. There we go. And then as you go by, say you were going by on your vehicle, or you're going by and you have a whole bunch of these in a row, it just looks like streetlights as you're going along, which is pretty cool. Again, that's because you can rotate it and do that. Now, if you're like, hey, Kismet, I don't like the in there, well, guess what? You can come back and use what we did earlier and use our double connector beams and just try to add that to the end and cover up like a facade, and it looks like that's all now one piece. And all kind of running together. Again, these are mainly for covering connections and things that are hidden. Basically, you facade over the top of it. You know it's in there, but everybody else would think that's part of that thing, right? And that's basically kind of creating visual trickery in the game to cover up all of those little parts that that you don't want people to see. That's for sure. And again, I hope you guys are enjoying the stream, everybody. We're going deep into some mega building, and I consider mega building when you start to embellish the look of your thing. Not just building large things, which I've already done and can prove that I've done it 50 times already and finished the game many, many times. Now, same thing over here like we did with this one here, where we could use a small frame to embellish the look of this. Now we've got that layering on there. Again, you're just layering different things on it. And based on your build order, whether you built it with the pillar there first, or if you built it with this out part, is where you're going to get the offset of the next item that you layer on, right? So good to understand that. Good to understand that you can adjust all of this as well. And I could go in here and say, pothole ahead. Hole with an E. Pothole ahead, something like that. But the problem is, you see, you're going to have upside down signs. I feel like it's like one of the most annoying things in the game. There is actually a way to see which way the sign is going. Usually what I do is I pick it up and I spin it around just to see if it's fixed. All right, there we go. And then pothole ahead. Now, another problem with the game, and again, we're thinking about what we can do in game and what the limitations are of the game, is the fact you can't control the font size. Now, me as a graphic designer, I would want to control the font size, the different types of fonts, all that kind of stuff in there, but you can't really do that, but you can control the layout. So if I just wanted to say pothole hold again, I put the word hold in there again. I don't know, my typing skills are lacking today. See, I can take out the icon that's on the left and just say pothole ahead, kind of like it's giving me a warning, like when you're on the freeway and you're driving along and it said traffic ahead. Well, it's giving me a warning, pothole ahead. And then, we make a big hole in the ground, and then right down in there we'd go. Or we could do something like go in here and change the background to, say, a red, and say maybe danger ahead. Now, see, this is where you come in with complementary colors, right? Now, these colors will conflict with each other. They make it harder for the text to be read, right? When you have red behind. So I would actually go in and probably just change this to white, because visually it's easier to read on a red background. Again, that readability is very important. Also, I would probably put this in all caps. All caps is actually harder to read, but will draw your attention to it. It's almost like the text is yelling. Back in the day, everybody, when you typed uppercase, you were yelling in the internet or in dial-up way back in the day, bulletin board systems. But there you go. So you can see it makes a great danger ahead sign, right? As you're going through, you're like, oh, danger, danger ahead coming up. And again, great way to embellish your stuff and really go in and make yourself a fun little sign. I just showed you how to do it there in just a few easy steps. And again, just keep layering and layering stuff on there. Now, the same thing over here on the big one, we can go in and basically put this on top of this right here. See how it's not going in there? Watch if I take this out. Again, this has to do with build order. Put this in here. We're going to have our zoop on. We're going to zoop that. Then we're going to go ahead and take our big pillar and try to put it in there. Again, this won't let me put that in there. But what if I hit H and tried to nudge it around? Oh, that thing cannot be nudged. Bummer. Let's try the reverse. Let's go ahead and take this out. Let's go in, put our pillar in again. Then let's take our big frame pillar. We're going to hit H, and then we're going to nudge it around. Oh, that one can't be nudged either. Oh, Kellamall coming over the 45 months of sub-love. And also, Wackano, thanks for the 52 months of sub-love. I forgot to say how many months it was. Go ahead and show some love as well. Yes, they're broken, Wist. I tried to fix them earlier, but they are broken. Don't blame me. That's not my fault. You can blame that on the peeps who make the redemptions and sounds, which currently is Elgato. My Elgato Stream Deck has been working really, really weird lately. And so, I do what I can. And that's all I can do. So again, we can't nudge it into place, but a lot of things you'll find you can actually override the blocking of stuff. Like say I want to take this wall and I hit H and then I nudge it, you can see it actually can go inside the wall, right? So inside the thing, and I can go ahead and run it up like this. I'm going to hit H and then control nudge. You can see I can nudge it a lot less. You can see it's just about the width of a wall. If I let go of control, you can see it's like 2 widths of a wall. See how difference? Control and with control, without control. much bigger of a distance. And again, I could then go to this and then try to align things using this temporarily and then take that out when I no longer need to use that to align. I could do the same thing with my painted beams. Say I want to go ahead and align something to the front here. Oh, let me go back to my default form here. Let's say, actually, let's go diagonal just for fun. Say I wanted to do something like this. Then I wanted to get a basic wall. And I want it about halfway. Like that. Then we'll go in and we'll use our ceiling tiles to angle that out. And then we could take this out. And then we can take this. Build that right into there like that. And then what would you do? Maybe some lights. Maybe some lights you'd have up here. Bigger lights, though. Bigger lights we would want. About a big billboard full of lights. Probably reversed, because that's how, for some reason, it's always reversed. I don't know what it is about these that come there always reversed. Backgrounds, none. And then select colors. I believe it's this middle one. Let's go with a purple. Again, select colors, take out the text. So all you want is a light, and then turn up the emission strength. And then, oh, that is not it. It's the one in the very, very back. Let's try that again. Pink all the way up, select color. And there we go. So now you've got some lighting, and then again, you can go in, copy that lighting. Oh, we got a hype train going on, everybody. Jonkers coming in. Let's keep the clock ticking, kid. Love kids in chat. Thank you very much, Jonkers, for that 28 months in a row. Everybody show some love in the chat. I appreciate each and every one of you in there as well. The retweets are actually not good right now. They're whisks. They are actually 3 retweets right now. But there is 5 likes. I appreciate that. But we go by retweets. So when we hit 5 retweets, then we'll know it. So I'll return your Kiz caps to you for that. But as you can see, this light is actually affecting the beam, everybody. So it's giving that beam a feel. Now, also, if we try to go in here and try to nudge this in here, look, it's kind of awkward, right? Let's go ahead and hit H. And you can see we're actually nudging at an angle because it's at the angle of that roof that we just did. And again, we could just go ahead and hit H, nudge that right in there, click that, and we'd probably go with the lesser one. Let's go with the 3 mil. Nope, not big enough. Small billboard. I guess we could match those into each other. Sometimes you just don't have the right piece. It's 4. That's 3. Yeah, we could probably put a few 4s in there. Or we could go a couple smalls in there as well. But you get the idea. See, I don't want to spend too much time doing that and actually do the real thing. But there you go. So again, you can see it actually affects the lighting of the objects in the game itself. And you can see that this now has kind of like a pink feel to it because, again, it does actually emit lighting on the ground. And you can see that we added an angled lighting, and it's kind of built into there. Now, I could go in and embellish it even more and say, you know what, this actually is going to be like a bus stop. So we're going to go in and we're going to use some painted beams right here. Say something like that. And over here. Kind of probably a little different on each side. And then just put a cap on them. Like this, because the caps will extend off the top. And there you go, something like that. I would probably bring this one down just a little bit on this side. But you get the general idea. Now, also, you can see I have it at an angle there. So, again, giving a little bit of feel. You could also just go like this. And let's rotate it like that. And we'll take this back out. Again, what you're trying to do is create a bit of a contrast. You're trying to break up the view of it. Also go with metal beam, but actually we'll middle mouse button this. Now this is just the basics, everybody. This is just the basics of adding contrast lighting, color as well. It's supposed to really spark your imagination of what can be done and whatnot. You can see, look at that. Just in a little bit of time, we've taken something that normally you build perfectly square into something that's a bit more embellished as well, and just gives you ideas and ways of working around the system, because you can't take a TV and rotate it at an angle, but you can take an object and use the angle of another object to do angles like that. And again, using a lot of these beams and whatnot, you could also go in, again, just use the beams as a way of holding up your signs. And it'd be something like if you were at Times Square, or if you had this going on. Now you got to watch out over on this side, because it will clip through the other thing. And a lot of things when you're building as well has to do with clipping as well. Now here's something I had never tried. It just dawned on me. What if we take one like this and we paste it to one like that? Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Well, now we know. I don't think I've ever bothered to try, but now we know. And then again, background color. Let's go with a nice dark blue this time. Oh, a little bit of purple. How about that? Select color. Take out the text. Do this. Okay, so now what if we wanted an actual darker purple? Well, if we wanted a darker purple, we would just make the purple darker, right? So we go in and we just make this darker like this. And then when you go, you'll see it's now darker there. You can also affect the overall saturation by manually typing in the thing. So if you went in and typed 0, it's going to be black. But you can also bring the saturation of it down, because this is its brightness. You can actually bring the overall saturation down, and you can actually make it minus saturation if you didn't know. You can actually make it minus saturation. Why would you do that? Well, it would give it more of a flat color as opposed to a shiny kind of gradient, which is what you see whenever you're looking at something in the game because of the lighting. You can actually affect it so it looks more matte or more kind of plasticky if you want it to feel like that. And again, that's like a white right there, but that's a really white. Or you could actually go in and turn it to black, and it would be more of a dark black. See, like that, versus kind of a grayish black, which you sometimes get, especially when you're mixing light colors. When you're mixing colors together, if you mix CMYK together, cyan, magenta, yellow, without the blacks are more of a gray. They're not a true dark black. And that's why they have another type black called 4-color black, where 4-color black is like 60% cyan, 40, and then 100, which gives you really deep dark blacks, because it's actually layering all 4 colors together to give you a deeper black. So if you did 100% black next to a 4-color black, you would see an instant distance. This one would be a bit lighter and kind of be more on the 80-90% scale, and this would be absolutely solid black. It would be absolutely solid for sure. And that has to do with print colors, and the same thing with light. The more you kind of mix in the saturation of a color, the more it has a tendency to look more of a realistic style, and then the less you bring that saturation down, the more it looks plastically and flat. And that gives you a general idea of how to do some of those basics. And again, we can just do a gray light. There we go. Now, whenever I'm doing lights, everybody, if I was actually going to do this light, I would actually do it in a blue and then just do it really low like this, because what you get is you get a more natural feel to light when you use a blue than when you use a, it just gives off a better feel when you're using blue lights, especially if it's just a light blue light. Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to set a mood. You're trying to set a tone. If it's blue, it has more of a cold feel to it, obviously. And then if you, of course, set it to like a yellow, especially like a warm kind of autumn color, like that, it's going to have a whole different feel to it. See? More like an interior cozy space when it's yellow than when it's blue. And of course, if you make it some other color that's like a warning color, like red, it's going to, I gotta press the right color. There we go. Then it's going to have a whole different feel to it as well, right? So again, you want to feel the colors. You want to feel how the shapes and everything affect you. It's the same thing I do in graphic design. I do the mechanics of graphic design, which is your text and your white space and your fonts and all that stuff. But ultimately, you got to go in and feel how it feels. Does it feel hot or cold or warm or thing? Because that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to give it a feel, a motif to the whole entire thing. If you don't know what a motif is, it's basically a style. It's a style of the whole thing. You can see the style of this thing is very different from the style of something that's red, or again, if you're trying to make it look cozy. And humans like things to be cozy. That's why most places use brown. They use brown, they use yellows and whatnot to give that feel. That's actually a little bit green. That's a little green there. A little brighter on the yellow. There we go. Much nicer. And again, see, that actually is affecting the ground color too. So when you're walking along and you're getting that vibe from that yellow light, that's why they also make light bulbs that have a yellow tune to them. I don't like them. I like white light bulbs because I don't like too much yellow going on. But because it also diminishes the brightness value, I feel. But they have different light bulbs that are like natural light, bright white. They have, a yellowish light. They have different types of mood setting lights, basically just like you would do for your factories as well. I'm hopeless with color saturation, but that explains it well. It's like a sand color, like natural colors when you go to the beach. Yes, that's exactly what it is. What you're trying to do is getting the feeling of color. So I can actually go over here and search for it. Color representation. And you can just search it up. And I'll find it here. There we go. So all you got to do is search it up. It's color representation or color meaning chart in this case. And you can get the basic ideas of what these are for. So red prompts action, passion, excitement, strength. Yellow is caution, youthful, creativity, happiness, all that stuff. But most importantly, it's warmth. See, that's why people make places yellow. And they do that kind of stuff to give it that feel. The same thing with greens. Greens are more natural. Blues are more peaceful. They cause trust and that kind of thing. Pinks are more feminine. Purples are more elegant. They're rich. They're luxurious. You get the idea from the thing there. Now, I'm not a big fan of browns. Browns, I grew up with browns in the 70s and somewhat in the 80s until they broke out of browns. Everything is brown, everybody, in my day. So I do like to use color, even if it's for temporary marking up the thing. But again, you can just Google this stuff, everybody. There's a lot of info on color meanings, color representations, and you can look them up if you're trying to do it. Especially look up complementary colors and those kind of things. Let's see if we have another one that does the... Oh, here's one that does the actual color wheel. Right here, great one. That basically richness and luxury, purity and simplicity, which is your grays and whites, peace and intelligence, greens and blues, love and excitement, oranges and pink, and so on. And this is kind of like a conditioned thing. We're conditioned to think in these ways as human beings. Now, I don't know if it's built-in or if it's just a society thing, but I tell you that most people think in these ways. And when you're a designer, this is what you think of. You think of, okay, what type of feel am I giving this particular design? Do I, do I key off the colors of the logo? Do I key off the colors of whatever it's for? Like maybe it's for some outdoor picnic. Well, if it's going to be an outdoor picnic, you're going to be doing stuff with nature. You're going to be doing stuff with, say, picnic tables and probably red and white because those are the things that you put out for a picnic. You get the idea. Basically along those lines and affects it. And again, watch the difference just if I change it to a green. Again, how does it make you feel if it's a green? Right? That's why you always got to think of that in your designs. And we'll just pull that out. You get the idea. So again, you can use objects for controlling the angles of things, the offsets of things. And again, nudging is really great for that. And the fact that you can go in and put barriers down. I don't think I've ever tried it on these new barriers. Let's go try it on these new barriers. Does it have the same ability? You hold down control and it replaces it? Sure does. Sure does. By the way, if you wanted to replace that with a conveyor wall, you can also just do that. You don't have to take it out. I am so used to taking it out that I never think of just replacing the wall with the wall by holding down control. But it is a thing, and I thought of it the other day. I'm like, why do I keep doing that? Like if I wanted to go over here and replace this wall, I can middle mouse button this, hold down control, and bam, I replace that wall instead of actually going in and taking it out and then putting the new one in, which is, I still do it to this day because you didn't used to have that ability. And again, what you're used to is what you usually do. But again, it's also good to push yourself to learn new things, I think. So that does get replaced by, again, holding down control and whatnot. Now, again, we could say we wanted to do a whole bunch of walls in a sequence. We could go ahead and just put a whole bunch of these down. Try to get them to all line up. Say we're building something for like water to flow through there, right? We're building a kind of an aqueduct, and we have all these channels that are running water through there. You could go ahead and just hold down control. Click all of those. Also, it's important the angle at which you're doing stuff, like this. And there you go. Very cool. And then say you wanted to have a bigger gap, you just take out every other one. Like this. And now you got a bigger gap. Also great for making a little tunnel behind walls where you can run your power and run all that stuff back there. I prefer to run power in the ground because you never see it. You never see it. It's always in the ground, and it's running around where you don't see it and don't have to worry about it. You can see I love to attach these like this and then go in and just cover those up. I never have to look at it again. Now, of course, finding that thing later is a little tougher. But what I usually do whenever it's a road is I'll just color it in with yellow like this. Now, one of the things I very rarely do is use decals. If you didn't know, the game does have decals, or they call it patterns. So we can go in and adjust and say, okay, this is where we're going here. And then we can also go in and go hit X, by the way. It's a right arrow there, right? And then again, use our yellow. Like this. And again, holding down control while I'm doing that. And then again, going in using our decals and patterns. And we're going to be doing a whole bunch of this. Again, we can just do this, or just hold down the left mouse button and just do a whole bunch of it. Like that. Now, what if I wanted this to go straight and to the left at the same time? Well, I'd have to go in here and find one that's straight or left. Right? Well, guess what? You don't have everything, everybody. So you have to kind of improvise in there. And you can't layer stuff in here. Like if I want to put this down, you can see it replaces the current decal. Because again, for right there, I'd want to go right and straight at the same thing, or no straight arrow. Don't go straight. Again, a lot of fun decals and stuff in here. We can also say, factory ahead kind of thing. Very fun decals. You can also put them on walls too. They don't have to just be on there. So if you go in here and want to stick it on a wall, go ahead and... Oh, actually, no, we can't. How are we going to put decals on walls? Apparently not. Huh. I don't think I've ever tried, but there we go. Pattern removal, we got a center line like this, or I would probably put dotted lines personally. I think a dotted line looks way better. And give yourself a road. And then, of course, you have your several lanes. This is like Tennessee right here, everybody. These are what I call 1.5 lane roads, where it will fit, but it's pretty close. I go down a lot of roads where it's like really close. Because I'm from California originally. In California, we actually have wider roads, default roads as well. No parking. Awesome. And then let's go ahead and change the material of this, say concrete. Like that. Very cool. And again, I haven't really messed around with this. Can we go, let's say, change the color of the decals? There's a good question. How would you change the color of the decals? Good question. Love the factory zone there. You'd probably have to change it at the top, right? foundation swatch. Probably essentially factory swatch, assembly swatch, foundation swatch. These are good questions. And these are actually on your machinery. All buildings, space elevator and project assembly. All fixed foundations, all applied to all concrete and coated walls. And this is applied to all pipelines and pipelines attached by default, but nothing that does patterns. Oh yeah, fix-it stuff. I forgot. Do we have fix-it skins? We'd have to put it on something, like a pipe or something, or foundation, or things here. Custom already applied. Huh. Let's go ahead and do some pipes. Logistics. I really see they added the ability to put the foundations at the end, but the annoying part is it used to be you could just take it and drag it, but now you got to rotate it every time and then drag it. All right, there we go. That's what we're trying to do. Looks like a candy cane. It's pretty fun. All right, again, so decals, you've got a bunch of those. Wanted to show those off a bit. Again, I never tried to put them on walls, though. 3. Yeah, see, it'd be nice if you could layer those on top of each other. I think. So you could put like a full factory zone and then take that and then put like an 8 over the top of it. Or it could be in a different color on top of that. Again, I don't usually work with them too much, but you can go ahead and put some paths down. Then I'd probably change the color of the foundation itself. Do we got a darker color? Yes, something like this. And then going again and go to patterns. And where's our path here? Rotate our path. And then go in. Straight path. Scoop that down. All right, well now we got some pathways. I'd probably change it to like a concrete, whatnot. There we go. There we go. I got a hard question. If you have a game that presents dark, would it be better to turn up the vibrant settings in Windows, or would it be better to turn down the color saturation, or raise whichever suits the overall saturation? If you're in a game that is dark, basically, if the game is dark, you really want to go in and adjust the overall brightness to start. Brightness, what problem with brightness, or gamma is actually probably the better way of doing it. You can see I have my gamma actually up. The thing about brightness, when you turn brightness up, it has a tendency to wash out all the colors, right? So really gamma is the thing you want, because gamma is going to increase the brightness of all the pixels of all the colors simultaneously, pretty much, as opposed to just increasing the overall brightness, which is then going to mess with the contrast. Thus, you have to mess with the contrast. So gamma is the thing you want. Like, see, I can actually have it way down here to like 1.0. And then you'll see the difference. So this is what usually the default of the game. You can see, look at how the lighting is way different. You can see a lot more of how the lighting is. Oh, perfect timing too when the sun's coming up. You can see how it's much darker. Now, what I do is, the reason why I turn it up is often I'll be running through the game at a certain point and it'll be super dark and you guys can't see whatever I'm doing. And that blows. I don't need, we can cap it at 60. I don't like my video card to ever be uncapped. That's how you burn out video cards. No, thank you. So you can see that I had mine at 2. and it's still brighter, but it is not it's not washing out the colors as much, I think, as if you just crank up brightness. So typically the best thing to do is try to do it in game. Or if you're in there, if you're doing like real life colors where you're trying to simulate colors that other people are going to see, know that nearly every single monitor in the world is different, but they have color profiles that you can use depending on where they're viewing it. Are they going to view it in real life on a piece of paper, or is it going to be on their phone, or is it going to be on their computer screen? And the colors are going to look slightly different. Also, people have different perceptions of color based on the levels of colors that they can see, based on whether they have color blindness or whether they're more sensitive to certain colors that they can see and can't see. No two humans are the same, by the way, exactly the same when it comes to that. And look at this. This would actually be better a little darker, I think. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. Yeah, asphalt foundation there. Like that better. Like that much better. Again, look how it feels different when it's flat like that than the feel of it over here, right? So now we got a nice little walkway to walk along there, or whatever I was doing this for. Maybe for driving my vehicles along there, I don't know, or my little cart. Again, it needs to serve a purpose, right? I find for me to do it. Now, also, you have different roofs, which you can use for embellishment. Now, the first go-to roof, of course, would be our glass roof, and that's what most people use. Where'd you go? I had it right there in front of my face. Or was it architecture? There it is our roofs. Now, one of the things about roofs that are really cool is that roofs actually have a different design. So if I pick up a roof here, and then I hit R, I can go default or zoop, but I can also hit E, and it will actually rotate through the different types of roofs, right? So straight roof, angled roof, whatnot. And then I can also texture roofs down here, roof materials, with a glass top to it there. And you can see if I pick that up and put it there, it actually picks up the texture, which I don't know why it doesn't do it on other things. I would think you should pick up the texture and the orientation. If you got metal roofs there, let's just go ahead and do the different types of roofs. You got the fix-it roof. And of course, you've got yourself the old school tar roof, like that. And then you have the different types of textures there. And then you can go into your colors here and try to put different finishes on them. Like this, and we're just going to click all of these so you can see the different finishes. You can see the only one that really changed drastically was this one, which is our regular roof. So you can see you can give it a nice gold feel to it, or maybe something cool like silver or a little chrome. Again, go in and embellish it. It's all about, again, creating contrast between your different shapes, and then keep adding complexity to those shapes, and then about, of course, color and style, right? And what kind of shapes you're combining as well. I really like this copper finish one too. I think that one looks really great. That'd be great for a copper factory, I think. As well as you could use orange for a copper factory. I mean, they have a built-in orange, but you can go in and just make a darker feel to it. By the way, I also notice how I can change the color of the thing back again to kind of like a more flat color, or pinks, stuff like that. And then again, I could also make the color like super vibrant. Like, let me go ahead and put the blue down like this, and then I'm going to go, I got to remember to put it back when I'm done. Edit this swatch, and then I'll say, okay, well, hey, I want to have up here, I want to have 10 saturation. So now it's like massively saturated the color, and you can see that's a blue right there, everybody. That's a big time blue. And then we can also go the opposite direction and say, you know what? We want -10. -10 is going to give us kind of this tannish yellow, like that. Again, that's all from the same color, which is, I find, pretty wild. And then you can go back in before you realize that I've changed a whole bunch of stuff, because I can't remember what I used for that watch or swatch. And basically go in and adjust this back to the same color it was, like that. And we got that color back. Again, they added all these chrome finishes. Black looks pretty cool. Now, the reason why that looks cool, by the way, everybody... Oh, it's not taking the finish. Okay. Let's remove that. Really? Huh. Materials. What was this? This is a fix-it roof. When in doubt, take it out. Get it back to its original color. There we go. I could have probably just used the one at the top here. Which one is the walls one? This one right here. Concrete wall. It's not orange, though. Figure out which one. Oh, because this one's this one. Pipeline swatch. There we go. So basically what you can do, again, is color this different colors. I'm trying to get to go to carbon steel there. There we go. Again, you can go in and maximize that. Now, it's kind of hard to go in and say, oh, well, hey, I want this to be green all the way around the edge there, because this won't let me change that color. If I put this finish in there, or I put this in here, this won't change. I mean, that will change. The wall will change. And then I can change it even further by changing the material that's on there. And then I can change the style. Well, actually, it'd be more on the ground. Let's say I change this to a different thing. So let's say I change it to concrete. There we go. And then I want to change this color. Colors. There we go. Let's say like a dark brown. And then it's like a two-tone. So it does the interior part as one tone and then the exterior part as one tone. Some items cannot be colored and they won't show up as colored, like the glass window there. Now again, if we want to say we wanted that to be flat, say we want it to be like a foundation, like right here. Well, what we would do is we would go in and just do a flat roof like this, and you got to angle it just right so it's on the top. And see, the problem with the flat roof is this. Now, they don't have vertical snapping, so not yet anyway, until 1.1. But what you can do is you can actually kind of finagle this down. I've actually done that way up above there on that Christmas thing. I actually made it where the thing is recessed in there. But the basic way to do it is you middle mouse button this, you hit E a bunch of times until it's flat right over here. And then you can actually pick this one up, middle mouse button, and you can go ahead and angle the side like that. Very nice. Or we could go in again with our materials, glass roof, and then we can change that one to a glass roof as well. And again, angle this down. Actually, we'd probably put two of those just to widen it out. Rotate it till it's angled down. And you got yourself a bit of an angled roof going there. Now, it's not perfectly flat, because I want it to be slightly angled, as you can see. And it gives it a different feel than if it's perfectly flat. Which you can also do, by the way, by just hitting E again. If you want it to be perfectly flat, it would go up another angle. And then take this one out. Middle mouse button from this one. And then, okay, or if it just doesn't feel like snapping. And there we go. So now you got a perfectly flat one, or you have a slightly angled one. I find it interesting to put a slightly angled one in there. Gives it more of a unique feel. Also, I would probably go in and put a steel beam in there. Something along these lines here. Just to give it a feel of that's the center support. And that it is going along that centered support. Again, I would go back, get this to snap in there, like that, because that's the way actual factories are, but they're pitched like this at angles. And they do that for support. It's basically an arch. So they're creating what's known as a Rosetta Stone. So they have a arch, which is a load-bearing arch, which is the load of the ceiling. And that's why they have beams and cross beams and all of those things. And that's why you can't eliminate those things. If you eliminate those things, the building falls down. That's not good. You don't want the building to fall down. You want it to look nice, but you also don't want it to fall down. Probably the fall down part is the most important part. Again, we're just kind of playing around with some of the basics here and getting started. Now, again, stacking these is what makes it cool. Now, again, if I want to put this right along this edge, you're like, hey, Kismet, I'm trying to put it in there, but it just keeps snapping weird like that. Well, that's where you hit H and you just nudge it where you want it to go. And you're like, oh, man, it doesn't quite go in between there where I want it. Hold down Control. And now you've got it right potentially where you want that, right along the inside edge of that. Now, one of the cool things is once you have it where you want it, you can then snap other objects to it, which is really cool, I think. That the fact that you got the item finally where you want it to go. You run some railings there, and then the same thing on the other side. Hit H, nudge it over. Oh man, it's not going where I want it. Hold down Control. There you go, right there. And then again, using it now as a snap point, all the way to there. And then what I would do here is just cross that edge like that. Again, we'll put this foundation back, and then just take this one out. There we go. And now, in just a few seconds, I'll build a walkway. There you go. Again, using that holding down Control for smaller increments and or let go Control for that larger snapping. But you can see we built a nice little walkway in just a few seconds there. Again, just trying to give you a bit of an overview of embellishing stuff. Now, again, this stuff takes a lot of time, and you have to decide what you want. And sometimes, you know, when you're running a pillar like this, maybe you don't want a pillar like that. Maybe you want a pillar that feels more like this, right? More kind of industrial steel. Like that. Maybe you want to go in and create cross pillars, right? Maybe that's holding something up. Maybe you got another one of these. Come on, you. On this other side. Now, you always got to think about the offset of where you have your stuff because it's going to affect how you can align things up. Oops, I'll put a top and a bottom on that one. Cross pillar. Okay, I'm using the middle mouse button to pick stuff up so I don't have to redo it every time. And, oh, it's that diagonal mode. Let's put it back on default. There we go. I'm about to show you a problem you're going to have. Now see how that one's in the center, but this one's not in the center? And that's because my offset of this pillar is different from the other pillar. So again, that's why I'm saying you got to watch where you're putting this one so you can line up this one. So if this one's not right, we can easily just take it out. And we know that it needs to move over just a little bit. So you just take this over here, hit H to line it up, make sure it's lined up on this direction, and then middle mouse button again, pick this up, run that up, and now we got those nicely aligned in there. Now another thing that I would do, again, to embellish that is what these are what these things are for, is these little caps at the end. Just know that those do run beyond the end. So those are now capped in there, and you have a good little industrial feeling walkway. Just like that. And again, very rarely do I embellish stuff, everybody, because it is less efficient. Yep, that's what I talk about, like washed out color, because if you go for straight brightness, it doesn't work sometimes. That's exactly right, Master V. That's why you use gamma instead. If the game has gamma, or you do a little bit of brightness and then you adjust your contrast. Brightness, contrast, brightness, contrast. That works as well. It doesn't work as well as gamma, but you can do it. And again, see, we're building some industrial. You want to get the feeling. How does it make you feel when you build that particular item? And does it go along with whatever you're building? And this is typically why you're using a lot of these architecture things. To do that, they've had a lot of really cool stuff to here as well, like little barriers and stuff, which I haven't bothered to use yet, but we're probably going to use them in this particular playthrough. Yeah, very cool. Again, it gives that industrial feel. See how that gives it a totally different feel to it? Another great thing to add right here, everybody, would go in and build a wall. And we'd go down here and we'd use the center door. Like like that. So when you're walking along, now remember, look how all of a sudden it became a human scale, right? It's now embellished for human beings. And that's what factories are made for. They're made for human beings. That's why it feels like more authentic when you're building it at that human scale as opposed to building it at, the scale of some giant, because it feels off. So you want to have that scale. That's what makes it feel epic, is that it has a sense of scale. It has a sense of difference in there as well. And again, we go over here and we could fool around with some railings. We hit H, we nudge it close to say, you know what, I want it to be right inside, and say there. And then over here, we would do the same thing. Oops, I changed it. Oh, 2 minutes. I changed it by hitting E. H, nudge, control, nudge, click, click, because I'm on zoop mode. There we go. Again, we could do that. We could go in, we could also try to put the rail on the other rail and then hit H, and then you could cross combine them like this. I'm not a big fan of doing this. Again, it starts to fight with itself. The textures start to fight with themselves. But you could go in and do something like this. This is what you do typically in a lot of games. And then what you're trying to do is then reverse engineer and say, you know what, I want to take out the middle one. That's the hard part. It's hard to get the middle one. I'm going to go this side. If I get that middle one out of there. Come on, you. Nope, it's going to give me one or the other. Maybe this. Then the middle one. Then this one. Yeah, there we go. And again, so I used the middle one to align the left one, and then I used it to, took it out so I could then align the other one so it goes right into the wall. Now, of course, when we go in here, it'll be in here. It doesn't cut it off, but you can also go in. Oh, 30 seconds. Quick, let's put a wall in there and hide this thing before we get kicked. We're going to go up here. We're going to hit H. We're going to hold down Control, and we're going to nudge it. Then we're going to click it. Oops. Put another door there. Each 10 seconds. Click, click. There we go. Now we hit it in the wall. See? Can't see it. All right, I got to jump to the main menu. Man, time sure does go by faster, but that was 2 hours. 2 hours of pro mega building there for you as well. You're welcome. Well, while we're waiting for the server to restart, now's a good time to have some fun in the chat, everybody. We're going to do some words on stream. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. Jonkers wants me to make it rain. Let's do it. Making it rain. There we go. Making it rain in the chat as well. Let me go see if I can just do it over here manually. Again, these channel alerts should be working, but I have to go fix it because this is what I have to do in my life. Constantly fix stuff. There we go. Making it rain. There we go. So again, giving you guys a bunch of kids caps in the chat for all of you. Enjoy. You can thank Chonkers for that one. But again, we're going to play some words on stream. I'm going to take a little bit of a break, and then I shall be back in just a bit. Now hydrate first. Let's go ahead and get all this working. And away we go. All right, back in just a bit. back, everybody. Wow, look at you guys working together, crushing it. Nice job. Wow, advanced 2 levels. All right, let me go ahead and give you a bunch of kids caps. Hey, it's working. Nice. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. We're going to go ahead and get back to some Satisfactory. Now, we spent a little bit of time just going in and let me jump back on the server. A little bit of time just getting a bit of an intro into some of the tools that you could use for more advanced building. And we're going to embellish a bit of our extractors and the way we do extractors. Now, we do have a blueprint already for it, but we're going to go ahead and start using our larger blueprints. And really, it's really how you're going to build your factory is how it's going to affect everything else that you do in the game, including your extraction. In fact, your extraction is one of those things that is probably sets the precedent of all of those things. So if you're going to extract, cool, look at our cool walkway we did. So if you're going to extract your resources and run them to your gigantic base that you're going to make, your giant mega base, well, that would be different than actually processing it at the resource itself. So in here, in this particular build, you can see it's just basic square build. We've got a storage in there that's storing part of that, and we can go inside and take a little look. So that's a very basic extractor setup where we've got our Mark III miners now. And currently it is only partially extracting, though we could extract it at 1200, but we would need our faster belts, which I believe we can go ahead and do now. Did I switch my belts up to the faster belts? Doesn't look like it. Let's go ahead and switch up to our faster belts here. And now, boom, that'll come out of there at 1200 into the storage. Now, of course, you need to upgrade all of your things if you want it to go faster. So inputs and outputs and so on. So all that will go faster in the long run. And one of the things I can do is just go in here and hold down control, throw all that away. And then our stuff will start up. Now, again, there's a little gap in between here. So again, make sure to get that little gap there as well so that you're not being slowed down by that level 5 belt. There we go. And now it is going much faster. And then we go over here and see if this needs a faster belt. There we go. Yes. See, now you can see it's going very, very fast right there. Now, at this particular stage of the game, I have all the stuff unlocked. So I can go maximum speed of anything. Now, I feel like the thing that you want to overclock... Oh, thanks for the 1 there, Junkers. The thing you want to overclock the most of anything in the game, even though it does use more power, is your extractors. Why? Because you already typically have that particular line already set up. You already have a reason for that particular line. And you're, of course, running those out as quickly as you can. I can go ahead and take this out so it's not backlogged either and just manually put that in there. And you can see that that's refilling that up pretty quickly. As well. And you can see we're running this over here, and I don't even remember what this does. This is coming around this way, and then running all the way up to the top there as well. But again, you can see that it basically just has a priority switch. We have the extractor. We have what's known as the backlog or an overflow of that stuff if it backlogs into the main machine. This way, if we do go ahead and create it, I do often create what I call a burn area where I burn up the excess resources, and then when I need more resource or I need to backlog this resource, I turn off the thing that's actually burning up the extra, so that can continue to backlog, or I'll just leave it backlogging, just fine. And then when I need a whole bunch of it, I got a whole bunch of it backlogged in a box or so. Now, a lot of the resources that you're extracting are sometimes like up against something, or it has something up above it. Like here, you can see that we're kind of up against the wall here. So you can see we kind of cut into the wall a little bit there. And what we're going to do is basically build an extractor that's much more elaborate than what we're doing here. And also start to build in a bit of the manufacturing. Now, this particular one right here is extracting and then running all the way to the top and then turning into our concrete. where you could just as easily build it right at the node itself. Now, I am a big fan of doing it at the node. Again, I can grab all the raw resources from the whole entire world, run them all into the same place, and build a gigantic mega base there. That's typically what people do in mega bases, or one central base. But I like to use a combined approach of both modular bases or modular things like this, where you're building little modules of stuff, and they have a specific purpose. I like to also convert at the node because that makes it a little bit easier to just bring the finished resource in, especially when it's something that gets diminished. So like in the case of limestone here, if I'm extracting this limestone and I'm throwing it into a constructor, right over here, you can see that when the 45 limestone comes in, it only produces 15 concrete. So I can transport 45 limestone, or I could transport 15 concrete. So you can see that the 15 concrete is less. So that would make it easier for me to transport it either via train or via a conveyor belt or whatever. So actually converting it first actually makes less line runs and less items I need to run across the belt. And again, that's called diminishing, where it's not one-to-one. When it's something like iron extraction, and you go to take, say, iron, and you convert iron from the raw iron in your smelter. Let me get the smelter out here. In your smelter, it's going to be one-to-one, right? So whether I gather the 30 iron ore or the 30 iron ingots, it's already a one-to-one comparison, so you might as well just bring the raw iron ore. But if you take the iron ore and then take the iron ingots and then turn them into iron plates right here, so it's going to take 30 iron but turn it into 20 plates, now you've just reduced the amount of items that you need to transport back to your primary base. And I feel that toward the end of the game, where I'm at now, and really you can do this throughout the whole game, is that you give each and every extraction node a purpose, right? So it has a purpose, and it usually goes between one or two things. It's producing iron plates for you to use as the builder, as you're going through and building stuff, or it's producing iron plates that are part of an assembly process. So it'll go on to be something else, and then that's combined with something else. And again, you have your various assemblies and then your final product that typically you're trying to make at the end. Say it's batteries or whatever it is. And so again, you have to kind of think that through. Now, again, it'd be smarter for me to convert it into iron ingots and then convert it into iron plates and then transport the iron plates, because again, that would be diminished on top of that. But what if I was trying to make reinforced iron plates, right? So if I'm trying to go in, I'm taking my assembler here, or modular frames or whatever it is. But if I'm trying to make reinforced iron plates, I'm now taking 30 plates and screws and reducing those down to about 5. So now it's actually transporting even less. So if you made a factory that's purely getting screws and iron plates, you could then reduce it down to reinforced iron plates and only transport the reinforced iron plates. And that's logistics. The logistics of what you're doing and what you need to produce. So I might produce one of them that just uses an entire node, and that node just does the one thing, reinforced iron plates. And then I can send it wherever I want. Say I do all that at the node, and then bring those reinforced iron plates all the way to my central factory, and then I have a bunch of reinforced iron plates I could use at the central factory as well. And our goal is to make everything. That's right, every single thing in the game, we're going to build a process for those particular things. But as we go along, we're going to go ahead and embellish those things. So that's what you want to think about at the very beginning, is where do I want to build it, and how do I want to process it, and is there an easier way to transport what I'm trying to produce. Now, sometimes I might just want to make the iron plates and use the iron plates or have them for my particular use. So I can also have a node that just does nothing but make massive sums of iron plates and then bring them back to my factory, either through a conveyor belt or via trains. Now, one of the things about trains is it creates an invisible transport. And you're like, well, Kismet, I can see the train. This is true. But what it doesn't show you is it doesn't show you this. And that is the constant movement of all of the stuff, right? And so the game has to calculate that and show it to you via your graphics card, and it's cool. But if you really want to hide all of that, like right now I'm transporting a bunch of water, but you wouldn't know it, If you didn't know that those trains were transporting water, it could be transporting oil or gas or who knows what, right? They could be transporting a whole bunch of stuff, but it's transporting it completely without me needing to see it go up the pipe or calculate the pipes or do any pumps or any of that stuff. It's transporting it purely by train, and it's basically hidden in the train where we don't even need to look at it. And you can see it actually has more water in there. We can check it on the way down because it's maxed out the water. Now, I'm a big fan of efficiency in the beginning, that 100% efficiency that you get when you're learning the basics. You're doing reinforced iron plates, you're doing iron plates, all that stuff. But later game, it's really not necessary. It's really better to have a surplus of items so that if your power goes off or whatever it is, or if you need to take some of that out of there to be used for something else, it's actually good to kind of a little bit of over surplus those particular processes so that you'll have that extra surplus that you can use as a backup. So if you need to make more plates for whatever reason, you run out of plates, you're like, oh man, I need a bunch of plates. You can build a thing just to burn up all that excess resources that you have and then turn that off and bam, you're not using that power, but now you have all the resources you need, basically accelerating the speed of those resources. And it also comes down to power, is again, having a lot of power to run all the things that you're trying to run. And you can see, again, I build very, very simply and very to the point without having to embellish too much because embellishment costs you the most valuable thing, time. Time is, again, something you don't want to waste too much of, especially when you're trying to be efficient. Now, we have a bunch of nodes over here, but what we're going to do is we're going to travel over this way, and we're going to go ahead and turn our sound back on again. And you can see that we're tapping some nodes over here. I don't think I've ever used these nodes over here, because usually I can finish the whole game just with those nodes. But you can see that we have another concrete node over here that's bringing that in. You can see that's all backlogged in there as well. And then way over here, you can see that we're also bringing in some Caterium way over here. Watch this little trick, everybody. Oh, crouch. Crouching. Stealthily sneaking up on it. Die! Yeah, I know, I just blew your mind. You're welcome. So we're going to go ahead and go this way. And head up over here. Now, you can see I've got a bunch of power lines running out here where the Caterium is. And these power lines allow me to float around and whatnot and go kind of wherever I want until I get too far away from them. And if I get too far away from them, we're going to drop like a rock like that. But you can still save yourself if you are at full health. And you can fall any distance and you'll survive with just a little bit of health. As well as you can just go ahead and pump your thing a little bit, and that'll slow you down on the way down. Oxide. Now, I usually mine these just to get them out of the way so I stop looking at them. I'm that guy that looks at resources and says, oh, what's that resource over there? I'm that guy. Okay, look at this. We've got a lot of nodes down to this way we could tap into. Got some back here, too. Come on, guy. Come on, what you got? You ain't got nothing. Come on. Whoa! Later, sucker! And they fall for it every time. Fall for it every single time. Go over here, grab this limestone. Now, again, I don't really need the limestone. You saw I have massive limestone being extracted. And by the way, you don't have to hold down E. You can just hit E, and go like this. You just hit E. And it'll pick it up. You don't have to hold down the E, which I typically do because I always forget. Okay, let's run out here. And let's build ourselves a little bit of a template. Ooh, I see something that can get removed too. I like to remove any excess stuff as I'm going along. Again, you can see I can just float across this because, again, I have the hover pack. Usually when I'm floating by something, I'll go ahead and pick it up. All right, now here's a nice little node over here that we could tap into, some limestone. and have this produce, say, our concrete, and then run that concrete back to our central storage if we wanted to, or we could come out here and get it if we really wanted to, or we could do a combination of both those things, plus also put it in the dimensional depot automatically, so we don't have to even go and get it. Now, something like concrete would be something that I would actually put multiple inputs in there. Now, this is an impure node. Now, one of the things I was thinking about here in the game is that these impure nodes would probably best be used especially at this stage. Oops, I switched my thing here. Especially at this stage for your use, right? For the use of, you have it running into a box, and then you go ahead and utilize that particular thing. So, again, we're going to start with our extraction, and we're going to go ahead and say, okay, well, we've got a bit of a problem here. We've got this kind of lip edge over here, and we got all this stuff in the way. So if we put that building down, it's going to be clipping through the stuff, which I don't really like. Got them pale berries while I'm here. And you can see we have all these trees and all this stuff out of the way. Well, we can have a bit of fun by just going and doing this. And there it is. And say, sayonara, sucker. Like that. Now we can also use a chainsaw. I especially like doing it like this because there's just something so satisfying about it. Now I can also throw a bunch of these down. Now normally I don't like taking out the plants because you can't replant them. They don't have gardening in this game. You don't need this Mother Nature. And kind of put it in the center to get all of that. And then I wouldn't stand on top of it because that's going to be bad. And then, and there we go. Now you can also just run up to it, hit E, that's even easier. Pick that stuff up, and then you could actually use it for biofuel if you're in the earlier stages of the game. But in the later stages of the game, I just blow it up. Lizard Doggo down there. What's up, Lizard Doggo? Okay, so now we've kind of cleared away the foliage. Now we get a good view of what we got going on here. Maybe we'll take care of those over there. All right, now we kind of cleaned it up a bit. Now, sometimes when you restart the server or you go in and out of the game, if you haven't played it in a while, what'll happen is it'll respawn. Sometimes it'll respawn through the middle of your base, which really sucks. But sometimes it doesn't respawn. It depends on how much stuff you build there, whatnot. Let's try to go for a yellow over here. Missed him. I tried. That one dead. That one dead. Always pick them up right away because they will be super hard to find later. Also notice that I can take out rocks and stuff with it. One of the funny things that used to happen is that when you use your chainsaw, it would take out rocks as well. So like you'd hit a tree and then would take out all the rocks beside the tree. I don't think it does that anymore, if I'm remembering right now. But it is kind of funny when it does do that. Okay, so now we have our miner here. And we want to go ahead and do this miner, and then we're going to run it up to our top train area up here. And basically build a whole nother train circuit. That's going to be our central circuit. It's actually going to be way out here. Or actually, it'd be wherever my central train circuit is. I think it's right here. Right there where we can run it back to where we want to store it eventually. So we want to think about extraction. We want to think about storage. And again, we can think about the factories also, but really we're thinking about, okay, we want to extract this. We want to convert it into concrete, and we want to bring as much of it back to the base as we can, and then store it there for our personal use and for the purpose of putting it in the dimensional depot. So that's what we're going to start with today. And so this is how I align things, is I go ahead and I use the metal beam. Now I'm going to show you the old way, and it sucks. I don't like it. It bothers me every single time. But hey, you do you. So what people do is they hold down control and then they do this. And then what they do is they get themselves a catwalk and they go like this, or they put it down below like this, whichever way you want to do it. Like this. And they take this out. And then they go ahead and they put a foundation underneath there. Like that. Which is almost right. But I can show you how, instead of doing it in those 4 different steps there, I can show you how to do it in 1, and it'll also be perfect every single time. That's right. So what you do is you hold down control with the metal beam. Make sure that when you click, it actually ends up underneath there and not like that. See how it's kind of rotated the wrong way? It's actually going in instead of out. So what you want to do, first put our bombs away before we blow ourselves up, is go ahead and actually rotate it around the other way like this until... oh, and it did it again. Now, it loves to troll me here, so we just got to get it turned the right way. And then go to the side here. Get it in there. Okay, so not going to do it today, are we? Come on, you. We want to turn it in. Click it. There we go. All right, sometimes being feisty. But you know what to do. So get it in here and then have it stick out just a little bit like this. Right? Because that is actually going to be your foundation getting lined up. And then you go 1, you go when it turns blue, gotta back up a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now you can do the same exact thing with your oil extractors, but you'd go out 5 different steps. There. Then you go ahead and you take yourself a nice foundation, and you go ahead and you put it right there. And then when you put another one underneath, now remember that was just 1 step for alignment there, everybody. And now it is perfectly aligned. And we take this out. Oh, that actually is not perfectly aligned because it didn't snap to the end. There we go. Let's snap to the end this time. There we go. And there, now it is perfectly aligned to the point in which you could actually go in and put a wall in. Just like that. Very nice. You could put some walls along the outside. And with the minimum amount of foundations, you could go ahead and perfectly enclose it inside there. Just like that. You're welcome. I just saved you endless hours of trying to how to figure that out. And then, of course, we would just make a very tiny connection on the inside here. And let's just go down here because it's sometimes a bit easier. Oh, not on the outside, on the inside. There we go. Little tiny connection. Now, sometimes it'll have to go up like that, and that's okay as long as it works. That's what's important. And then, of course, we're going to go in here and we're going to try to max out this one here. And the reason why I'm using a coarse one is the fact that when it gets spun up, you're going to see it goes from 300, and actually we'll just run it out here for a minute. Maybe stick a little box there just for it to have some fun with. Right there while it's starting up. There we go. And so what it's going to do is it's going to be overclocked, and its maximum overclock is 300 per minute. So that's not that much. But how much plates do you really need, right? Just for you. Probably a good amount because you want to make a lot of foundations. But really, this is going to make so much of this. It's going to make an insane amount of this, these plates to the point in which you probably will never use them all up. And if you needed more, you could just go ahead and get another plate. Now, in this particular case, we're doing limestone, so the same thing for concrete. This is going to make a bunch of concrete or iron or copper or whatever it is you're extracting. And again, this is really good for just stuff that you're using for you, right? So in this case, I'm going to make myself some concrete, and I'm going to take that concrete and I'm going to send it to my central storage for it to be stored there and for me to then be able to access it. And of course, it's going to be all via kind of a hidden away, so I don't see all of the stuff going down the conveyor belts. Now, another thing that we can do, of course, is to take this out and go ahead and go vertical. Let's go ahead and change this to our level 6s now. And then we'll just go ahead and go vertical with it. Like so. Now, if you notice, in the vertical ones, you actually don't see the item. See that? You actually don't see the item transferring down and transferring from one thing to another. I can also put another one here and transfer it again. And basically that just reduces your overall frame rate. of everything that you're doing. Now you still have the view of it coming out right here and running up that particular thing there. Or we could just have it take all this out for now. And we'll just have it run just like this, just for testing. And then we'll have it come out and go into the box. Just so we can see it moving in there, see, like that. And you can see that's perfectly aligned. Now, another thing that we can do is just say, you know what? We don't want to see it coming out of there. We don't need to see it right there. And we can just actually use the lifter directly like this. Notice, by the way, that when you put the lifter in there, if you don't perfectly align it, it's not going to kick in. You can also just rerun the line again. So that I never trust these lines ever, because these are the first ones that get screwed up out of all the lines. And the same thing with lifters, is the first thing that gets screwed up. All right, so there we go. So we got that. Now another thing that we can do is we can actually lift this up a little bit higher off of the thing here. And we'll go in and we'll take back out all these walls. And again, we're going to come back and we're going to embellish all of this here in a bit. Now, most of the time, the actual item itself, the actual node, has enough room for the extractor, right? But not often enough room for stuff around the extractor. So the extractor itself has enough room. Now, another thing I would probably do is just move this forward. And this is where we start getting into half floors and stuff. Just a little bit like that. And so we're going to go in and use our walls like this, and you do actually have walls that you can use. Where's our other walls that we could use here? Oh, we could offset the wall. Yeah, we could offset the walls. As well. Now, one of the things you can't do is you can't rotate the walls like vertically, which would be awesome. But we could go in and basically do what's known as an offset like this. And this, and then we can snap those into each other like that. But again, you'll often see that kind of Z thing. I find it happens a lot less with walls than it does with floors. So you can totally get away with it. See, looks pretty clean. So you can totally get away with just overlapping your walls like so. Very nice. And then we can go ahead again and just make this an internal lifter. And you won't even see it on the outside. It'll be completely enclosed in there. But we can go in and say, oh, well, we went in and we used a cutter to cut that part out. And now we can see that part on the top. Now, one of the things that I like to do, again, is to lift this up a little bit. So we're going to go ahead and take up out a bit of this top part. We're going to leave the foundations here. And you can see that this is kind of sticking through here. So we'll go ahead and bring it up by just simply doing that. A little bit off the top. Now, I don't like it floating because you can see it's floating off the bottom of there. So we can just use our regular larger 4-meter foundations. They wish to snap today. There we go. And now we've actually brought it up a little bit, and we're using our legit foundations. Now, when we put it down, depending on how far up we moved it, the actual extractor itself will also move up. Notice that it's still aligned to the ground. And there we go. So now we moved it up a bit. Now, another thing that we could do is we could go in and actually make this run down and then run back up again. Now, why would you want to do that? Well, we'll show you here in just a second. We'll go in and actually we'll make it run up first. We'll make it run up here. And then we'll go ahead, use some walls to bring it up. Like so. And then we'll go ahead and put our foundations in here so we can still see our little red line there. And so that just gives us an idea of where we want to go. So we'll go ahead and go a little bit higher, like this. And what that does allows us to align the floor hole to that particular item. Floor holes, I find, work pretty well. Not so great for pipes and stuff, but pretty decently for this type of thing. So we'll see if that's going to let us do that a little bit forward Again, you can just hit H and it will allow you to just nudge that right in each other. And then maybe a little bit of control to get it right in between. Held down control and then nudged it. There we go. And again, we're just going to go ahead and try to get it to run up into that thing and not through it. See, sometimes it'll go through it like that. If it does that, just go downwards like this. Make sure you set the right direction. And then it will kind of fix that transition between the output of this and the output of this. Don't believe me? Watch this. Usually. Let's go. Did I go the right direction on this one? Oh, I don't know. Normally it'll automatically orient itself. I did. All right, let's try it again. Maybe I wasn't close enough. Maybe not close enough. Let's nudge it a little closer. Again, if it doesn't work, just keep working at it. A little closer there. Let's try that. Again, you've already got it aligned. You know it's aligned to the thing, and then we'll run it up. Run it out. And let's see if we see that stuff running out of there. Now, sometimes it takes time for it to queue up. Oh, it has no power. Help if I put more power on it. My power back. Whatever, we'll run it from back there. And now it's got to spin back up again because I took the extractor out. I didn't put the power back in. So that other way probably could have worked, but this is actually a little nicer because it's actually snapped to the general grid. And we want to see those items coming out of there. There we go. All right. Now, the reason why you'd want to do this, everybody, is using the floor holes is so that you could actually see the lifting. Now, of course, to see the lifting, you'd have to use one of the other conveyor belts because this, or other lifters, because this one does not show you. But this one will actually show you it lifting on the thing. So this is a great way of telling whether it's working, whether you have if a box is full, whether you have some sort of something that stopped your production. But in the higher end ones, you actually don't see it. So again, keep that in mind. If you want to see it, you're going to need to use the other types of belt. Now for me, I want to actually reduce the overhead of my entire base by not having to see the actual extraction of the base itself. So we'll go ahead and take these all out. We'll fool around with that later. But you get the general idea. And you can also see that we lift it up. Now I find a good rule of thumb is if these right here, these little rivets, are higher than the actual node. If you can see them over the top here, typically you can't put that on the top. If I raise it up any higher, it's going to be too high, and then it will not let me set that over the top of it. But I do like to align it first, get it kind of set up to what I want it to be, and then snap in connection to it. Now, there's also the world grid, which you can try to just snap it to the world grid and then readjust it that way. If you hold down Control, it's going to snap it to the overall world grid. But you can see that the world grid is actually at an angle versus this. Now, we can also go in, by the way, and just take this out and readjust this whole thing to align to the world grid if you so desire. It makes it easier to transition. And you can just try to nudge it a little bit to the side. We'll go ahead and go back and do our alignment again. Now, after you rotate it, you got to redo your alignment. And again, you want to rotate it typically forward on the mouse and then click down, come out like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you can pick that up. And I like to use a 1 meter. 1 meter I find works a little better. Snap that in. And now you have perfect alignment to your extractor again. And it's a little bit more aligned to the world grid, but you can see that there's an offset in there. But I could just as easily take this, run this up here, right to the center. Oop, it wants to go. And now I've transitioned from my extractor grid to my world grid. And you can also go in and, try to fill in those space with a bunch of embellishments and stuff if you want to. But I prefer to extract and then transition to the world grid. All my bases are world grid, right? All of that part is world grid. But I like to have the clean look of the alignment to the actual extractor. So that's really fun. Again, you can use the world grid to help you align yourself a little bit straighter and then make that transition later on. Okay. So we're also going to go in and we're going to go ahead and use ourselves some asphalt foundations because that's going to give the bottom part, especially the sides, a different look than if we, say, put in our walls over here. And then we can go ahead and say maybe more of a gripped. Let's see. As our wall, say steel wall. Notice that it picks up the actual thing. And then we can go in and say, oh, okay, maybe some cool kind of industrial honeycomb windows. So we can peek in there and see what it's doing. There we go. Maybe lined again here at the top. Something like that. And then we're going to put our lifter in there. Again, I'm just going to line it up like that. And so now we've already started embellishing, right? So we started with different types of windows so we can see what's going on. We can see if the light is lit up. Now, I'm a big fan of actually making it where the light is an exterior item. So we can go in and say, do a tiled roof. I'm going to hit E a bunch of times like this, which is going to adjust the angle. So I can adjust it to a tilted 4 or 8 meter. Or you can go in and just choose a more flat roof architecture over here. They go with something like that, and then we can color in the glass like that. And now we got like a little glass cage with the light still being outside and whatnot. Now, of course, the problem with windows and all this stuff, and a lot of people build with windows, is the problem of the fact that you can see all the stuff. And you don't necessarily want to see all the stuff. And the reason why you don't want to see all the stuff is because, again, it slows your frame rate down. Again, we go and do that. Again, going in, let's go ahead and make that asphalt. And again, now we're embellishing. And again, we can say, you know what? I don't want this to be like this. I want this front part to be angled, right? We want it to go at an angle in both directions. And that's when you'd go in, just like I showed you earlier, use your road barriers and say, I want this to go straight across from one corner to another like this. Now, your biggest problem when you're replacing something, like I'm holding down control right now, is gaps, right? You're going to end up with gaps between stuff here. Now, we know how to fix that because we can go in, we can grab this particular road barrier, and we know that we put it here, we're going to have that gap. We just hit H, and you can actually just nudge it back a little bit, like that. Pick up that wall, hold down control, and now you're starting to reduce the overall gap between there. Now we'll do it again. Take a look at where it was before. And again, this time we're going to hold down control and then nudge it, which is going to, oh, wait, we got to hit H first. Hold down control, it's going to nudge it a lot less, right? So a lot less by half amount. And then again, we can also hit H here and nudge this forward or angle this back a little bit, whatever you feel like doing. But one of the best things to do when you do have a gap, you see our gap's a lot less, is to fill it with an embellishment, right? So you go in, you put yourself like a stone pillar down, and you just cover that sucker up with something. That creates an embellishment. And what you're really doing is hiding that particular thing. You're hiding that transition in there. Maybe something a little bit smaller, right? Say you say, oh, that's a bit too crazy for me. Maybe a little painted beam action. Click right there. A little painted beam. Yeah, maybe a little less right there. Again, now you're trying to basically cover that up. Same thing down here. We could go ahead and run this back. Get it to go. Oh, because I have it at an angle. Let's do this. Let's do this first. Then we could snap it to this one. And then run that back. Actually, even better, this. Then this, run this to here. Run this one out a little bit. And then you take these out, because now you can just work your way backwards. Like this. Say we want to, not where I wanted it to go. The mouse is a little sensitive. It's sensitive. Like that. Okay. And so we got that going. And again, this just takes a bit of fooling around. And then we can put a little cap there. Again, to soften that transition a little bit. And we take this one out over here. Another cap over here. Again, to soften that transition. And now we're starting to embellish our stuff. Now, the problem with this also is that it's basically too long out here. And I'd love to be able to have half walls. Half walls would be amazing. But no. At least not yet. Hopefully they add it at some point. But we could go in and we could use something else. Instead of the wall, we could, again, use some of our architecture pieces and just basically make them like an entrance. This. And see, now you're lining the extractor. You could also go in and even go to the next step. Headphones are dying. And go ahead and do something fun. What do we feel like doing? Maybe a hex frame like this. Hit H. Nudge, 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 nudge. Until you kind of get it the way you like it. Do you want it to go all the way through and basically block the thing and just have it inset like that? And now you have a lifter behind a glass wall, which is inside a bunch of pillars. Again, it's all about how you like to design and how you want your overall design to look. Now, another thing I could do is actually, instead of making these straight, I can actually hold down Control and I could rotate these like this and make them non-straight. So they're rotated like that. I could also take these and say aim at the top here and then put one inside of another. Like that. And now I have more of a star pattern, as you can see, and basically embellishing it. Now, once you've done the one on the top, which is the one you can rotate, can't rotate the one on the bottom as easily, you can go ahead and then just add these back underneath. And now you have that kind of star pattern, and you can kind of just keep going with that. Now, this would be something perfect to go in and blueprint, because then you could just pop that down wherever you want and just keep embellishing that particular style as well. Did we get the retweets finally? Oh, we did. Oh, look at you guys go. Let me go ahead and give you guys a bunch of Kiscats for crushing those retweets. Appreciate it. Hello, Ems. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. My alert things are broken. I'll have to figure out what's wrong with those later. But you get the general idea. And then again, now that we have that particular pattern, we could then just keep repeating that pattern as far as we wanted. Like that. Very cool. And then say we wanted to add even more embellishments. Again, you're just layering stuff on top of each other. Now, again, the more you layer, the more you're going to burn up your frames. Always thinking about frames. Say we want to do something like this. And then, of course, we got to be fancy. So we're going to go in and do something fancy. Right here, and put a little arrow there. It should be actually left, I believe. Left arrow. This way. Yeah, see? It's going that way. Or we go in, again, like I showed you guys earlier, and put in a cool light. Select a nice blue, put it really high, take this, turn it to nothing, take the text out, put it on emission 3, and now we got a nice light. There we go. Or we take the light, and we can copy it from over here. We can paste it. Oh, it wants to copy. There we go. And paste. By the way, notice that the light shines on the inside. And again, you can see it on the ground. And then we could go in, and then we could go and say, okay, left arrow. Four flows this way. There we go. Oof, terrible color on the top, though. Terrible color on the top. We were talking about primary colors and secondary colors as well. Let's go with a nice bright white. And again, I'd like to be able to control the font size because I would want that to probably be a little bit bigger and whatnot. You can control the layouts where it has different styles, but you can't control the fonts and things like that. Also, one that's reversed would look really nice as well because it'd be more obvious from far away. So it tells which way the ore is flowing. And again, we embellished it and we stacked it with different things to kind of fancy it up. Now, I'm going to go ahead and take all this back out again. Now that I showed you how to make it fancy. And we're actually going to go ahead and build. Actually, we'll just hit G and we'll take all those back out. And take these out. All this stuff out, leaving the foundation. Okay. So, kind of liking what I got going there. Just real simple. A nice angled beam over here on this side, too, instead of just being a straight beam. Again, you click, and then you hold down Control, and you can rotate it. And we'll rotate it outwards. And then, same thing on those sides. A little cap there, cap on the top, cap on the side. Again, you can see that these are rotated in two different directions. We probably want to put them in the opposite directions. Again, we can take it out. You can actually use your current beam, by the way, as a ability to rotate it the other way. Like this. So again, using that beam as the rotation. Another thing you can do is just go to the point where you want to go. And then go above that point if you're like me and you don't like it to be two separate beams. You want it to be one beam. And then just put the beam back in. And now you're basically using those for alignment. And you can see that one's nice and straight if you wanted it to be straight. But again, we can go in and say, you know what, we want to rotate this just a little bit in the other direction. Like this, maybe a little bit more. Just try to get the opposite of this one. And using that top beam just as a temporary thing. And we'll cap that up there. Go all the way down. That does not go all the way down. Not good. Sometimes hard to see in this game whether stuff is doing what you want it to do. Well, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Use the same alignment. Same rotation. And same rotation all the way down this time. Thank you. Little mouse button to pick that stuff up. Little rotation. Get it aligned. Take the top piece out. And there we go. So now it's more symmetrical and it's kind of covering up those edges and whatnot. And then we can go ahead and run this out on the outside. Or we could just bring it forward. This, create ourselves another little lifter facade out here. And one of the things that I do like to do in most of these buildings is to put in a way for me to get in there. Now remember, we're kind of building toward the human being that goes in there. One of my favorite things is these gates, and I usually put them up high because I'm going to be flying around. They do have a direction. Where the light is where it's going to start opening and sliding back. So it's going to slide back this way. I'll show you. We'll get close. See, it slides back. And then you can go in here and you can click on things and do whatever you need to do. But most of the time, I don't need to do anything because I don't actually need to go into the building. I usually have it where I can access the building outside. I can even just roll over this little thing here and I can access it there. And that's all I need to do. Also, all I need to do is look down there and see if the actual resource is coming out of there, which is one of the things that I like to do is typically just have it running out into a conveyor wall. And of course, we'll go in and color it with our asphalt here, or not asphalt, our steel wall. There we go. And then the problem is I need to get into that middle part, right? Because I want to run the line. I just go ahead and actually move this over here first, and then I can pick it up after that. Run that little line there. Again, it's going to go up just by an ever so slight angle. You're just trying to get that to go into there. Start here. There we go. Up just by an ever slight angle. And then now, when I look down in there, I can see if it's actually working. Like that. And we'll take this one out for now, and then we'll put this up here. I can just run that through the glass if I want to. Or you can actually use the lifter, or you can just put it in there so it looks like it's a lifter. I know some of you never even thought of actually just putting it there just for a cosmetic reason. Just to make it look like it's coming out of there as well. Now, one of the weird things about the floor things here, because this is a roof, is that the floor things are not quite down in the thing. As you can see, they're kind of above the actual item itself. If we want to try to get that down, we'd have to work a little bit of magic. But one of the things you can also do is just go ahead and line this with some more embellishment with our, we'll do our concrete pillar right here. Hit H. Now again, they did say they're going to add eventually, get that centered. They are going to add eventually the ability to vertically snap. They're working on it right now. And I'm just going to put that there and put that there. Like that. So it's just ever so slightly raised above it. And it gives that feel like it's running from underneath there. And running up through that particular concrete. Again, it's really what you want to do. And how you want it to look. In the overall scheme of things. Now, I probably want to also go ahead and take this front side out. What's going on there? Not highlighting. There we go. And get this and get this. Basically build it like this and then embellish it even more so when it gets to the final stage. Now, another thing I can do just to make this easy on me is to go in and, not a large one, that's a little too large, put a little sign right here. Like this. And of course, it always goes upside down because reasons. Because it loves to troll you. That's why. But there are little knobs on there. You can see them in the upper left-hand and right-hand corner, which tell you which direction the actual sign is going. So you know it's right side up. There we go. And then we'll say that this one is going to be concrete. Right here. Or actually, this is limestone, actually. This is limestone. We could change the layout to be, let's say, something like this. And then we can say, to element settings, we could say 300. Now, see how small the text is? It bugs me. It really does. I wish there was a way I could adjust the font size. It really bugs me. But sometimes you can go in and then it'll just be the number like this. But it doesn't give me an option for other things. But I can do this, limestone, where I go ahead and I make the background limestone and do this. But I would prefer to be able to control the font because then I could put that there and then make the font really big to match the thing. And also make it illuminate like that. Or 300 actually is what its extraction is. And oh, and it's not showing me the background because the background is very, very dark. Oh, because I'm also washing it out as well. No background, really. Gonna show me any background? Okay. No backgrounds for me. Do I have backgrounds turned off? Ultra, 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 ultra. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Let's go try another layout, see if it shows then. Nope. Did not show the background in that layout. Nope. Bummer. That is a bummer. I'd like to be able to take this one and then edit the layout to where it shows an item and a text. So you can see the item and the text, but the text is really large like this. But such is the way it goes. Revert settings back. Let's go back to this one. Yeah, see, that sucks. It'd be better to my other. It's my largest square sign. The signs are not big enough. Yeah, maybe go with a vertical sign. Limestone. 300. Pitiful. Whatever. Every game has its limitations. Yeah, see, now it's too big. Cuts it off. I like this reversed one. That reverse one is nice. Limestone. Just fooling around here. That's better. Not great, but better. Yeah. Be nice if I could reverse. Have it reversed, then have the 300 also reversed, and then the limestone. And it'd be nice if you could change these layouts too. But we're working within the limitations that we have. All right, so we could do that, or we could just do something more like this, where we just do this, and then we do more of larger one. Yeah, you don't have an in-between size. Rotate it, and it's going to be sideways. Yeah, so you need one of those that's sideways. The display sign that turns sideways. That's bigger. Something in between would be nice. Guess we could go like this and like this. This is where we start getting into just random design here. Come on, there we go. Take that out, and then just go in. layout. Still doesn't fit. Sucks. Sucks, bro. Oh, wow. Didn't give me a text field. There we go. See? It just really sucks. Really sucks, bro. Sucks, sucks, and sucks some more. Guess we could work around it. Something like that. Or we just say, you know what, screw it. We're just going to do this. Nudge that up. There we go. Now we're talking. All right. See, the thing I want to be real obvious when I run up there. I'm like, okay, it's 300. That's coming out, right? Just giving it a really big, obvious dealio there as well. The only problem is it's blocking my blocking the front of my thing. So let's go back here. Grab this wall. Let's make it way back here instead. And we'll just copy this, paste it up there, copy that, paste it right there, and then something like that. Okay, now we're getting somewhere, making it a little bit fun. And then we can go ahead, since we have a nice little cross beam area there, we can make it like this. Set back there. And then this, we will just go ahead and just use this as a... actually, that should be way darker. You'll see why here in a second. Actually, I could probably just set it to text like this, and then just take the text out. That's way faster. There we go. So now we just made a bit of embellishment. Again, we can go in, a little light bar there. Copy this one, and then pasta. We can also do an angled light, kind of shining down. Maybe take this. It's gonna. We'd have to do it probably like this. Okay, now it's angled. Again, I'm just showing you some ideas, some techniques that you can use to embellish your stuff. Very cool. I kind of feel like I really want this down here. Oops. This down here. I actually have the 300. Nice, upside down. One of the things this game doesn't do is it doesn't pick up the orientation of stuff. A lot of games do, like if you play like Dyson Sphere Project and all that other stuff, it will actually show you It'll actually pick up the angle and also what that particular item is doing. So yeah, I like that a bit better. Yeah. I totally do. All right, now something fun over here. Let's go ahead and actually look at our ceilings. Let's see. What kind of weird fun things do we want to do here? Kind of do a little angle. Right there. Right there. And then we could do a little angle there. Oh, so feisty sometimes. Feisty. All right. Fun. Very, very fun to go in and just blast a lot of time, everybody. Again, remember, Fix-It is watching. Fix-It is always watching. I still have the cap left over down there. Amazing how just a little bit of color changes the whole thing, right? Now it feels like more old-timey rustic. Those deep saturated colors feel a complete difference of how that feels. I can make it more gaudy if I wanted to, you know, throw some gold in there. Like we're just doing gold-plated everything. Because, you know, we got so much cash. We're just burning our budget here. I always go by feel, how it feels to me when I'm building. Does it feel cool? Is it neat to kind of look over there and do it? And I'd actually change the internal thing to yellow as well. Just to get those contrasting colors and whatnot. Love the reflection of the thing on the mirror as well. And that's just doing 300. So there we go. So we've got ourselves a bit of an extractor area there. I kind of feel like I want to rework this top part. I wonder if I can go in, I don't think I've ever tried it on one of these windows, and change it to glass roof. You absolutely can. Cool. Yeah, you totally could change that angle on the glass roof. I remember the last time I actually bothered to do that. All right, what else can we do? We got a concave wall, which we can fool around with. Tilted corners. Probably just want to... It'd be nice if you had one piece that was like an A-frame. That would be nice. If they don't have that, I'll probably just go flat roof. Or actually, I can just pick this up. And one of the few things that actually picks up the texture. There as well. And we can see in there if it's running. Actually, it is running. There it goes. And again, if we need access to it, we can just aim at this thing right here. It'll tell us. Crank it up. Okay. That's fun. All right, now this is the part where I take it all out again. You're like, no way, Kismet. Yeah, I got another idea for this. I do like the thing on the front. We're going to leave that. Take out all of these embellishment beams. Again, these are just facades. They don't serve a purpose other than to kind of make it look more three-dimensional. We're going to come back to that later. Because what we want to do is take this stuff and actually run it up above. Now, one of the problems is if I take it and I run it right there, I'm blocking my signs, right? So what we want to do is actually make this where it runs wherever we want it to run, but doesn't block our sign here. So we can actually use the side of the object like this. We can also go into straight mode. So just have it come around the corner a little bit, and then we can raise it up to wherever we want it to go. Like that as well, and then I'll just have it come down for now. Just so it's running. And we can actually see it running. So this is like the indicator of the particular thing. Now another thing that I was thinking of doing was using the outside edge of this particular thing to go all the way around. Let's say about halfway. Like this. And, oh, we can take this out for now. And this looks really cool because the stuff is made out of glass. Went a little high on that. A little high on that. Let's bring that back down. And the cool thing is it remembers, because it has the thing on the side, the wall mount. Bring that down just a little bit. There we go. Then we'll take this and connect it. We'll try anyway. Turn the sprayed off. Okay, so there we go. Very cool. Now I'm going to do something really neat, everybody. If you've never done this before, I'm actually using it up above up there right now. But I'm actually going to add a merger. And then I'm going to go ahead and run some of this into there. Now what it's going to do is it's going to merge along that line. And then what it's going to do is it's going to run out of those materials, or where it can run those materials, because it's running back into itself, basically. Then what I'm going to do is take out the merger. I'm going to take out the lifter, and I'm going to take one item out, and now it'll just go around in a circle forever. Because I think that's pretty cool. What do you think, chat? A great way to tell whatever that particular thing is because you have the thing endlessly running around the outside. So that's pretty cool as well. Kind of like that. I think I'm going to go with that. Very nice. And then also this top part here, I don't really need the top part, so I'm going to go ahead and enclose that. Like so. Again, it's whatever you want to create, everybody. I think that's pretty neat, with it just kind of cycling with that particular thing. And also I can go ahead and make this part of the cycling if I want. I can bring this out. And then I need a foundation. Put my lifter on there. By the way, you can snap it to the top here. I always forget that you can actually snap it to the top of this thing. But it snaps like right on the thing, which kind of blows. You can't actually snap these ones side by side. But you can go in and I just go down here and go up by 3. And again, this is the splitter. Something like this. And again, no, it'd be a merger. Merger with an output. Yeah, but how do you output the other side? No, yeah, you can't do it like that. Because that doesn't output that way. It would output toward the front. But I guess I could turn the output like this. So this would go and merge into here. And this would go like that. Yeah, cool. Very cool. And this, take that out and then re-add that, which would then fill that up. Something like that. And then we could add a splitter back here. And then run that up to the next stage. So basically, it's going to run around the outside continuously to let me know if it's running. So basically, that's a way of doing that. I would actually bring that up just a bit higher. Again, that's where the vertical snapping would come into place. It would be way better if I could vertically snap that or vertically nudge that down just a little bit. Because no matter which way I do it, it's going to be either up or down from where I currently have it as well. Oh, it should be, this is a merger. Needs to come out on that side. There we go. See, it's going to go down there, and I really want it to be at level. So we would need to work a little magic. So we'll go in here and we'll put another one on top of this one. I'll take all these out. We'll then bring that lifter, splitter up just a little bit. See if we can find that magic spot. Take this out, turn that to a merger, and see if we get a nice clean thing like that. There we go. And then again, taking this out, re-add that back in. It'll snap in there. Take these out. And now you got a winner. You got a winner chicken dinner. Like it. Yellow, yellow. All right, very cool. Do I want it to be up that high, though, is a question. Probably. And then one of the things I would absolutely put on here every single time would be a priority switch. Now, again, we're just doing embellishments of our extractors. We're going to be working on this for a while. And again, a nice little A-B switch, maybe set back. A little middle nudge there. There we go. It's a priority power switch, so I can control it no matter where I am, as long as all the wires are connected to each other. So we want to get a, or actually we'll put the priority power switch in front of this. We actually run it right on the edge of it, so it feels like it's built into it. Like it. Like it a lot. Maybe this up here as well. We're also going to make it where when you pick up signs, it automatically picks up the look of that sign. There we go. A little something going on there. I feel like I want that down lower. It just looks really good at the top there, though. See, this is the hardest thing about doing anything, everybody, when you're doing design, is deciding what you want. Deciding what you want, how you want it to look, how it's going to get that going as well. And again, it's only merging back in again, so it shows me that it's actually running as a circuit. But this part here may or may not line up nicely. It's a little bit low. And again, we'll put our 1 meter foundation in there and see if we can offset it. And again, sometimes it's just you guessing. It's just you taking a guess as to how to line that up. And it works perfect. Again, it's just off by 1 meter, so I just brought up a little extra. And then here's the thing about these things, everybody, is that you can actually make this go in here typically smaller. When you go in and you do this, and then you try to get it to snap in. I'm not sure if it still does it. Maybe it doesn't work with those. Sometimes you can do these really close together. When you try to snap it in there, it'll actually go all the way down. Might be because this thing's in the way. Let's see. Oh, let's try the outside. So these are going different directions. Get that out of there. From here to there. Wow, neither way. Try it on the smaller ones. Used to work. Doesn't seem to be working now. Let's try something like that. Yeah, there it goes. See how the bottom one disappears? When it disappears like that, that means it's just going to make it really super small like that. So it works there. It doesn't seem to work coming out of here and then going into here. That way, not working. Yeah, especially if I have this one here. Yeah, you'd want that to go right there. Or you could just do something like that and just angle it down in there. Like that. Also just take this out at this point too. Not sure I like that. Trying to keep it all self-contained in one spot. And go look at this at the lower level. Because it would go perfect right here where this light is. It would split that light right there. Which is pretty cool looking. Let's take this out, hit G, take that out over there. That's what you want to do, everybody. This is why this takes so long, because you are embellishing and just kind of get an idea of what you want as well. Kind of feel like I like it a bit lower. Not going to be easier lower, but I like it better. Again, this is a merger. It doesn't really matter which way it's going, as long as we can get this. Maybe we'll do something like this. Then, no, not going to do it. Not going to do it. Oh, they're going different directions. That's why. That needs to be an output, and this is an input. All right, there we go. This into there. Let me take this out. Run that up into there. And there we go. Cool. All right, now we got something going. I think I could have ran that all the way down, as a matter of fact. As a matter of fact, I think I could have... Oh, it's going to... Yeah, it's going to touch the thing there. Do I like it up better, or do I like it down better? Kind of like it down better, because it's like sitting on the thing. Okay. We like that. That's good. And we might want to, again, come back, do our little beams. And take the beams out, because they're just going to be in the way while you're doing this. And so you want to come back and do this kind of embellishment stuff at the end. Big time. And then again, we'll go in and use our little caps. Put up really high. It's in the window. Sometimes hard to see. There we go. Cap there. Oh, Kismet Love Train going off again. Showing some love right here. Who's that showing some love? Raz coming in with the 89 months of sub love. Show some love in the chat, everybody. How you doing, Raz? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. We're having some fun right now, building out some serious embellishment over here. Now, the hardest thing is trying to do this again. Is trying to do that exactly like that again, which is not going to be easy. Again, if you've done 5,700 steps and you don't remember how you did it. And then again, right here with these corner edges. Nope, totally not what I wanted to take out. So feisty. That one turned out way better. Why is that one so high? Let's do this. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. We're making a fancy extractor, everybody. And then this just shows me that it's actually running. And then in the back is where we'll add our actual splitter. And there should be a way of aligning that perfectly. Where you hold down Control and it snaps to the grid, or Alt or something like that. That would be nice. What if we could do something like vertical snapping? We get a general idea of where we want that to be. Like, something like this. And then when we snap it here, it snaps vertically. Nope. What about something like that? Kind of use it for alignment. But see, it doesn't snap to the grid. See, that's the thing. You'd want that to be nicely snapped to the grid. Maybe we should just do it at the ground level. Let's go check it out if I like it at the ground level. Again, choosing what you want to do is the hardest part. So we'll go splitter. Really close. Now, so that's probably going to clip through some stuff too. How far up do we have this one? Okay, right at the bottom edge. Right at the front. Then I take this out. And this. Switch that to a merger. Or I could have just put it as a merger to start. Then again, output this way. That going that way, and going that way. Then when we do the other side, second row out. We could do this. And it just does not want to snap when you put it directly on the belt. So I just take this belt out. Just put another thing here. Yeah, so we're up against this rock here too. That's a bummer. Come on. Over there. Yeah, fun stuff. Okay. Let's see, that would be merging there. The reason why I need the merger is so that it just keeps looping around there, and then I can see that it is running. Basically, that's just showing me that it's running. We can take this off over here. And this over here. Man, time flying by. Flying by when you start doing this stuff. And again, we can... Oh, we didn't color our beams. Kind of colored a little subdued Caterium finish. Do I want it to go all the way down is a question. Maybe all the way down. Let's go see. And then give it the same texture. Yeah, it's okay. Again, you got to keep going in and embellishing over time. Like another great example to break up the angles here. You could go in and put in some angles on the side here. And you can try anyway. Angles. It's not gonna let me go forward and backwards. Yeah, we could put some stuff on the side there. What we need to do is use a foundation to nudge it outwards. We hit H, and then use a foundation and nudge it outwards. Kind of like that. And then paint it like this, or even something different. If it wants to do it. There we go. To create some color contrast. I don't know if I like that though. Overall, like it. Like how it shines down on my stuff. At nighttime, that's going to look really cool, by the way. It's going to be shining down on my resources. Now I'm tempted to flip it the other way. I'm tempted to flip it so that I don't see the splitter. And then all I see here is the resources going by. So you put it in the back. This would also be a great place to put my priority switch. Nudge it in there a little bit. Right there. I think I've ever tried to put priority switches on top of something. Oh, it doesn't let you put it up there. I don't know why they don't let you snap stuff on top of the splitters. It's like one of the greatest places to put stuff. One of the things that I like to do is put my poles right in the center. If you pull out a line, it'll let you do it. But if you actually just take a power pole itself and try to put it down there, it won't let you do it. But yeah. Alrighty, alrighty. This is designed for you, everybody. It's just figuring out what you want. Maybe I don't want the honeycomb thing. What else we got? What else we got in here? Reinforced windows. Okay. Not bad, not bad. What else we got? It's full window frame. Yeah, extractor in a black box. I kind of like it with the honeycomb on the back. Maybe pick this up, replace this one. Again, if you hold down control, it'll replace that wall with the one you want to replace it with. So maybe just the honeycomb in the back and the clear in the front. Doesn't all have to be uniform. In fact, it's better if it's not. Better if it's not. Now again, we're trying to minimize the extraction. You know what I might try here too? Let's take this out. We might just go with a let's see, texture, angled roof here. No, not steep enough. Yeah, I don't think it has one that matches that angle. What can we do here? Tilted corners. Yeah, so you want to attach that wall there and angle it the same as the wall. Let's go ahead and try this. Turn this off, and then we can try to match that angle. Actually, better if we went probably this way. And H. So the problem is you can't do vertical nudging, which is what you would want right there. What we'd have to do is get started on that angle. Yeah, we need to go out further. Okay. Yeah, much better. Then we just work our way backwards. So you just go here. And we go back to default. Oh, or not. Ah. Come on. Press the right buttons. Still pressing the wrong buttons. It's not picking up that angle. Interesting. Normally it would pick up the angle of the item that it already has. But default, it's not doing it. That's what it should do. What it should do right there is pick up the angle of the angle that I already have. But it doesn't do that. Now I got to reverse engineer how I'm going to do this. Good question. Since it's not picking up the angle. Alright. Let's do this. Take this out. Reform off of this one. Oh, in closer. Nope, that can't get the angle either. Yeah, if I go far enough, I get the angle. See, what you'd want to do is take this angle and then match it backwards and then just put the other thing in. So I might have to just manually figure that angle out. I get the right viewing angle. That's way more difficult than it should be. Yeah, that's going to be tough. Double tough. Yeah. That's tough. Again, it should match the angle of what it already has. Interesting. See if we can get the metal beam to match the angle. Nope. It just goes default also. I'm going to try to work it backwards. That worked. All right, awesome. Awesome. Cool. All right. Again, using my techniques here, my little tricks. Make that work. This one needs to be angled just a little bit more. This cross beam. Oh, won't let me angle it. Oh, there it goes. Hold down control. It doesn't match the angle of that angle either. It's going to be slightly down angle. Again, we're fooling around with some more advanced building. And again, this is what you do. You spend a lot of time figuring out, how do I do that thing? Architecture. No, we need our... I was right the first time. Need this. Yeah, and then how would you put in the walls and all of that? Times you get to a point where you're just like, meh. Meh. Let's go ahead and just try to put in a roof. It's at a real high angle. Something like that. See if I like that. See, I don't like clipping, so this is the toughest thing for me, is to do anything that has clipping in it. Now this we'd have the side areas over here. See, I can't make those into glass. Yeah, and I went too far forward. You'd think that stuff would snap, but it doesn't always do it. And again, I'm limited in the amount of materials I can use. I can at least put it steel wall. Be nice if I had some windows that were angled. like that, so that windows that match the other windows that are angled, that I could go ahead and use the same patterns on those windows. But such is the way life goes. And just trying to decide what I want here. Those gonna get down the side. Not enough. Trying to wait for nighttime to see what it looks like. It's never nighttime when I want it to be nighttime, only when I don't. Maybe this would be a good time for those big windows over here. In a gilded cage. If you're going to do it, might as well run it all the way to the bottom at this point. Notice I used the little piece there to help me line that up. And I'm trying to get back to default. There we go. I like it capped a little bit more like that. Better. Now we got this gap here. Now we got the gap. Inverted ramp. Nope. That one was just a little bit high up. Oh, it was sitting on the bar there. Sometimes hard to tell. Hold down Control and replace it. Gotta let your creativity go with you. Remember that that nothing is permanent. You can make it whatever you want. Inverted. You can make it whatever you want. And again, I'm trying to make it not square, and thus it requires a lot of embellishment. And it's still going to be rectangular no matter what you do. Ah. Hard to snap it. Snap it this one first. Really, is that what we're doing? Not snapping? Okay. There we go. Snapped in a little bit because of the thing. Actually, kind of like it. Gives that kind of a little bit of depth to it. I also like the fact that the light is reflecting off of the front of that. Again, when I come by to check it out, I can just look down in there and see if it's working. Damaging fix-it property. All right. Cool. Just trying to do my own unique thing, everybody. Ain't nobody has it where it runs around the bottom like that. That I've seen anyway. And then we have this. We could probably and try to flip this one's here. Give it a little bit of differentiation there. Maybe just have both of these. It looks like it's got a little cap on it. Yeah, I like that a lot better. Again, too bad again I don't have these that are windows. There's no roof ones. It'd be great if you had those. These angled pieces were roof pieces that you can make glass. That would be nice because you can see I can go glass roof, but it's not going to affect these because those are not roofs. All right, digging it. I should probably color this in darker. Colors, a nice dark brown or something. About a real dark blue or something. What about our chrome trim finish? Oh, I forgot to redo this one. Oh, and I don't think I did this one either. I like it to be all in one piece. Again, the more you can make it one piece, the less pieces you have, right? You just have the one piece. And I'll do this for a long time, everybody. Just do one thing and just keep going with the flow. You get in the zone, right? You get in the zone and you're like, okay, well, I'm going to try this, I'm going to try that. You just keep trying stuff until it starts to be the way you want it to be. Yeah, that's very unusual. I like it. Very unusual build for me, anyway. Because I'm not going to typically build to this extent. This. This is the bright yellow. Yeah, that's there just to tell me that it's running. And then I'll have to guess whether it's running or not. So that's the thing. Is it coming out? Is the stuff going? And now, again, if it did stop running in there, eventually the rest of those resources would just go up above. Which is pretty cool if you think about it. Take the glass window out for a second. So I can reach inside here and see if that's at 300. It is. Again, I should probably put in an access door, maybe on the side. I love these sliding doors. They're pretty awesome. Let's that way. See which way it slides. Yeah, it slides back. Allows me to get in there and change anything. And then here, and then it just looks like it's part of the design. Alright, that's uniquely different. How would I do the power? So we'd have a power in. It would be like this. And like this. And take the power. Where's the connector? Connector's here. Probably would reverse the connector. Put this one in first. We probably reverse the connector. So we go in, take this out, take this, run it in here. Snap it underneath here, and then all the way to the top. I'm stuck in a cage. Cage of emotion. All right, bring our power up. Run it into our priority switch. Run it out of our priority switch over to here, and then I kind of want it back a little bit. Still angled? Yeah, it's still angled. Walking it back. Try to get it straight as possible. Thought I had it straight, right in the center. There we go. And then just right to there. Okay. Then we'll put foundation back. That one out. And then we'll flip the priority switch on. Yeah, we can see the light on the inside as well. Very cool. Yeah, what I want to see is what happens when it fills up. It's getting there. I'm going to help it along. What happens when it fills up? Priority splitter. Priority splitter there. Hold on, let's take this out. Put this here. Take this out. Take this out. Take this. Put that and put a smart splitter there instead. Like this. Right output any center center overflow. Now what it's doing is it's running all of the resources through the priority switch. And it's showing me that it's not an overflow. And again, I could just have it running just to show me what it is, but this is actually functionally doing something. And when it's an overflow like that, it will eventually come around the other side, which is telling me that it's stopped, right? So basically it'll overflow all the rest around the stop there, then it'll flow this way, and eventually it'll fill up, and then the actual part around the outside will stop running. I'd also go and just add in a little embellishment on the side here so we don't have to really look at the electrical. And we'll take this one out. Oops, got up a little high there. And there we go. Now we're building something. We're making some fancy extractors. You can see it running in the back too. Yeah, we want to let that run, let it fill up. Oh, it's about to fill up now. So in theory, when it fills up, it should then fill the whole thing and stop. Oh, it paused for a second there. That was weird. Come on. Oh, there it goes. See, now it's in overflow, and eventually it'll keep overflowing until it fills and stops. Yeah. All right. Hey, that worked great. Awesome. Worked perfect on the first attempt. Neato. All right. I like that. Now, the thing is I'm just setting up the extractor to be the perfect extractor. And then what I'm going to do is do this whole thing by blueprints. So I'll just go in, align the bottom of the extractor, snap that blueprint in there, and that whole thing will just be made as well. But I do have to make it exactly like I just made it again. But copying something is easy. Coming up with the idea is hard. That's the hardest part of anything that you do is basically coming up with that particular concept of what you want it to look like and how you want to embellish it and all of that fun stuff as well. Kind of tempted to switch these ones out here with gates just in the back. And then switch this out with the window there. And then this way when I go here, it should open the gate and I can get in and out of here much easier. And then also it acts as a backing where you don't see that part in the back. And it makes it stand out a bit more. And then also has a function too. Yeah. Okay, fun little embellished extractors. You digging it, everybody? Put a 1 in the chat if you're digging all this embellishment I'm doing here. Now, this is just tip of the iceberg, everybody. You could go in and you could just go crazy, right? You could line all this stuff. You could do all these unique angles and things and whatnot. But I like a nice minimalist look. Now, remember, if you are one of my patrons, by the way, you're going to get this blueprint. Because I'm going to make that into a blueprint. And I'm just trying to figure out the style. And do I eventually, maybe I want to change the colors on it based on what I'm extracting and whatnot. I kind of feel like we could probably put a sign in there as well. Maybe up here on the top. We don't necessarily need to have glass there, though. So we can just replace that there. And then the nice giant sign here, which is hopefully going the right direction. I think it is. Right there, we can just type in 300 and go down here to the big number. See if it fits. Okay, well, or not. Whatever you feel like doing, bro. 300. All right, there we go. Now, we know what it is because we can see what it's extracting right there. So we don't need a sign that tells us what it's extracting. We can just look, right? We just look at the thing instead of looking at the thing. That's why I built that thing down there, is to show me what it's extracting. And then show me if it's running. See, that's the thing. Is it running or not running? And then again, if if it starts running again, like if I add another one here and run that up into there, it should, oh, well, if I have it connected, would be super helpful. Like this. Then that should start moving again, and then none of it should be on the left side, which tells me it's not an overflow. And that's why I designed that in the first place, everybody, is to tell me whether it's an overflow, is it running, is it producing the resources. Now, they're coming out with this really cool thing, and I'm going to stick it right here. And that is a counter. It'll actually count the amount that are coming out of there as well that you can put along the belts, and that's coming in 1.1. So I'm also thinking a bit toward 1.1 as well. And again, they got it right now in experimental. But I'll wait till they do experimental, and then they do release, and then they do a couple more, updates. And then we'll check all that stuff out. It's okay. Everybody else can go check it out ahead of me. That's fine. That's fine. I'm just trying to do something that's uniquely me, that's uniquely different than what I've seen other people do. And again, it's a very minimalistic look. I've got a bit of lighting in there. We've got some embellishments. We've made it more three-dimensional because we did put some facade stuff in there. Now, again, these beams don't serve anything other than the purpose of making it look cool. And that I really like. I actually really like this window on the lower part of this, just to give it something a little bit different on the both sides. Again, it doesn't have to be perfectly symmetrical, maybe even all the way up here. Again, we'll pick this up, hold down Control to replace these. You don't have to take them out, put them in. I have that problem myself, everybody. I do it all the time. I'll take those walls out, and then I'll put the other ones in, then suddenly realizing I could have just held down Control. I could have held down Control, and I'm good to go. Yeah, I like the honeycomb. Very cool. Yeah, you know what we could do? I have an idea. We're going to put this right here, and then we're going to hit H. And then we're going to nudge it back. Into the window. Like that. I'm going to take this out. I'm going to take this out. We're going to... Oh, wait, I can't copy because it's a smaller one. Then we're going to go in and light here. Again, just change it to text. And then just take the text out. It makes it faster than trying to have to take out the icon. And then this will be behind the window. So it's just glowing. That's cool. That's really cool. All right, and I got to change my foundations here to our nice flat color. That's going to look really cool at nighttime. Again, what I did is I used a foundation. I put the thing down, and then I nudged it to where I wanted it to go. I think that'll look really cool at nighttime. So maybe we'll do another one here. Let's go ahead and put that there. And then pick this up. Doesn't matter which way it's oriented. H is your friend, everybody. It is an awesome, awesome addition to the game. This out, that out. And again, so I can get to the little board there. Or could have just remade it. Yeah, it's actually shining on the windows too, which is really cool. It's nothing other than just an embellishment. Just to make it look cool. And again, I've given mine kind of a, industrial, but kind of modern feel to it. It's how you get the vibe out. I could make it like bright blue if I wanted to. But very cool, and you can actually see the thing going up and down on the side there. You'll see it goes up and down every now and again, the little piston going up and down. Very cool. And then we have the, oh, it's starting to get dark finally. See, it's always gets dark when I don't want it to get dark, and then it doesn't get dark when I do want it to get dark. Now, see, the whole point of this is so it's at the bottom like this, and then what I would do is either just take it and run it to a train if I need the raw resource, or I'm going to build another building on top of it. And so it'll be a modular build. So in this case, I'm going to convert this all into concrete. So the next thing that we're going to do, now that we've got our extractors looking cool, what we're going to do, and we know if it's running, basically on the outside, we can see it running, and we know if it's in overflow or if it's backlogged, if the thing is full. A great way to set that up. I had that unique idea the other day. I said, yeah, if I put it around the bottom there, I could tell, or if I put it anywhere along there, I could tell that it was running or not running without having to go inside and look each time. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. I like the coloring. I like how it's looking. Have a good contrast of colors there. What if we went in? Yeah, we can't really change those colors, because those are actual material colors. Maybe a little blue. Just to give it a little something, something. Seems a bit bright. Got a nice dark blue. No, but we could take out brown, that's for sure. Yeah, something in that range. Yeah, a little darker. Let's try that. Well, that just goes back to gray again. Let's do this. We want it to be massively saturated. Still no, huh? Nope. Don't like it. Great thing about me, everybody, is I know exactly when I like it and don't like it. I'll put this as 100. This is 10. Ah, there we go. Trying to get a more subdued color. Give a little bit of hint of color, but not like gray, but a little bit of thing. I feel like it still should be a bit more in the aquas. Let's move it back in the aquas. And then, oh, it changed. Okay. Doesn't seem like it changed enough. Changing the red. You can see as I change these swatches, it changes everything that has this particular thing. We're really in the dark blues. Let's bring this down. That down, this back to 10. Getting there, still in the purples. Maybe a little too far in the purples there. Let's go -10. Doesn't work one way, try the extreme other way. -10, there we go. And then, weird. Should be going heavier blue. Put this one back too. We're working our way there. Game is starting to lag big time. Big time lag. Digging it. Kind of like futuristic and modern kind of mixed in. Very fun. Yeah, I like the lights on the side. I'm a little tempted to put them all the way down, but I do want to be able to look in there and whatnot. Again, still tempted to bring it up. All right, let's see what it looks like when I bring it up. I'll just leave the priority switch there for now and deal with it later. Actually going to be a merger. I like it going down at an angle. Where do we have that attached? Oh, it's at the end. Using the straight function, straighten it out a little bit. Oh, dang. All right, glad I checked that. Like that better. It's up a bit. Bring our splitter up. Smart splitter. So input on that side. Now put output. All that stuff out. Put her back in place. Little connection. It's just slightly higher. Oh, I know how to do it. Take this one out. Put a conveyor wall in. Put this here. Then this like this. Yeah, that's where it is. Put it up. Take that out. Take this out. Get that to a line. Oop, I did it the wrong way. Wrong way. Just trying to get it going the right way. There we go, and also at the right level. Really? There we go. Now it's up off the ground, too. Oh, and the thing is right underneath the splitter, too. Oh, I really like that, though it probably should be back just a little bit. I don't like that. Take these out. Now, I suggest when you go to do this, everybody, you don't do this on the blue printer. You're like, well, Kismet, I want to be making a whole bunch of them. Well, the thing is you want to experiment first. And the only way to experiment with the extractors, because the extractors do not go on the blue printer, is to kind of fool around with it like I'm doing right here. I can get this from over here. All right, and then we'll flippy flip the switchies. And let's see if this works. That's where you look in the window. Does it have power? Oh, yeah. All right. What's the problem? It says it's full. Oh, I got to redo the extractor. Or the lifter. Because these lifters are notorious for screwing stuff up. Yep. That's exactly what it is. Okay. And then I got to prioritize my stuff here. Is that not a smart splitter? Oh, why you do me like that? Why you do me so wrong? It did me so wrong, everybody. And I gotta take this out anyway. Put another one back in there. It did me so wrong. I thought I was picking up that smart splitter, but apparently not. Smart splitter. Input this side. Try that again. Into there. No. Into there. There we go. Okay, smart splitter. Straight is overflow. Right is any. And once again, test it into the box. Now the left side should be empty and the right side should be full. Very cool way of knowing whether it's working or not, I think. I feel like that's probably one of my favorite ways I've made to tell whether that's working. And we're going to be embellishing a bunch of stuff and then going through and replacing all of these extractors with the with these particular blueprints. And of course, we'll color this back to yellow. We'll color this one yellow and all of this to match our internal stuff. I don't think it matters if you color this yellow. Does it go? Oh yeah, no, it does actually go yellow. Very cool. So we could color. Oh, actually, we could color that blue. Even cooler. And then it would match our lighting. Nope. Or we can also accidentally hit the foundation there too. All right. So now we got this yellow and blue theme going on. Digging it. I'm vibing on it. Again, see, it's one thing just for me to tell you how to do it and for you to say, okay, look, you use all these pieces. This is how you do it. And then there's another thing of me doing it. Because you can see every single step and how I figured it out and chose those particular things. And I like that a lot. I really do. The fact that it has a 300 at the top. Kind of weird that it stops, though. It should never stop. It should always be running. Kind of a weird that it stops, like a power spike or something. Let me go check my power systems here. What's going on? It shouldn't be anywhere close. I have 41,000 or 40,000 power, and right now it is using 7,000. So it shouldn't be a power issue. It's kind of weird that it spins down like that. It should never spin down. It should see like right there. See it pausing. See, it should never pause. I don't get it. It should just continuously be working. There's something funky going on there. See, it stops. Doesn't stop when I'm looking at it. Stops when I'm out of it, though. Yeah, look at that. Just stops running. And then it starts back up again. No matter what I do, it's always some technical problem. And so we'll let that run. We'll go ahead and take a break, everybody. We're going to go ahead and let that run. We're going to come back and we'll see what happens when it fills up. Now what I'm going to try to do is fill up this set. Oh, it's almost full. Oh, maybe we just wait for it now. Yeah, it's still filling up that bottom one. I'll help it out a little bit. Throw some more in there. We're going to let that fill up. Now what it should do when it fills up is basically go all the way around and then stop. And if I see that it's stopped and it's filled on both sides, that's basically what I'm activating here. I'm creating a sensor or a visual thing that says, look, this particular extractor has stopped. Either it's filled or it ran out of power or whatever happened. But really, it's really telling me that it's in overflow. So when it fills up this left side, okay, it's in overflow. This is indicating that this is completely full. And not extracting any more resources. Now, one of the things is I like stuff to go to a point where it is in overflow and it has too much stuff, and then also to cascade back and stop, because it's like an automatic turn off the power, because it won't use any power if it's not running. And that's the cool thing. It'll just automatically turn itself off if needed. Now, of course, if it's one of my critical resources, I don't want that to turn off. If it's a critical resource that's running my power or running my other stuff, I don't want to do that. This particular node here, its sole purpose is just to make concrete just for me. Just for me to use, and it will run that concrete into another storage, which I'm going to have up above. Actually, I'll have it where it stores the raw resources, and then we will have another one above that goes in and actually that actually converts it to concrete, and then another storage for the concrete. So we have multiple storages as well. And we're going to use the new bigger blueprinter. Now this is kind of what I want to do, is have the ability to adjust the stuff on the top. And that's based on where the node is. Right? If the node is right up against an edge there and I build something and it's just going to clip right into the edge, I want to have that versatility of modularly changing where the top part's going to be, and make the smallest blueprint right here where the node is, right? And that's actually a pretty good direction. I could also turn it the other direction as well, but I really just want to kind of cover all that up and maximize my space there. Again, that's definitely a blueprint I could make. And then, again, just attach it, and then all I have to do is just do one attachment and attach the power. And that's it. Attach the input power, attach the power to the extractor. Oh, and there it is. See, it stopped. So that's telling me that that's now an overflow. So very cool. I like that a lot. All right, so we'll come back. We're going to turn that into a blueprint. And then we can go ahead and do that over and over and over again. And again, if you're one of my patrons, you'll get the plans for this and a whole lot of other cool things that we're going to build in just a minute. All right. Very fun, everybody. Again, that took 4 or 5 hours, everybody. Of course, I was doing a bunch of fooling around there in the beginning first for a couple hours. So that took a couple hours to do. Now, again, that's very inefficient if you're trying to finish the game, which I've already done and could do again right now. But again, this is where you're just doing it. You've earned the right to it. At least I feel like you have. Once you've got to a point where you've kind of gotten all the resources and you figured out the game and you got the thing going, now you've earned that right to mega build. And I don't mega build in creative modes and all that stuff. I like to earn the right by getting a bunch of resources and then using those resources to embellish things. So, all right, we'll come back, turn that into a blueprint in here in just a minute. But first, we're going to take a little bit of a break. Right over here, we're going to start this up. Now, again, descramble those words, everybody. Earn some Kismets, and we'll come back with some more epic mega building. We're going to get really to the fun stuff where we go ahead and start refining all of that stuff. Of course, we're going to build some really cool looking storage that can just stack in a modulo style, and we're going to do it right at the node, right? So very fun. All right, back in just a bit. you guys working together? Nice job. Wow, you just made it. Wow, nice job, everybody. Nice job working together. Go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. I appreciate you all hanging out in the stream. Nice job, nice job. Let's go ahead and get ourselves back to some Satisfactory where we're building some cool stuff, everybody. Again, we are embellishing and trying to make some unique ones. Instead of just making it like everybody else, I try to come up with some unique ideas that oh, thanks for all those ones, everybody. There's more caps for you. Unique ideas that I can go ahead and build and then also serves multiple functions. In this case, this one, of course, I've embellished it to look a little nicer. Put a little bit of lighting on it, so at nighttime it's going to look pretty cool. We've got our priority switch down here as well. That's going to run it. As well as this part here at the top lets me know that it's running and whether it's in overflow. Right now it's in overflow because it did fill up these boxes over here. And if I go ahead and throw that all away, it'll go ahead and start back up again. You'll see that the left side is no longer filled. That's telling me that it is running and that it doesn't have a backlog. And that's basically why I designed that to be like that. Very, very fun because this right here is actually not a splitter, it's a merger. So it does merge that side back, and when it is running, it will clearing out that side to let us know that it's working. But what we want to do is we want to have the ability to place this down in every single node. And then also we could change the color scheme or whatever we want to do. I'll probably just keep them the same because it's pretty fun. Now what we want to do is go ahead and use our blueprinter. So we're going to go right to it, and we're going to go ahead and start with our Mark III blueprinter here. Oh, we got to get some more of our things there. Oh, we don't have more of our things. We got to go back and get some. Let's head back. There's Fred over there. Some people call him Bean because he does kind of look like a bean. Right over now. They're also adding in 1.1, by the way, the ability to take out the crash sites. I can see one that's up here, right up here, is to take those crash sites out, which would be awesome. We could totally take those out. Now, again, since we can float up above here, we are up away from all the baddies, which makes this a lot easier. Oh, look, that thing respawned, even though we took it out earlier. Most of these mobs will respawn at some point. Will respawn and be all up in your business if some more. There we go. This is how the old school way, how we used to get around everybody before they had hypertubes and trains and all of that. We just run along the belts. And it works very effectively, as you can see. All right. And you can see we're over here just tinkering around with some basic stuff, including how to build catwalks and paint the grounds and do all sorts of fun things there. We're also working with our arrows and all of that as well. We're going to go over here and utilize our hypertube. You see we've got our coal power down there, which is actually turned off right now because we don't really need it, but it looks cool. It looks cool, and that's what's important. Now we're starting to embellish and mega build now. Right now we're working with the extractors. You can see I have a perfect spiral over there if you haven't seen that yet, everybody. It's not just a spiral, it's a perfect spiral. There's a difference. There is a difference as well. And bam, all right. You can see we got our trains going all over the place over here. Always cool to watch the trains going in and out and up and down and all of that. And you can see that train is waiting on that other train to clear the block signal. And once it clears that block signal, then that one then can go on without running into that other train, which is awesome. And all these trains just manage themselves. And again, we built very blocky here because that's very efficient. And I showed how you can do the whole entire game with about 30 or 40,000 power. And boom, you can finish the whole entire game. In fact, I could finish it right now if I wanted to. I'm about 459 things into there. But we need to go over here and figure out why we don't have a huge backlog of these things over here somewhere. Biomass factory over there. We can probably take out these smaller blueprinters now as well. Let's go check in. Oh, I could have took the hypertube. Now that I think about it, I thought I put a hypertube over here. I did. Hey, look at that. I can take the hypertube back. We're over here making some stuff. Apparently not running it into the dimensional depot over here. And I have a bunch of stuff on me here that I might be able to run in the dimensional depot. Speaking of, can I just control all of that in there? I sure can. Hold down control and just drag it all in there. That'll run that in the dimensional depot. Give me some more inventory space. I'm going to pull this out. Now, where were we making those things? So we were making superposition. So this did stop at some point. Making excited photonic matter, which is going into here. And then, oh, we ran out of aluminum sheets. That's right. I forgot. Oh, yeah, we got to get our aluminum going again. Well, hey, here you go. Here's some aluminum sheets for you. Get yourself going. What were we making over here? Maybe we were making... Oh, it's got some radiation going on over here. I think we were making plutonium thingies over here. Yes, fixonium fuel rods is actually what we're making. Waiting for some fixonium to come through. And this is photonic matter yet again over there. Running it into this, our nuclear power. And then, of course, we have other nuclear power on that side, which we were fooling around with. We've got our accelerators over here. What's our accelerator making? Okay, it's making the dark matter crystal. And I don't think I have it making the thing I'm looking for right now, which is our neural quantum processor. Yes, we're going to need our trigons, our time crystals, supercomputers, and all of that, which I think I left around here. What did I leave laying around here? Yes, those are supercomputers. Okay, so we'll take these out and we'll run our supercomputers in there. No, that's the input. All right, supercomputers back in there. Okay, now where's our trigons? Let trigons be trigons. Let's take all this stuff out of here now. And I think we had our trigons underneath somewhere. We running those underneath? Let's go look. Aha! We've got some trigons right there. Trigons coming up there. So we can take this out and reestablish our trigons as well. There we go. And then time crystals. Where were we making those? That's a good question. Were we making them in here? Right there. Yeah. Oh, from diamonds. Oh, that's right. So we still need the excited photonic matter. We were making those from back here from these diamonds. Holy mackerel. We got an absolute ton of those. Okay. Time crystals. Good. All right. We'll just take those out and run those right in there. Nice and sweet. We got a backlog of those babies. Make them suckers all day long. And away we go. There we go. Probably the thing we'll run out of is supercomputers at some point, but now we're going to get more of these neural processors running. We're going to get those to run right over to here, and we are going to go ahead and take this dimensional depot here and move it back over to here. Dimensional depot. So when they are being made, they'll instantly go into that dimensional depot. Nice. All that stuff that it did before. And there we go. Okay. Do we really need to have our stuff over here? Let's go over this way. Let's see if we have anything that's getting boosted over here. And if we do, we can just roll. We can just go like this. And if we see any spheres in there or summer sloops, we'll know it's being boosted. And we know that one's being boosted. This one, no. What's this one doing? Dark matter crystals. It needs dark matter residue, which it's getting right now from the excess of this. See, this is giving off dark matter residue over here. And so now we're getting our neural quantum processors. And then what we're trying to do with that is then eventually get enough to do our blueprinter, which we do have. All right, awesome. Awesome. Yes, we have plenty of all of that stuff now. All right, we'll let that run. And then it'll also make some dark matter crystals, which we can have it run back into over here. Just run that straight. And let it backlog a few of those just to burn up that extra dark matter residue. It's got plenty of diamonds. Diamonds not an issue. Doesn't look like. Are we running diamonds from behind over here? We sure are. All right, tons of diamonds coming through there. And that will burn up that excess. All right, nice. A lot of excited photonic matter there. Plenty of that. I'd like to be able to double this up. Let's go ahead and see if we can find ourselves some more summer sloops laying around. Let's go ahead and make a whole lot of those. You see I've got a nice hypertube underneath here that takes me where I want to go. The only drawback to hypertubes is they're always on, so that means that it's constantly using your power all the time, which is a bummer. Let's go ahead and run all the way over here, and I'll go run up to the top. If you guys have never seen the top part here, and again, this is a very, very efficient base. It doesn't have that many embellishments. It's basically 100% about efficiency, and you can see that it does work really, really well. Square Box City. And we're going to be taking all this down eventually and replacing it with our new city that we're building, or our new mega base. And that will be way more embellished, including our train stations, all of our run lines, our walkways, our driveways, all of that stuff. It's going to take a while, but again, part of the fun is just letting things roll over. Now look at this spaghetti city I made over here, everybody. Check this out. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. It's making a whole bunch of random stuff and throwing it in the Dimensional Depot from all of these resources that I backlogged. Now, I have not made these resources in quite a while, and thus why I ran out of aluminum, which we could get going, which we might take a little sidetrack and get that going again, and just to feed that back into the system. But most of this is from the very beginning of the game, where I backlogged like 10 boxes deep worth of each and every resource. So that I don't have to worry about it. Like, for example, is these motors. So if I go look, okay, we've been using those up. And again, eventually we'll need to make more. Oh yeah, we still got like 6 boxes, because there's 5 boxes in the front and 1 in the back. We still got plenty. And a lot of this stuff here too, all of these resources and everything, will need to eventually be teared down and sorted and put back into the system. And what I've done over on this side, you can see I built a cool little Christmas thing over here as well. Big love to all the peeps who showed love to thing there. And you can see I have an endless present thing going around the outside there. Very nice, with some snow and all of that. Then also another fun thing that I did is I built that screen into the ground. Which is very difficult to do, everybody. Very difficult to get that to line up in there. I tried a whole bunch of techniques. I honestly can't remember which technique I settled on eventually, but I did manage to get it into the floor, and it looks awesome. It looks amazing. Amazing. But we do have a sorter over here, so if I do have a bunch of resources, which I do, that I can just go ahead and throw in there like this, and we're going to keep that aluminum. Just in case, and then we can just throw a whole lot of this back in here and let it get sorted to its appropriate spots. All of this. Now I'd probably just keep this. What else we got in here? This we'll keep, and this is all basic resources. Holding down Control, by the way, to put all those in there. And this, and this, and then take this out, maybe some plates out of there, and then just sort that. And now what I can also do is just manually put it in there like this, and say, you know what, put all those back in there, put those in there, and it will actually automatically put those in the Dimensional Depot, so I don't need to hang on to them. Oh, that one's full, so I can't really put that in there, so I'm just gonna put it in there. And the same thing with these. So I'll put those in there. And then what it will do is it'll work its way through and behind here. Now what it does is it either puts it in the box, or if it has too much, it'll come out in the second row, which is the overflow row. And that overflow row will bring the extra resources out and then run them into the awesome sink automatically. So it'll sort all of this among these boxes that are inside here. And you can see they automatically go into the Dimensional Depot. And then the same thing here. If there's any overflow, it'll go there. And then you can see it's kind of chaining its way back. And again, all these other ones over here, it will sort all of that as well. And if there's any overflow, again, into the awesome sink. Now, I could have turned this awesome sink the other way and just had one awesome sink as well. But sometimes it does get overwhelmed. And then I have these backlog boxes way over here, which basically kind of work their way all the way to the end here. And then end up kind of piling up down here of a whole bunch of random resources that, you know, I can come back here and say, oh man, I sure could use some of these empty canisters and grab those empty canisters out of there. Like right now, I have a bunch of empty canisters that are going down to the water extraction down there. It's redoing the water where it's basically taking that water and utilizing the canisters again, refilling the water, bringing it up here. Then it basically takes the water back out again and then does it. So basically using a packaging system for water instead of actually running the water, we're packaging it and running it. It's actually cheaper to run it not packaged, to run it as pipes. But pipes are super finicky. And you can see that our water here is being run back in, and then it runs through, it unpackages the water, it goes here, and then it runs that right back down down there. So let's see where we have our water running to. Right over here, looks like we have maxed out our cooling sinks, heating sinks here. We sure have. And that's going over here, which is maxed out our turbo motors because we're out of radio control units. Oh man, look at this spaghetti over here. What do we got over here? Ah, and there we go. We ran out of, again, I ran out of aluminum because we don't have that aluminum casing that we need. And that's the way it goes sometimes, everybody. You run out of resources. Again, I used up 10 boxes of aluminum. That tells you I used a lot. But again, I could still finish the game right now. I could have finished the game, again, with just 10 boxes of most of the basic resources all the way up to aluminum. And then that was it. GG's, done. Look at my cool layout down there. Okay, we also have some fun over here that we could try to utilize, and that's our little satellite thingy. I don't think we have any more fuel back here. Oh, it'd be on the lower side. What are we doing up here? Oh, nuclear pasta. Did we max out our nuclear pasta? Kind of looks like we did. We sure did. Wow, look at all that. I'm going to grab that nuclear pasta because I can take that nuclear pasta and actually finish this up by just dropping this down here. Right over here. Which one of these is empty? None. This way. Nuclear pasta there. And so now put that's an input, probably too steep. Let's just do this. Zip! Check it out in the upper right hand corner, everybody. We're going to go fill that up with a whole bunch of nuclear pasta in there right now. Very sweet. And again, it just tells you the nuclear pasta is probably the toughest thing of the four things. And we have plenty, everybody. In fact, it's going to fill up and stop because you can see we have over, way over 500 more of each of those. So again, we had let those run, and now it's going to go make a bunch more nuclear pasta on top of that nuclear pasta that we made. Now we're going to go through, of course, and make every single extractor with every single resource, but we're going to embellish those resources as well. And we ran back here for some reason, and I have forgotten already. So we were running back. Oh, for the for those things that we just made, and that are going in the dimensional depot right now. Wow, what a beautiful day! Look at the beautiful day here. Going down. All right, back to it. Again, we're working out here on this particular node just because our other nodes are in use, and you don't want to disturb your current production when you are replacing it. Though I have done it before. I've tear everything out and just start again from scratch. Because again, you start with nothing, everybody. So if you got further than nothing, then you're good. You're very good, as a matter of fact. Because you already have those resources that you need. You can also run around and find a bunch of resources. There are resources all over the place. You can actually just pick up some resources like this. Run over here and just grab some. Doesn't even have to be a node. This is just a separate kind of cluster of that limestone that you can find. And again, I just hit E, everybody. I don't have to actually hold it down, which I have a tendency to do because it's an old habit that dies hard. Then over here, same thing. Always be listening for baddies. And I like to take all those out so I don't keep looking at them over and over again. Pillberries here. Some of those. Might as well grab them while we're going by. And then, just doing that weird, I'm going to float off into outer space stuff. There we go. Don't do that. Sometimes the sea gets stuck in it. Oh, look at it. Look at it from far away. Cool. Like it already. Again, this is our updated extractor. Very cool. All right, now that we got that taken care of and we're able to put our blueprinter down, we're going to try to replicate this blueprinter here. In fact, let's make this even easier on ourselves by going up on the high side here and throwing down some foundations. I'm going to show you a great little trick is to transition to the 1 meter foundations. And the reason why I'm going to transition to those is I actually already have a blueprint that I can go ahead and just snap to those. And I'm gonna, I hit H, try it again, hit H, nope, okay. Alrighty, let's try it again. H, there we go. And then make sure it's lined up to get your first one nice and lined up like that, and then you no longer need these because now it's gonna make it even easier for you to go in and just snap this blueprint by switching your modes to blueprint, and you can just snap the blueprints together so you know that they're aligned nice and easy. Like that. Too easy right there. And then, of course, you can also take them all out at the same time because they're a blueprint. And now we're going to get on the Mark IIIs. If you didn't know, there is an actual Mark III blueprinter. This blueprinter is pretty cool because it actually has the length that we need for some of the stuff that we're going to be doing later. It's actually 5x6, so it is a bit longer. I think they should have done 6x6. I mean, if you're going to go up, why not go big or go home? But such is the way it goes. Now, what we want to do is we want to replicate what we have going on over here. And so what we want to do is basically start with our foundations and figure out the grid, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then of course 3 across and then 4 back on the other side. So the problem with having 6 is if you look at 5, right, so 5 across this way, you have a center. Right, you basically have a center of it because you have 2 on one side and 2 on the other, which means that right there, oh, actually, it's 6 this way. Oh, wait, it is 2, 3. I thought it was 6x5. Did they change it and I don't know? Huh. It is 6x6. I thought they were going to make it 6x5. I don't know. Never bothered to use it yet. Now we know. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, they actually listened to me. Oh, hey. Hey, you're welcome. But the same problem exists, everybody. A 5x5, let's just say, all right, well, here's the 5. That you can have, you have 2 on one side, 2 on the other, and then, of course, you have that center piece. But when you have 6... there's no center other than if you split the centerpiece like that. Then that would be your overall center of that. But what I'm going to do, just to make it easy in the long run, is I'm just going to offset it a little bit to be on the grid right there. And that's just going to make my life a bit easier. And again, so we have this way, and then we have 4 back, and then across. And then forward. So I did not realize they had done a 6x6. I thought it was a 6x5. And that definitely looks like a 6x6. Sweet. There you go. Gardening and animals? Yeah, you never know. I bought the Spirit of the Island. That's a builder as well as Farming Adventure and Lost World Beyond the Page. They are similar. Oh, well, there you go. Mini games match up with VR. The games have become more affordable. Well, yeah, well... this would be a great VR game. Absolutely. Really help you out because you could do the whole lean in. I do it anyway. Even when I'm not in VR, I'm just like, like that's gonna help in a thing. Because you gotta think that it's actually really 2-dimensional because you're looking at a screen. It's just acting like it's 3-dimensional, right? It's tricking your brain into thinking it's three-dimensional, which is funny. Okay, so we got that down. Now we have to figure out the overall dimensions of the interior part, which we can see is 2. So we know that interior part is 2. Now the cool thing is we can also just middle mouse button to pick that stuff up from over there and use that kind of like as a template. So we're going to go right here, and we're going to go right here. Now this is obviously going to go way faster. Oh, well, these guys are back. Hey, guess what? I saved this for you. Oh, come on. That other one should have died too. I call hacks. That's it. Now I'm going to have to go all Rambo on you. These guys do love to respawn. And before you know it, they're right up in your business. I'm working here. Where's Fred at? Fred, don't you come over here. I'm working. He'll be over here in a minute. You'll see. He'll be over here and he'll be in my business. Also, while we're at it, let's go ahead and make ourselves a thing. Now, see, the cool thing about the blueprinter is you can put it anywhere. You can just put it down wherever you're working. And then, of course, we can use it to replicate what we've already got. Now, because you can't put the extractor on the blueprinter, it's better to do the extractors at the source. Just pick any extractor, doesn't matter, whatever you're working on. And then, of course, the biggest problem is going to be space, right? So when you put this down, this is always not going to be the same on every single extraction node. You might have trees, you might have cliffs, you might have things that are really up in the thing. And so I'll rotate it based on what's nearby. But it's pretty much a square. And it's a 3x4 square object. And then, of course, we went in and we embellished a little bit. Now, it's way easier to do something when you know what you're doing. Like it is. Turn my zooming off. Like this and then like this. So I already know that's going to be there. We know over here that we're going to do this. And this is the difference between, again, already knowing and really, not going to go in there. Going to have to build it up on the side first. Okay, so we'll get it done. And then, of course, we have our side windows. Like so. I mean, we're going up. We're going up. Let's go up 2, because we got to build those things at the top. So we'll go up there. And then what else we've got? We got our light bar we want to add later on. Probably just stay with the basics for now. We'll go ahead and do our angled window. Which we'll go ahead and rotate. Oh, I think we're going to need... We're going to need to put a foundation there. How's our window going? It's going from the bottom of the top of this one upwards. So we're going to need a foundation right there. And that's just so that we can snap that in there. Get it to go upwards like that. There we go. And again, a lot of stuff you'll build is what's called scaffolding, where you're just building it temporarily in there. And then also what we can do is we can take out all these foundations. Now we got a general idea. Take out these side ones. And then what we did is we middle mouse button. Well, one of the things that it does is it actually picks up the texture of that item. Now I could just go in and retexture it, but I'm just kind of showing you great ways of reproducing something you already created. And again, for extractors, this is one thing. For buildings, you could build the building directly in the blueprinter and not have to worry about it. But for me, I want to go ahead and rebuild this in here very nicely. Okay, very nice, very nice. And then, again, we got our glass panes in the front. Let's go ahead and get those in there. We've got 2 in the front. 3, oh wait, no, we got one of these on the top. And then across the top, we've got our sign in the front. And we're going to actually try to turn it the right direction. And here's another cool thing right here is that you can copy this and paste it into your blueprint. And every time, look at the sun either coming up or going down. Which way is it going? It's going up. That will always be 300. So it'll always be that particular style. So you don't have to keep changing it every time you go and build it. It'll already be that thing, which is pretty cool. We'll put the embellishments in there later. Let's go ahead and put our lifter in. We know exactly what we're going to do with our lifter there. We know we're going to get this, and we're going to put this in here. And we also, if you notice that it actually set it up as a merger because we picked up a merger from over there. So we didn't have to go in and adjust it. Always take this out. Never trust that thing. It is going to get screwed up every single time. This should be coming out of there. There we go. Very nice. And then again, we can pre-color it like this. Very nice. Get that going on. Then we want to go ahead and build our outer area here. And we're just going to run it right over here. Oh, wait a minute. How is that sitting compared to this? Yes, we went up a little bit. That's what we did. We went up a little bit on that so we can keep it flat. So let's just go ahead and keep it nice and flat here. And we're just going to run it. Let's run it halfway down that window and then see if that's what we like. A little high there. All right, let's try that again. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be the same height as what we have over here. Is it angled? No, it's perfectly straight there. Something is afoot. We need to figure out what. We need to figure out what. That's what. We need to figure out what. Aha. Okay, a little lower is what we need to do. Yeah, there we go. A little lower and then centered off the back there. And again, same thing here. And right off the back of the window. The reason why we're doing that is that just makes it easier for us to do the in pieces. Normally, I like to do it all in one row. This way, if you do upgrade those, which I'm not ever going to upgrade them because this is the highest upgrade you can do on belts. If you notice also that this extracts at 300, but I am actually building it for the fastest speed. I feel like at some point when you play this game, everybody, the belt speed doesn't matter. You just make it as fast as you possibly can. Otherwise, it's pointless. Now, of course, if it's a matter of resources and things of that nature, well, then that's different. Because when I'm doing these ones here, everybody, they are using the new stuff. But you've seen how many of those things I have. So it's not like I'm running out of them, is what I'm trying to say. I don't think I'm going to be running out of those anytime soon. All right, and then our backside here. And then we did, actually we could just do like this, because we probably don't need this. And then maybe 3 of those. And then again, you see I'm modifying it from the current design. And then we want it to open left side. Like this. And these are real tricky to stack on each other because you have to aim at this little part here where it opens to. So if you go in here, you can see that it opens and then that part doesn't open anymore. It actually goes inside. It's a telescoping door that goes inside itself, which means that it's hollow inside, everybody. If you think about it, that it's hollow inside that piece. I bet you if I clip through there and went inside there, it actually is, well, actually is hollow in there. All right, well, there you go. Now we know. Okay, and so we're going to go 3 windows up, actually, right here, before we add our lighting at the top. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Now our goal is to make this and then replace the one that we have with the blueprint. And if it works perfectly, then we know we did it right. If it doesn't, then we have to fix the blueprint until it does work right. All right, so we're going to go ahead, and again, this is the real fun part, everybody, is when you've got it kind of figured out. You've got it kind of figured out, you know exactly what you want, and now you can just replicate that thing over and over. But again, when you're doing the extractor, everybody, I would highly recommend that you do it at the extractor first. Try to figure out what you like. Oh, why is that blue in the back there? No. And then we're going to go ahead and use our lifter. Now, this particular lifter here is actually going to be added later when I go ahead and I add the next level blueprint above this. Now, above this is actually going to be modular factories that I'm going to build at the nodes for making certain things. And what I'm going to do is make those things and then put them on the trains because they'll be totally hidden. The only thing that we'll be able to see is the node, the stuff going around here. But when it's going up the lifter or when it's in the factory or whatever, all of that stuff will be totally hidden in there to help my frames go a bit faster. And really, the extractors are the only thing that I'm going to make kind of fancy here with glass and all of that. And one of the things is you want to be able to see it when you want to see it and not see it when you don't want to see it. And really, hiding resources allows you to build more stuff. And when you see more resources, it will, of course, have to show you every single thing on every one of those belts, which makes it tougher. So that's one other part of our goal, is to make it look cool, but also to make it where our frames don't go down to 0. So I'm just going to put this here as a temporary thing, just so I can get an idea of that thing. Now I'm actually having it come out in the front, go around the thing, and come around to the back. Now one of the things we need to do here in the back, though, I think I put a regular splitter there, is actually to get our smart splitter here. And again, we can use that as a template. So we put one on the top, then we put one underneath. Make sure we have it going the right direction. And see, they stack vertically and up and down. So in case you want to replace it. And then in the front, this will be overflow, and on the right is any. Now, why do I put any and not put the specific resource that's in there? And that's because each of these will be different. Some of them will be iron, some of them will be limestone. So there's real no point in me actually telling it to be a specific thing. It's smarter to leave it generic, and so when I put it down, it'll put everything that's extracting out there, and then if it does go into overflow, it'll then run it, and then when I look at it, I can see that it's in overflow just by glancing at the actual node as well, which is kind of a cool way of doing that so that you know everything is good. And also we're using the highest end belts in these new builds, including the Mark 6 lifters, and of course the level 3 extractors. We got our smart splitter in there, the Mark 6 belts. All right, so looking good so far. Again, we probably want to go ahead and do our next stage, which is put our roof on. Right, nope, up here, up there, thank you. All right, there we go. And then we're going to make 2 foundations, one on that side and one on this side. And that's just so we can take our sign here. And we can go ahead and hit H and just nudge that back behind there. Then on this side, I think actually we might need to do it back too. Like that. There we go. Come on. Get in there. Nudge that in there, just like that. And then we're going to go here to the original. And we're just going to copy that. Because why do it over again when you can just easily go in and do this? I'm a little tempted to put one on the back too. You know what? Let's do it. Let's make it cool. This is going to be like a big beacon. Really far away. Again, hit H. Nudge it in there. Oh, but we got a size problem. Oh, it's going to clip through the other thing. Don't like it. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. I know right away whether I'm going to like it or not. I'm pretty quick with knowing. All right, more of this cool beehive pattern here. And then again, you're going to see that it does illuminate through there. Very nice. And now we can finally go back and get our angle patterns here. Yikes. Okay. Get in there. Snap in there now. There we go. And then get this. You know, well, Kismet, it's easy when you already have it built. True, but we just built it for quite a long time. So definitely is fun to go through and get that going. Now, we did go in and we made a special blue for this. We can give it a little bit. Ooh, even nicer. Look at that. Yeah, that's what color was, yeah. And again, giving it a little bit of color, but not making it super, you know, vibrant where it's just like, oh my God, why is it so bright? That kind of thing. And I told you, look, here's Fred. Up in my business. I told you you'd be along. What's up, Fred? Oh, you look sad, little buddy. You look sad. You want me to jump on your back? All right, here we go. Boing. 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 He likes to play. All right. Playtime's over. Don't get me in trouble with Fix It now. Go on. Go on, little buddy. Go on. No. You go on now. You want a cookie? Is that what you want? I got some over there. I put some over there in that box. Yeah. Not over that way. Over that way. Over on the other side. Cookies over there. He doesn't believe me. He's always up in my business whenever I'm doing something, everybody. It's funny. Every single time. Without fail. All right. And then we put these things in the front. We put the glass there. We got the glass angled there. We got the glass in the front. We've got all of this looking good. And again, I would just leave this out. But again, we can just kind of use it as a view. And again, make sure that this is a merger. It sure is. And we can see that it's going in there and then out here and merging around the outside, going out here. Now, the other thing that we want to do is go ahead and get our priority power switch in here. Right down here. And we're going to slide that right in the front. And like that. And we should have A on the left and B on the right. Looks good. And we'll take these out as we want to re-put our power in. One there. And one over there. Very nice. And then we will go inside here. Down here. And take this out. Back up and out. And we're going to take this. And we're going to run it way down here. Now we're going to center it right here. And so we're going to put it right there. And then we're just going to run that straight up like that. And that looks pretty good. And then we put our extractor in here. We could just zap that in there. We might be able to go a little straighter. And just go into nudge mode here. No, that's about as much as we can do. Yeah, man, that is jumping. I'm holding down control as well. Usually it does less jumps. But this particular one, you've only got so many options. Yeah, so good enough. All right. We'll take it. We'll take it. All right. And again, we're just replicating the design on the blueprinter so that we can go ahead and work with it. Now, another thing I would do is I'd actually leave out those corners. And the reason why I'd leave out the corners is so that it's easier for us to go ahead and run the power. And then when we're done, we can just go ahead and replace those blocks. And then that would be completely done. Okay, so now we got all of that done. And we're going to go ahead and call that complete. And look how fast it was to build it, everybody, when you know how to build it pretty quickly. Now, we're going to go ahead and embellish it a little bit with our little side embellishments and our lights and all that other fun stuff. Typically do embellishments last. And so we're embellishing it right here in the corner. Again, we'll run that all the way to the top. And this is just to give it a more three-dimensional feel. Whenever you do stuff like this, you're basically giving it some contrast. Very nice. Giving it a bit of contrast, giving it a bit of a three-dimensional feel to it. Like that. And then we're going to go ahead and put our little caps on there. Right here, our little beam caps. Like this to give it that thing. And then also to cover up a little bit of the top part there. And it also gives it, you can see that the height kind of pops out a little bit nicer. Now we got a little bit of a problem with the things poking up there. We could go ahead and make another one on top of this to give it kind of a more three-dimensional pop there. And even more fun is you could go in and give it a different feel to it. And then it'll have a two-tone effect where it has the lower one and the upper one. Or even better, we could just take the bottom one. Come on, you. Just take the bottom one out of there. And then now we have a little bit of an offset, kind of like a little cap there. I'd love it if that had rounded corners. If you could have rounded corners on there, it would look awesome. But already looks awesome, so there you go. Very cool. And actually, that's going to help me also align the things that are going to go on the top of that. So very cool. And we'll utilize that for building our next stage of that. But that looks pretty good. Now, if you like it, you save it before it crashes and you lose it all. So we're going to go in here and we're going to say mega extractor setup. There we go. This is an embellished extractor minimal setup. Use Kismet's alignment method to snap this to all of your extractors. It includes the ability to know when your resources are in overflow if the belt around the extractor is full. That's a little bonus thing I added to it as well. Oh, I don't need to select the blueprint. I need to, select an icon. And these are extractors, so we're going to select those. Oh, we actually want miners is what they are. Miners is what they're called. The level 3 miners. Extractor. MK3 is what I should put. MK3 miners. And level 6 belts. And lifters. Okay. And so we'll go ahead and put this. Let's put it in a yellow. I say we'll put that in the yellow. Save that blueprint. Now, your blueprint's rarely ever done because then you always have more things to do to it. But whenever you feel like, oh, God, I don't want to lose that, that's a good time to go in there and save straight away. So, again, we'll give this same kind of chrome effect that we did over there. Just to give it that kind of cool finish. Right there. Yeah, looking pretty much like this one, except for we changed a few things. And, again, when you're in the middle of rebuilding, that's the best time to change those things. As well. Now, I'd also probably leave out the floor here as well, so that when we put the extractor in, the thing, or we could just put it in for now and just take it out later, so that when we put the extractor in, it'll sit on top of that foundation first. Now, our goal again is to make it where we can just snap it to the foundation and align it to any extractor in the entire thing. So the test is going to be, we're going to do it here on this extractor, and then we're going to slide right over here, and we're going to do it on that one over there. And there's also a bunch more resources over here. You can see a bunch of iron over there and over there. Now, some of these resources are very close together, so we might have to modify how we got it set up. Also, each of those nodes are on their own grid. They're not aligned to the world grid. They're not even aligned to each other. So, to get those to line up, especially when they're really close like this, we'll have to work a little bit of our magic, but at least we'll have it pre-done for us to get it going on. So there we go. What do you think? What do you think, Fred? I love it, Kismet. Oh, did you hear him? This is the greatest. Didn't know I do voices too, did you? The voices of Fred. So there we go. So we embellished it a little bit. Now, again, I could just go crazy, everybody. You could just get super extravagant with your extractors. But again, I enjoy a minimalism where you can make it a bit fancier, but again, have that minimal amount, because all I really need this to do is extract the resources, right? That's the only part of this blueprint that it needs to do. And I like to build in a modular style. So I'll do the blueprinting part. We'll do the storage part. Hopefully we'll get that done today. Yeah, we got plenty of time. We'll go do the storage part, and then we're going to do the conversion part. Now, here's the thing. As I make these blueprints then apply to everything else that I'm extracting, right? So all of the stuff that I'm extracting will be part of these blueprints. And we're going to be replacing everything that we've done with our more embellished and more functional and useful blueprints. All right, did we put our caps at the bottom? We need to go ahead and put some of these caps at the bottom here, just to give it a little bit of shum-shum. Right down there, again, capping that out, giving a little contrast between the ground and whatnot. A lot of people, they build in gray and black a lot. I do like to add a little hint of color because I think it makes it look amazing. Now also, we went in and we also changed the color of this so it matches. So we're going to change the color of these belts to yellow. Right there, very nice. A little tempted to leave this as something different. Maybe this blue. And again, we're doing a little bit of blue and yellows because we've chosen complementary colors because blues and yellows go together. We talked about complementary colors earlier and a whole bunch of other color systems that you can choose from. Tertiary colors and all of that stuff. Now, again, I've been a graphic designer for pretty much my whole life, for 30 years, and been gaming for 50 years. There we go. For a very, very long time, as you can tell. In fact, so long I forgot there for a second. But yeah, I've been a graphic designer for over 30 years, and I've done a lot of designs all over the world, everybody. I've sent stuff everywhere and worked for the top companies in the world. So very, very lucky. Not bragging, just saying I've been around. I'm very, you should be proud of your accomplishments, but not throw it in other people's faces, everybody. There's a difference. The way I say it is, hey, this is this cool thing that I did, as opposed to saying, look how much better than everybody else I am because I did this thing. There's a very big difference there. One is arrogant, and one is just saying, hey, I got to do these cool things, and now I'm going to share all that cool stuff with you. That's right, and including being subtle. Being subtle with your colors, right? We got some bright colors in there, and that's okay, but we're using very subtle and subdued colors. So it's not just some big yellow thing out in the middle of nowhere. And we're using complementary colors. We're using a bit of blue here instead of just having it gray, and kind of mix it in where it's kind of chromey-esque blue. Then, of course, some yellows, some coppers in there to really give it a good look. Now, you could just use this for copper extraction because it would be perfect. But we're going to use it for all of our stuff. And then we're going to have the blue just so it pops out and we can see it from far away. Now, I don't need to go in and change anything, though. Might want to just turn that on. So, you know, when you put it down, it's already on. Whatever you want to do. And again, now that we've made some changes to it, we'll go ahead and see if there's anything else we might have forgot here. We got that in there, or anything else that we might want to add to it. We can always come back and add to it later if we want to as well. I don't really like that. I think that turned out pretty well. Again, it doesn't have to be too fancy. Too fancy, but just enough to give it a little bit of flair. All right, and then we'll save it again. It'll say, do you want to replace the one you currently have? We'll say yes. And now, for the real test. We're going to take all of this out. Right over here. All of it, all of it. There we go. All of it out of there. We're going to end up with a lot of this in our inventory, I have a feeling. A lot of this in our inventory, and we're going to start over again. So if you missed it earlier, you're like, Kismet, how did you align that to the thing? How did you get that all like that? Well, I'm going to show you right now. But first, we got to make sure we get rid of every little thing, or this stuff's going to end up in our final build. Now, I suggest to move around, because there we go. Oh, we forgot. Oh, I knew I forgot something. I forgot to put the lighting in the front. In fact, I might want to move the lighting a little bit. Now that I think about it. I want to move the lighting up to the top here. Yes, I forgot to do the lighting. So what we're going to do is line this up right here. And then instead of doing it straight like that, I'm going to go ahead and use my scroll wheel to angle it down. So it's going to shine the lighting from up there down below. And again, we'll put our little caps here at the end. Now, if you aim at this, you can align it to this object and not the other object on the side. Put a bit of caps there. And then we'll go ahead. Fred, you know, you could move out of the way, you know. I am working here, you know. I'm trying to get some work done. And then you saw that I took that out because we had done a bit of lighting there. But I feel like we only need the under lighting now. We don't necessarily need lighting over the top. So let's see if we can go ahead and get these in here. And we had some that went all the way across. Maybe we might do a little bit, adjust this just a little bit. And see if we can get... maybe even smaller. Doesn't matter the orientation. Let's see if we can just get 3 of those across there like that. Very nice. And again, this is how you set up. Go the background color. We're going to set it to blue. We're going to make it really bright. We're going to set that. We're going to go ahead and change the layout to just text. And then we're going to just take the text out. Look how easy that is. And then do this. And then we'll take this and we'll do this and this. And now that's going to shine the lighting down on the thing. And you can already see that it's already affecting it. And at nighttime, it's going to look even cooler as it shines down on the thing. I like that better. Again, you're always trying to improve upon what you did before, right? Like that better. All right, nice. Again, it's called iterating on an idea. All right, we'll save that. Now, I'm going to show you how to, yet again, if you haven't seen it before on my stream, to perfectly align. Not just align. Everybody else just aligns, but Kismet does it perfect, and now you're going to do it perfect. Right now, here we go. I'm going to show you how to do it perfecto. So we're going to go ahead and do this. Now, another thing that we did earlier, if you missed that, is we did align this to somewhat to the world grid. So we're going to go in here like this, and we're going to go ahead and put the world grid block down to give us a better angle for our extractor here. It's not going to be perfect to the world grid, and that's how it goes, but we're going to grab our extractor and we're going to rotate it in such a way that it is somewhat aligned. Let's say something like that. Very nice. And there we go. So we put our extractor down, and then we, again, we just use that as a template. And we'll bring some power over here so I'm not floating around everywhere or falling down everywhere. And then again, one of my favorite things in the game, the metal beam. Now again, I'm going to rotate forward with the mouse wheel. So I'm rotating the left end underneath like this. This is how you do it right, everybody. Everybody else does it wrong. Kismet does it right. And now you're going to do it right. So left click and then rotate that out. Now watch this, how sweet this is. This is one move, everybody. You rotate that around, you left click. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, you're only going to see it here on my stream. You see it somewhere else, they stole it from me. There you go. And they owe me some royalties. All right, there we go. And then left click right over there. I've never seen anybody do this. It took me a really, really long time to figure that out. And what it does is now the end of this is not hanging off of the foundation, everybody, which sucks. I don't like it when it hangs off the foundation. So now we have that aligned. We don't even need this piece anymore. We don't even need that. We can go ahead and basically align this, and when we put that back, it'll snap in there. Now again, we could also snap this 3 high, and again, then control the where the larger foundation, this foundation here, snaps either there, or we could have it go there, or we could have it go all the way to the top here. Now I'm going to go too far and see if we get away with it. Again, see the rivets there? We want to check those rivets. Usually if they're more than halfway above the foundation or halfway above the actual node extraction, especially in the center of the node of the extraction, it typically won't work. You won't be able to put the extractor on the top. But sometimes you get lucky. Oh, man. Oh, man. Sometimes you get lucky. That's because in the center, right here, the actual thing goes higher. So again, that's a great little trick that I was trying to show you there. I wasn't sure if it was going to work, but it was pretty close. As you can see, the rivets are just below where the highest point or the largest point of it goes. And that is chef's kiss right there, everybody. That is on point right there. Now, so we know where we want to go there, and so we'll take these out. Now, to align these ones, because these have the foundations built in. Now, you don't always want the foundations in, everybody. A lot of times you want to do it without the foundations, so then you could snap it to other things, and then use the foundations that you've already put down. A lot of times you want to do that. You'll see a lot of my blueprints that are like that. But in this case, we do want the foundation, and that's so we can snap it to the grid of the extractor. And this one, we're actually going to bring up even more so. And now what we want to do is use the same size foundation to align it, right? To align that thing to this thing. And so we're going to just move this forward, just a couple here, and then maybe a couple there, and right here. I usually find about 3 wide is a good way of doing it, right over here. So we know that that, in theory, works. Now, what we got to do is replicate that over here. And so we want to, again, we did all that just to align it, just to get it to the height that we want, to know that we can put the extractor down. And once we have that, we're ready for our new blueprint. So mega extractor, and all we have to do is aim at this right here, everybody, and then hit H, and it's aligned. Now, if you missed it, guess what? This is going to be on a VOD on my Twitch, on my YouTube, on all of that. If you missed it, remember, we're 6 hours and 14 minutes in. It's exactly at that spot. You can also clip that if you want to, so you can reference it later on. But there you go. I made it super easy on you, everybody. Now, one of the things we do want to check is this the front or is this the back? Because it loves to troll you by putting it the wrong way. I find that 99% of the time, this game purposely, I feel, sometimes, I don't know, I think it's Coffee Stain trolling us, but it is purposely putting it the wrong way because I actually want it to go the other way of the blueprint. And the reason why I can tell the difference is because my priority point thing there is not facing toward me. But as you can see, because we have the foundations, we can still align it even with just the one foundation in the front, and then click it, and that sucker is just gonna build that baby for us right there. Now, if this worked right, we know it works if we go in and put the extractor in, run power, and then we have one little connection on the inside to make between the thing and right there. And this baby is off and running. That's it. That's all we need to do. So let's go ahead and see if we can slide that right in there. And see if it's going to let us snap this. Oh, we might be in trouble depending on if I change the angle of this. Oh, I'm in the way. Oh, I'm in the way. Oh, it's going to be tough. Oh, we might need to take out a window. All right, let's take out a window. This is super, super tricky. Oh, really? Oh, we know it works if it's got the node there. No. Object overlapping other objects clearance. So we might need to do the extractor first. Ah, good to know. Okay, now this has to do with build order, everybody. Now, since the blueprint, I can just take it all out in one shot. Now, I hate this right here, everybody. I hate this, how it does this. I try to go in and, like, make other things. And then try to take those things out and hope that that thing goes away. I hate that it leaves that image in there. Now, apparently it doesn't do it for everybody, just me. Now, we know that was working, so let's go ahead and run this back again and figure out what's up with what's up. Let's go ahead and try to put this back on here and see if we can get it to snap again. Yeah, we can. So what we can do is we can pre-put the extractor down ahead of time. And then dismantle. So awkward because I can't see what I'm dismantling. Dismantle, bro. Ah. There we go. Dismantle that. Put this here. And then now we already have that in position, so we don't need to place it once we place the blueprint. So again, you can see how it goes. So we're going to go ahead and take the blueprint. We're going to put that down, again, rotating it around the other way. It's going to be really super awkward, as you can see. Because it's a blueprint, I can also tell it to snap to blueprint like that. Put that down. And now the extractor should be inside. And the extractor is already connected to the node. And that's one of the problems you might have with it. And again, I go over here and do something and get away from it. I don't know what to do to get rid of that, everybody. It's so obnoxious. Again, remember, I don't make the games, everybody. I just play them. Let's go in here and make some foundations or something. And then take out those foundations. And then see if it does it over there. Nope. See, look. It just will not go away. That's a blueprint thing. Hold on. What if I put the blueprint down over here? And then I go in and I remove this blueprint. I removed some of it. Whatever. Whatevs. But you can see that build order makes a difference. So we built the extractor first, and then we went in and we built the blueprint around it. Now we got a little bit of tricky work to do right here, where we go right in here, and we just go ahead and connect that right across there. Very nice. And then the easy part up here, we can just fly up here to the top, and we connect our power to our extractor. Very nice. And that is pretty much all we need to do. Just a couple of simple connections. And then, of course, running power. So we'll run power there. And it should already be on because I turned it on from before. Look at all of our power running up and down. Ooh, wow, we got a lot of power running now because we turned our production back on again. So this should begin to work. Now, we should be able to... oh, I forgot to turn that to yellow in the back. Let's go fix that right now in the back there. And then we'll save it. Again, as we kind of... Now, this is kind of like the beta test, right? You do the first one, kind of beta test, run it through its paces, see what's going on there over there. As you can see, that's running out that way. Did we turn this to overflow and any? Yes. Okay, so now we got to add this like this. And we'll just add a new container, say, just up here at the top. You're like, Kismet, you can't put that up there. It doesn't work. Sure does. You hit H. You're like, hey, Kismet, how'd you do that? You got to know your ins and outs, everybody. A lot of things can be overridden when it tells you there's no space, you can't put it there, all that stuff, simply by hitting H. It also works with train tracks and all sorts of other things. And so you can just override it saying you can't do that, and you say, no, I can't do that. H for hologram. Bam, there we go. I'm good. Just like that. And there we go. So now we know it is working. And again, that's the ultimate test, everybody. Does it work when you turn it on? And the answer here is yes. Now, there is another thing that I need to do. This is why I left access for me to get in there, is to simply go in here and now overclock this. And I can pre-overclock it. I don't like to do it. I like to just go in and manually make sure I did it so I know it's good. And now it's going to produce 300. And so when that box fills here at the top, it's going to go ahead and overflow. I should have used a smaller box now that I think about it. So we can check that overflow and see if it tells us our overflow. Now, again, this is only temporary because eventually what I'm going to do, again, I'm going to hit H. Oh, okay, or accidentally click on something else. H. And then, of course, we want to align it. There we go. And then redo our lifter here and line that up nicely. Sometimes it just shows you that line, and it lies, everybody. It's not lined up. You have to still eyeball it a bit. All right, there we go. So we'll let that fill up this box. And when it fills up, what it's going to do is it's going to say, hey, this is full. How we know it's full? Because it's going to go out here, and then it's going to come around this other side and basically say that this has been full. It means it's in overflow mode. That's why I built that thing on the outside as an indicator. One, the indicator that it is working, and then one indicator that it's on overflow. And I've never seen anybody do that. Again, I like to make my own unique stuff. Now, the real test is, let's go apply to another node over here. So we're going to go ahead and blow some stuff up, because I know everybody loves that. Let's do it. Again, I need that too. I need everybody loves that as one of my commands. Now, my commands are broken for some reason, everybody. Some more Kismet fun that I have to go figure out. Remember, I don't make the stuff. Again, I just play the games. But we're going to go ahead and clear out a little bit of space here. We're going to clear out all these trees to get rid of our visual clutter. Grab a bit of these before they go away. And again, bada bing, bada boom. Right up in there. And we can go ahead and bring our power over from way over there. Now, again, I'll go through and create a whole bunch of power lines and power systems and trains that come over here and bring the power down from up above, which is where our generation is happening right now. But ultimately, these extractors will end up bringing those resources all the way back to my mega base up there where you see that spiral, perfect spiral going up to the top there. But again, we can also get rid of rocks if we don't like rocks. We can say, hey, I don't want these rocks over here. They're in my business. Get out of there, rocks. And the same thing here if we don't want this clipping through our stuff. Now, again, you know, if you're using biofuel, you don't want to blow up all the trees. You probably want to utilize it. But again, I just go in and anything nearby, just kind of blow it up. And you might just throw an extra one just right down on the center. It's not actually going to hurt the node. Oop, or missed the center. It's not going to hurt the node. The node is not going anywhere. It's just going to clear anything that happens to be blocking the node. It's going to make it more difficult for you to put stuff down. So again, we're going to go ahead and hide this. And now we're just going to see if we can use the same blueprint over and over. So we're going to go ahead and grab a foundation. We're going to put it in the ground. We're going to hold down Control to get the angle of the world grid. Say something like a little closer like that. Then we're going to go ahead and utilize our extractor over here, and we're going to just kind of align it somewhat, probably a little closer as well, make it a little easier to see. I have been going for, actually been going for 6 hours, because if it's 4 hours, it reset 2 hours ago. Yeah, so that's pretty well aligned to the world grid there. Now again, you're going to still have to transition from what you're doing to the world grid. But again, we're just going to do the thing. Now this is called the void, everybody. That's where you fall down there and you die, so don't go down there. And you can see that this one is fairly lifted up off the ground as well. Don't like to see the resources. I like to be up above the resources as well. But again, using our excellent trick here, we can go ahead and align ourselves, holding down control, rotating forward. I'll get on this side this time. You can do it from either side. If this thing would go down, oh man, it's so annoying when it does that. It gets stuck where it's starting to just like fizzy lifting drink, everybody. From Willy Wonka, I'm just starting to float away. All right, so left click and go ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. GG's. And then we go ahead, again, that brings it forward by 4, which means that our foundation, which is basically 4 segments, is going to perfectly align to the bottom of that. And then we no longer need this. And then, again, I like to use the larger foundations just to give it that little bit of something, something. Now, also over here, if I did want to have this going all the way down, a great little trick, everybody, is just to hold down control, or you can just go ahead and put those in like that, and then just kind of fill these in to fill these gaps like this, and then of course come back and just give it that materials asphalt feel like this, and then we don't need these. We can take these out. Not my power line. Take all those out. Grab this one, put it there. And it's okay if the one's in the center or not, but again, creates a nice hard edge there. And then these we'll just take out. This in. And then there we go. So now it doesn't look like it's floating. Looks totally legit that it's sitting on the ground. What's up, little lizard doggo? I don't think I've ever tamed one of those ever, everybody. I'm going to get to it. I'm going to make a lizard doggo farm. What's up, little buddy? You're so cute. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. Yeah. Pet the lizard doggo, everybody. Normally he runs away, but he's stuck in the corner, so he's not going to run away when he's in the corner. If I petted him from the other direction, he'd run away that way. I'll show you how to tame him eventually. But right now, look at our cool thing working right there. Very cool. All right, back over here. Let's go over here and get this aligned. Now, this is up high enough to where it's not going to show the rock through the bottom, which I like, which is just high enough for me to go ahead and put that right in there. Now, we already know that we need to pre-put the extractor in there because we tested it on that one. So that's what we want to do. We also know that there's a spot 1 forward, so we'll go 3 this way. I could also do it in the back as well. Then we'll go ahead and take these out. Go ahead and get our blueprint. Hopefully we have enough resources. Looks like we do. And then again, rotate it in the direction we want to go here. Hit H to double check it. I always double check because sometimes it looks like it's right, but it's totally not. But you also notice that I built it in such a way where the arrow's facing toward me. Makes it so much easier. But it makes it so much easier. All right, so there we go. And again, just a couple connections and we all GG's. So we'll go ahead, pull out the connection from over here. We'll go ahead and put this, a little too long, right there. And I kind of feel like just running it straight down in there. We no longer need these ones. We'll pull these out. And then again, go with our larger foundations here. Now, another trick that you can do, everybody, is you can actually pre-color that and then pick this one up. And then that one will actually have that same coloring, so you don't have to go back and recolor it. Though it would have been easier for me just to go in and recolor all of it. But I'm just going to, on this particular one, since it's here on the edge, I'm going to take all of these out. And then just run these like that by middle mouse buttoning and just picked all that up. Looks good. And again, we already have our power lines run. This I would probably rework how that power is. I don't like the way it goes there. I'd probably just attach it to the bottom first. And let's say something more like this. And then take that and attach it back here. It's just not going clear across the whole thing. We'll just say we dug a hole through there and made a conduit and put it through the conduit. There we go. RP in your own stuff, everybody. And then over here, just a couple quick connections because we already have all the other stuff done. We connected to the thing, which is going to start it up. And then in the front here, another connection. And then we're going to overclock these. That's not overclocking. Where's our power shards? That we have 69 yellow ones and 25 purple ones we could convert to. Of course, I do have 100 of them on me right now. And then we're going to overclock this one, but this one is a normal node. So this one actually is going to go at 600. So we can very easily, since it already put the sign the way we want it to go, is just very easily go in and put 600. I wonder if I could put 1200 on this sign. I just thought of me. Oh, it sure can. So yeah, now we're going to mark this as 600. Now, this is one of the most important things to do is to know what your extraction rate is. What's my extraction rate of this stuff, right? And look how nice that looks. That looks really nice. And the only thing I would do other than that is maybe potentially do some angled ramps or something just to give it a little bit of something. And again, you can, this is like, you do it based on what you're building. Again, or where you're building, better way to say that, of where you're building. Again, we can do that. And then we could go in and find our corner ramps. Oh, that's not it. Not steep enough. 2 meters. Nope, not the right corner ramps. Where's my regular corner ramp? Up corner? Aha! There it is, up corners. I think it would just auto-align itself. And then the way to make this look cool, everybody, is that you put it a different color. So now you have a two-tone color going on along your base. See? So now you have the darker color in there, and it really makes it stand out. Very, very cool, I think. Very industrial looking as well. And of course, if I do it on that one, I've got to go over and make this one look cool too. Now, if it's in the ground, everybody, I'm not going to bother. We got a lizard doggo we got to get out of there. I wish I could pick him up. Get out of there, little lizard doggo. You got to get out, bro. You got to go on. Get out of there. Go on, little buddy. There you go. Go on. Go on. There you go. Have a good day. Get our little lizard doggo friend out of there. We don't want him to get crushed under there. Like this. And again, I'd probably also, if I'm really getting seriously embellishment here, is just go ahead and add a little bit of that in there too, just to make that look cool. And then again, if it's going into the thing, I hate wasting materials, everybody. And this is somewhat wasting it because you're actually putting it right into the ground. But over here, you can't really see it. So just to give it that kind of little feel. And again, that's like in the moment kind of thing. How much of that do I really need? Should I build it in my blueprints? Probably not. You really just want to build it in the moment. Now, if you find yourself doing that over and over and over again, well, then you want to put in your blueprints. But just in the moment, you say, you know what would look really good right there if I put some angle ramp there. And then colored them a different color. Now, I could put in the corner one, but it's so incredibly close that I wouldn't. I totally wouldn't put that in there. This one maybe, just so it'll finish that out into that other thing. And then we have the block underneath there. And then that's, again, that's mega building, everybody. When you really embellish it, when you don't really need to. And there it is, everybody. Check it out. And again, now we can just do it at 100 times, 1,000 times, as many times as we want. We know that's a 600, and that's a 300. What do you guys think in chat? Put a 1 in the chat if you guys are digging this. I'm showing you some advanced stuff now, everybody. I'm showing you how to make your stuff look awesome. Amazing. Just like I told you I would. All right. Now we're going to go ahead and also go in here and just delete all this because we don't really need all of these goodies here. We can get a lot more of that later. In fact, let me get rid of all the stuff that's in my inventory as well. All right, we don't need this out here uglying up our beautiful area here. Because what we want to do now is we want to basically put modular stuff on top of here. And then when we add stuff up on top, we're actually going to build in a little bit more. And I always leave a little bit for me to build because it's kind of fun to go in and build it out. But if you're making 500 of these, you probably want to include every single thing you can think of in the original. Now, I did make variations of this. Look how it's lit up inside too, everybody. Look, oh, the light kind of lights it up from inside, which I think is very, very cool as well. Now, another thing I might do here as well, just to make it look cool, is to actually change the internal thing here. Again, we're working with yellows and blues on this particular one, and with a little bit of gray and blacks and whatnot, but mainly yellows and blues. So we're going to go ahead and just color that in, match all that up very nicely. And again, now the next thing we want to do, God, that looks so good. Oh, again, so simple, but so much elevated over what we normally do, right? What we normally do is just boxes and quick extraction, or just leave it on the ground and run it and do whatever you need to do. But it comes at the cost of time. So what we want to do is actually leave this blueprint on here. If we can get Fred out of here. Sorry, Fred. Time to go, bro. All right. You got to go. You got to go, brother. Out of here. Go on. No? You gonna be like that? All right, fine. I'll do you a solid. All right, hold on. We got to clear the designer. Whole entire world to walk through, everybody. But he's got to walk right through my blueprinter. Reminds me of my kids. Whole entire house to be in. They want to be wherever I'm at. Up in my business. All right, bro. Come on. Keep going. Yeah, yeah, big boy. Yeah, there you go. Sorry about the candy cane. But you got to get out of my way, bro. I got to do some work here. All right, load that back up again. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to use this as a template to build stuff over the top of it. One of the things that I do want to do is basically create an elevated and supported second level, which is going to be about our basically our storage up above. And I'm going to use the entire part of this to do that. Now, because the thing is kind of offset by one, I will actually go in and use this one to be the centerpiece of it, so I can offset it the other way, or I could use the current centerpiece, which is this one, and use it that way, right? So you can use it either way. Now, again, with 6 and 6 is different than when you had 5 and 5. Because again, you'd have 2 on the side, 2 on the side, and you'd have a perfect center. Where this one, the perfect center would actually be in the middle of the 3 and 3 and 3. So you'd have to really work it in such a way that it would be offset and do all that. I suggest don't do that, everybody. It does make it 10 times more, elaborate than you really need to do. So now I'm going to go ahead and dismantle this manually, just so I can be aligned to everything else. I'm going to go ahead and use my modifier here to just take out the things we want to take out. And we'll take out this here and all of this stuff. Like so. And we know we're not going to use. And we'll also, we're going to leave our priority switch so we know where the power is. So when we're running our powers to multiple levels, we'll know where that's at as well. And take out our little signs. There we go. Take out our connectors. So basically we're dismantling it a bit, just so we can get a general idea of our scaffolding that we're going to use. And again, I don't need all of these, so I just left a few of them. Doesn't really matter in the end. But you want to leave a little bit just so you have an idea of what you're working on. Now, up above here, again, I'm going to snap it to the piece that's up here at the top. but I'm going to build basically a support system underneath it that basically lets it sit over the top of this. Now I could just build it to the side because that would be easy, but we're doing mega building here. We want it to look cool, and we want to actually progress upwards toward where my trains are going to be, way up there at the top, right? So way up there at the top is eventually where this is going to end up going. So we're going to go ahead and think about how to get that going on. So we're going to go in here, and again, we're going to zoop this, but in a vertical way. Nope. Vertical. There we go. Zooping vertical. And again, see if that matches back up again, which it does. Okay. So we're going to think of that as that center support over there that it's going to sit on top. So when it sits on top, we probably want a bit of a gap in between there. So maybe we want to do something like a big pillar support, which would fit perfect in there, and then say flip the pillar support so it basically is like this, and then it is like it's sitting on top, and that is acting as a center pillar to hold the part up above. And of course we'll have other supports in there as well. And very rarely do I think about supports, everybody. I've built supports for things like this. It takes 50 times longer to build stuff when you're worried about supports all the time, especially when you're doing it in the early game. But we will get all that in there and do all that fun stuff and embellish all of this stuff along the way. So again, I just want to look at it, see how it looks. I like it. I like it. I'll go with it. I'd like it better if it was kind of like some carbon steel, because that would look even cooler. Or maybe some of that Caterium in there. No, because I don't want to draw attention to the actual support. What else we got? Unpainted. No, I kind of like the darker carbon steel. Or maybe we could go with that blue color that we were using earlier. Oh, okay. See, much brighter on there than it is on the side here. Because, again, that has a different texture to it. And if we change the color now, it's going to change the color on all of those. So be careful when you're changing the swatches down here. What about a brown or a reddish kind of brown? Again, drawing too much attention to itself. No. No. Oh, like the carbon steel. Let's go with that. Okay. Now, we don't need it up there, so we're going to just take it out. And we're going to go ahead and take this out. And we're going to actually put it directly onto the ground. Now, why are we going to put it directly on the ground? Because that ground right here represents the top of this right here. And so we're going to try to basically put that on the top of there. But the problem is also is that it needs to be aligned in some way. And so what we'll do is we'll actually pull out the foundations a little bit so it's easier to align it when we set it up on top of there. So we're just going to basically give it a bit of a gap up on top so that it is away from our sign. So it'll be up a bit higher so we can see that sign from really far away. We can still see the stuff underneath without it clipping or impeding in on that item. Now I could make it taller, but we're going to go ahead and go with that. And then, of course, we'll put some foundations in. And we'll use the same foundations we're using right here. And we'll turn off the vertical zooping. And now we're going to build out a whole entire level of storage. Now, the first thing you want to do, other than tell Fred to get out of here. Fred, go away. Working. You guys blocking my working? He's a work blocker. Okay. Now, if you look at this, everybody, I just put this one thing under here, right? So I just put this under here. But the problem is it's taking up all this space up above. And you can use this space as what's known as a logistics or a sandwich level, where you can run all of your lines and whatnot right underneath here if you're going to. In my case, I'm not going to basically. I'm not going to what? I'm not going to run stuff down. I'm going to be running stuff up, right? Up from underneath. So I'm going to be running this item right here up from the back. And I probably should have left my lifter there. That would have been super helpful. But we could actually just work it in there because we know where this lines up. So again, this goes out here. And we can get a general idea of where our lifter is going to be. Now we'll test it, and if we mess it up, we'll do it again. It's out by a little bit. Go over there and look. Let's go over here and look and see where that's lined up. Is it touching up against the wall? It sure is. Okay, no, it is closer. Glad I checked. Okay. And make sure it's in the center. With H. Right up against that edge. All right, good. We'll just put a splitter in there anyway. So now what we want to do is we want to think about how this is going to come up into this next space. Right, and we'll probably just put ourselves a nice little floor hole there. Like this. And this is why we leave the other blueprint in. And again, I didn't think about that till just now. I could have left that in and then it would have been already pre-done. But you get the general idea that we're just trying to put that in a spot. Now we don't need the thing anymore. And if it doesn't work out, we can always just manually add it or come back to the blueprint and adjust it. But all right, so now that's where we want to bring that up into this top level. I can go in here, and if it lets me get this door, there we go. And we can just take these out now. Don't need those anymore. We know this is the center one. Now what I would do is probably just color this one, or take off, put it back to factory. Oh, it's materials. Put it back to factory like that. There we go. So that just tells us where the center of where we're working is. So when we're bringing this up, we're good. Now, what we want to do is we want to go ahead and store a lot of the base resources, right? So a lot of times you don't need to store the base resources. A lot of times you're good. But I like a backlog of every step of the process. So if any one step of the process fills, it'll actually fill all of the steps of the process. And then if I start it up again, it will burn through the excess and then use whatever resources it has. I can also control whether it burns up the excess or whether it keeps the excess as it goes. Now, in this case, we want to think about in terms of 300, right? So the maximum output of the lowest in node, the coarse node, is 300. And I'm going to be overclocking every single node. So it's going to have three options. It's going to have the coarse node, the normal node, and the pure node, which is 300, 600, and 1200. Right? Because I'm going to be overclocking it and it's going to be at its max extraction. It'll never extract more than 300. It will never do more than that ever. You can't make it go any higher than that. That's the best that this is ever going to do, or this one right here is ever going to do. The best that one's ever going to do is 600. And then if I go over to my pure node over there, the best one that one's going to do is 1200. So again, they are going to be set up in such a way where I kind of lean toward the lowest in denominator, right? Because I can always add more, but if I add too much, it's kind of a waste, right? It's kind of a waste of what I'm doing. I'm adding too many machines. It's using lots of power for no reason. So in this case, we're going to aim toward 300. So we're going to have this come up here. Now we can turn it this way. We can turn it that way, however we feel we want to do it. But here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and put this in. And then we'll go ahead and we'll get our storage. Right? And I like to use the double storage. The double storage is awesome. And I could make this super close like that if I want, but I'll make it out just a little bit like that. And we'll see how that looks. All right, I'm digging it. What about if I went the other way? Like this? Could I get two of these in here? I sure could. I sure could. Yes, I know exactly what to put right here. I know exactly what to put there. We are going to put a dimensional depot there. Yes, on this side. at the end. Yes, at the end we'll put the dimensional depot. Because we're going to put our input there, and then we're going to put our output on the other side, on the back, so that we don't have to look at it. Right? So all of the extractors and lifters and all that stuff is going to be hidden along the back, like I did with this one here. And I could also, by the way, do a switchback. So I could go take all that out and bring this down and do what's known as a basic switchback like this. And align that nicely up on the edge there and move that forward so that it is a bit closer in. And then when I get to the top part, it'll align differently when it gets up to here. And again, we can always realign how we're going to do that, but we definitely want to think about how do we want our storage to be, and which way do we want it to go through, and how do we want it to end up, and how we want it to go out, because eventually it's going to backlog it, run out, and then run to the next part of the process. Now I can do as much storage as I want, everybody. I can do a massive amount of storage, because this is 6 high, everybody. Very, very high. Very high up. So what if we just stack these all the way to the top? How many of those can we get in? Actually, quite a few. So we can get 5 of those in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Even with our offset here, we could get 5. Now, what we could also do is basically go in and oh, well, let me do it there. Interesting. Let me do it on that one, but not this one. If I hit H, can I override it? No. Interesting. Yeah, let me do it on this one. It shouldn't have let me do that. It's beyond the blueprinter. Interesting. Now, what I can do is also say, you know what? I can just put this in manually, this part here. Take that out, which will then give me more storage. So I can go ahead and bring that down, and again, just put the lifter part in at the end and just kind of align it. And I'm not really sure whether I want to do it like this or whether I want to do it the other way. I should probably make some choices right now before I decide how I want to do that. Yeah, so let's try it the other way. Let's go ahead and clear the thing. Now, again, this was just testing. So we're just testing out what we want. Go in here, clear the designer, load the blueprint back. Don't accidentally save it, or you're going to be crying later, because then you lost all that hard work that you did. But you got it right there, so you could rebuild it. All right, there we go. Really, what I really want to know is this right back here. So the alignment of this here. And actually, it'd be more like going down in this case. The alignment of this going down into the floor there. And then I could also switch back like this. And by the way, I can just go right through the middle of that, like this, to get where that's at. And then that would be coming up through the floor, right here. Yeah, just nudge that right into position. Looks good. And now I know where that's coming up through the floor as well. Now, the biggest problem is the fact that that I'm probably going to leave the foundations in. So that's going to add a little bit of space to my storage. And these storages are going to be huge, everybody. They're going to be absolutely massive. But the real question is, how much of this stuff do I really need to store when it comes to limestone and all this other stuff? Do I really need it to be full of boxes? No. But am I going to do it anyway? Probably. Probably. Or I could just have one of them backlog the basic limestone, and then all the rest of them basically skip that step and go directly to the converting it into concrete. And now by the way, some processes use raw ore to be used. Like, for example, steel uses raw iron ore. So you don't always want to convert it, though a lot of times you do want to convert it straight away. You want to just go ahead and take that iron ore and turn it into iron ingots right away and just go with that. But again, we're going ahead and we're going to lay that out pretty nicely like that. I feel like that feels pretty good, and I guess we'll just commit to having this go ahead and switch back like that, and then end up into the next floor above. And again, we can control how high it does later on. Okay, so that's that. And again, we'll take all this out. The G. And this here and that there. And I like to use the previous blueprint because it just makes it easier for me to align stuff. I can just press Control and release. Just trying not to actually get the blueprinter itself, which could be really obnoxious when it does that. Definitely worth the time. Oh, we should leave the power. Yeah, so we have an idea of where that power is, too. We could just run that up above. What can we do there? Just power pole. Hit H. Nudge it out a little bit. See how well aligned it is. Hold down Control. Can't nudge it. Can't reduce the nudging there like you can with other objects. So we'll just say there. Somewhat there is where that power is, and we'll just leave it in there for now. Again, removing all the excess stuff that we don't need anymore for this particular upgraded blueprint. Like that. Control, control, control. Do we leave the lifter? No, we don't need the lifter. Leave the priority switch in case we want to just run the power straight up in the front. Or if we want to run the power in the back. Haven't really decided yet. We'll figure it out here in a bit. Oh, you little. Come on. Get it. Get it. These. Okay. Windows, all this stuff can go. I also wish there was a get everything but the foundations function. I mentioned that earlier. It would be really, really nice. So again, now we have a bit of alignment items that we already have in there. You know what? I'm just going to take this out and leave that under the ground, and that will help me. Because I could just run it from the one underground to that one right there. And there's actually a power connector in the thing from this one as well. So that's the one on the bottom here, and I could just run it straight up or connect the one up the top to that one and be just fine. And so we can probably go ahead and take this one out. And again, we also have the ability to connect it in the front and just have one power switch, basically run the whole thing. Okay, so now we got that, and we want to go ahead and see how many we can get in now. Let's go. Well, we'll put one here. And just stack them vertically. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And there's 6. Let's see if it lets me do it up here. Oh, we're going to need to take... We can just leave the power switches in. Oh, doesn't let me do it there. Interesting, it lets me do it in the center. Again, just that center one allows me to put it there. It's not supposed to do that. It's not supposed to let you build outside the blueprinter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 5. That's typically what we're using to build. But this is like massively overkill, everybody. If I built that out 6 high, that again, even I have overkill where you have that much of a backlog. You really only need like one level of a backlog, even at the highest part of the game. But we are mega building, so we are going to build it at least a little bit up. But let's do it. All right, let's go ahead and feel that's good. We'll go ahead and Oh, we did not align that well. All right, hold on. We got to refix that. Again, we have it coming in a kind of an odd spot, too, where it is coming up in the middle and not off to the side. Oh, it won't let me do it because it's going to put it down below the designer. But we know it works because we can see it. Okay, and then here, I do like to leave a little bit of a gap. I don't like these to be super close, where you can't see the belts. We'll double run the belt. And then we'll see how many of these we can sneak in here. And is that down the center? It sure is. Okay. Now, what we can do here is actually add a splitter, but it's a little too close there. Probably nudge that back just a little bit. Maybe get that splitter in there. Again, I like to fully test it before you make 50 of these. And then H back just a little bit. Line that up. Yeah, nice. Okay. Then we can move this one back just a little bit. And again, I'm using that other one as a guide to show me if it's moved back, which it has. And maybe we can get a splitter. Oof, that's awfully close. Awfully close. But we could do it. Very difficult to get into that belt. It's not like I'm going to upgrade that belt, so it doesn't matter. As long as I get it in there and it's working, I'm never going to upgrade that belt because that is the fastest belt you can have. And I'm not going to downgrade any belts either. Okay, so now this one can basically try to go this way, but it is not going to because it is being awkward. It's too awkwardly close because it's set back. So let's go ahead and fix this one. And so it's back just a little bit. There we go. There's our beautiful 90. And then we'll go ahead, put this over here. And so what we're going to do is we're going to run this in both directions. And see how we like that. Okay, so now it's traveling back in the opposite direction. Now going this way. Now, see, not only will this be for the base resources, but it'll also be for the final part. Now, it's a bit too close. Not a big fan of that. And so we'll go ahead, turn it back. And there's a lot of backlog of storage here. And the nice thing about putting it at one level is you don't have to use your lifters. Now this one I'm just going to put one here and then see if I can put one on the way back. I sure can. All right, make sure you got these all turned the correct direction. You're going to find out when you start putting your belts in. You will find out very, very quickly. Okay, my goal is for this to fill up and end up here in the front. Now, because this is a 6x6, it's actually larger than my current storages that I'm using. Hey, what's up, Nerd Nub? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. We're doing some very large blueprints right now. Some very large ones. All right, and then on this side, we're going to go this way. Now, this side's going to be a little different than the other side. It's actually going to have a little extra room, and that's because of the way we have it offset with our extractors. Again, you want to just test it out, see how it feels. Now, I have a bit of room here. Now, what's going to happen here at the end is that some of these are going to circle back into the other one, right? So that one's going to circle into that one. This one's going to circle into this one. And then this one is actually going to come out, and we'll turn this straight. This one's going to come out, and it's going to end up right here. The reason why it's going to end up right there is because we're going to have a dimensional depot kind of tucked away back here for this to automatically run the concrete into the dimensional depot. Now, one of the things that I would suggest you do is that you build basically multiple of them, or an array of them, if you're familiar with programming, an array of them, or a bunch of these for this particular resource, for concrete, and then of course for plates and for things that you're constantly running out of, like aluminum, and in this case also my higher end belts I'm going to run out a lot of times as I'm building these things out. But I'm going to leave a lot of room so I can multi-stack them in there, right? So I can put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When it comes to concrete, probably want about 5 of them, because this way it is not only is it going in at the maximum that it can go in, but it's going in times 5. So the more dimensional depots you have, the faster it actually goes in there, even if it's not upgraded. So early on, one of the things that I like to do is actually just use multiple dimensional depots to run the concrete and run all that in. But I'm going to integrate that actually into the storage itself. So I can add them or leave them out, whatever I decide to do for that particular resource. So we'll leave the center part a bit open, but we can go in and try to make this really nice by just bringing this in, let's say right to there. And then over here, we can see that this part's coming back. And then again, look at that nice lining up, how it does. Very cool. Right there. And then this would be something I would just go ahead and put in a merger. And this would merge from both sides and go out this way. Can get it to turn. There we go. Go out that way and then align right there to that dimensional depot. And I'd probably rerun these lines to actually connect to that. And then boom, into the dimensional depot. Now the problem is I also want to run it out as well. So if I use a merger to merge those, that's not really going to work. What I really need to do is I need to put the merger back here, or put the merger up in the front and then run it out this way and then circle it back to the dimensional depots. Another great thing to do, by the way, when you're doing dimensional depots is to use the smaller storage. So you can use the smaller storage here, and then you can put the dimensional depot on top of the smaller storage. That works really well as well, and you can have it just fill up all of these, and then the very last box is the one that actually goes and runs in the dimensional depot. I can also just run it like this if I wanted to, run it up on the top into the dimensional depot from one of these if I so desire. But we're going to go ahead, again, figure out the logistics of this. We're going to merge the end pieces, because this is going to come out of here, and that's going to go into there, and these are all looping. Now, another thing I want to do also is loop all these top ones so that it's running at its maximum speed. And then over on this side, looping this way, and this way, and so on. You get the idea. Oh, this one needs to split, actually, right here. There we go. And then we'll connect that into here. And again, we'll want to test it as well. You know, it'd be really cool right there. And let's go ahead and just embellish it a little bit. Where is it? Maybe a small pillar. Man, it'd be nice to put a small pillar right there. Know just what to do. Take this out. Go ahead and put a pillar like this. Oh, a little too tall. Too tall on that pillar. Still too tall. Let's just use our awesome painted beam. It doesn't seem right. No, it's about right. Okay. Then we can go ahead, grab our little small pillar. Want to bring it down just a little bit. Bring it down a bit. I might want it down just a tad. And then pillar support. Like this. And then splitter back in here. Like that. And then it looks like it's holding that other one up. Again, this normally I would not do that. I would just let it float there, everybody. But again, when you're doing cool stuff like this, you'd want to, add a little bit of embellishment there. And then this would be something I would add, again, the carbon steel, just to make it feel like it's actually part of the thing, or maybe in that blue. I think that blue is going to really pop, though. Yeah, the blue is going to pop too much, so we'll go with that carbon steel, because now it looks like it's actually part of that thing, and it's holding up the one up above it. I know, it's cool. Very, very cool. Now, the other thing I would probably do, actually, I'd take this back out, and I would take all these belts out, because I don't trust these belts, because these belts will probably get screwed up, and then I will not have any stuff flowing out of there. So let's just go ahead, redo all of those. These here, these here. Very nice. Now we got all that going. Now I would follow the chain of the extraction. So it's going to come up here. It's only going to go into one, but on the way out, it's going to go into double, so it can move it forward. Now, this used to act like splitters, and it used to do an incredibly great job of doing the splitters. But now it doesn't work as well, so we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. So we have the connections, the double connections through here. Circling back here, let's go ahead and start with this. I would do all the bottom ones first. That is for sure. And then the top ones. Because otherwise the top one's going to be in the way while you're doing the bottom one. Okay, there we go. And then we can see this circling back this way. Again, I'll just follow the flow. You can also just double click, by the way. You can just click, click. It'll just know that it wants to get the one right in front of it. Then back this way. Bottom one first. Double click, double click. It's all about the angle at which you're looking at stuff, too. But it really has a huge effect. Now here, I'm not going to bother to go this. This is only, the reason why I'm doubling up on that is only to move it through the boxes faster if I can. If I can get it to the end, and then it leaves more space to produce more resources. Now again, this is a lot more boxes than the other ones that I have up in my base up there, because again, the only one, we can fit those in a 5x5, but this is 6. So, and again, I can make it super wide. You can see that I actually can fit, how many in here? 8? Yeah, it's about 8 wide. And if I move this back, I could probably squeeze a few more in the back here if I wanted to, or at least one in the center, and do it that way. But again, this is way enough for any resource that you're going to be extracting as a backlog. That is a huge amount of backlog right there. And again, we'll have this option to go ahead and to split right here. And then again, put our dimensional depot. Now we don't have any stuff for our dimensional depot, but again, we want to think about in the long term that we want to make sure that that does go into there. Okay, very nice. Now, let's go ahead and work with our merger. Okay, so we're going to have our merger go this way. And end up in this splitter, right? Or we could do it up above. Better idea. We could do the merging up above down into a splitter. We absolutely could. We don't want to impede on our space here because we definitely want it to circle back this way. So we would want our merger. Let's see if we can do some vertical work here. We want our merger here at the top, and then down to the splitter at the bottom, like this. And then we can just take these final rows and use our straight function to go ahead and just merge it at the top. And then it will come down. And then be able to run this way, but also run out of this particular area, like this. Now, or we could also run it double, and basically choose whether we want to run it double up or do we want to run a single up. We could also run it one thing going this way and one thing going that way into separate different factories. But ultimately, this particular one is going to be a single factory. So there we go. So now we've got it and it looks good, but it's not fancy. it's basically a thing. And I didn't bother to put the rest of these in, everybody, because I know I'm going to take some of them out. It's not fancy. It's very basic. And, you know, we got a little bit of stuff in there. But now we want to actually make the building that it's going to be in be similar in style to the one that we already did. Or we can make it a totally different style. But the problem with putting buildings of different styles together is, of course, they may clash. In there, we could probably do different embellishments. We probably want to use the same color scheme. Or different color schemes based on what it is it's doing. We could do a color scheme that's basically for storage, which I typically use a blue for storage, and I typically go in and I actually color all the storage blue as well. So we want to think about our themes for storage there. We also want to think about how we want to make our building. So I'm actually going to reduce the overall storage, which is less efficient. Again, look at Kismet being less efficient here, everybody. But we are going to make it look kind of cool. Now, the other problem is that this is circling back and ending up there in the front and not in the back again. So we're going to go ahead and, again, reduce the amount that we have on that side. And then over here, we're going to reduce this over here as well. We're going to hit G to get just the belts. And we'll take all those belts out, leaving us a bit of room around the outside. Again, massively reducing our overall storage, but it gives us some room to embellish the actual location. But we now have a general idea of what we want. We want this to end up here, this one to end up there, and then also be able to use the dimensional depot if we need to. Now, we also want to think about it in terms of human beings, to make it at a human being level, right? So if we want to go in here and we want to do something in here, we've always got our ladders built in that we can climb up, get up on top, do whatever we need to do. I'm a big fan of actually leaving the top of the storage open so that we can basically access it from up above. And I'll show you that. Let's go ahead and color those in. I think we can color these in too if we wanted to. Yeah, give those a little pizzazz. There we go. And we're gonna do one. Now we got to do them all. And we can now put these ones in. Put all these in between. Oops, bottom ones first. Bottom ones. And then top. You'll know, oops, missed that one. You'll know when you go and start running this and your stuff doesn't end up at the end that you did it wrong. Again, I use blue for storage. Again, inside here, we'll use a kind of a brighter color. And out here, again, using this kind of very cool bright color. We're going to go ahead and use our color on our lifter there. Really tempted to use it on there, but it'd be a bit too bright. Oh, we got some raid love coming in. Who is it? Zelray coming in, showing some love. What's up, everybody? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. My name is Kismet. They call me the Gaming Tycoon. I've been gaming for 50 years, everybody, for a very long time. Absolutely love gaming. Have loved it my whole entire life and will continue to do so until my last day. I answer to nobody, everybody. I can do whatever the heck I want. The great thing about being older, you can do whatever the heck you want. Now, what were you playing? Let's go find out over here. Let's go see. We'll give you a little shout out. Right over here. Let's see. Zelray, what were you playing? I bet some Satisfactory. Oh, hey, I won. There we go. Yes, playing some Satisfactory. Now, all my peeps, do me a quick favor. When people come in and show some love on my stream, click that link over there, hit that follow button, show them some love. Check out their stream next time they go live. Hey, Fluffy, what's up? You got the same name as one of my favorite comedians of all time. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. I don't know if you know about Fluffy. I would imagine you do if you got his name. Yeah, I appreciate y'all coming in and hanging out. Now, what we're working on right now is we're working on some, Gabriel Iglesias. Iglesias. With an I. There you go. Yes, fantastic comedian. So funny. we're embellishing everything that we're doing. Instead of just having a standard extractor, you can see that we actually built an extractor that actually shows us whether we're in overflow or not. And of course, we made it fancy with some lights and some glass and all of that other stuff. If we see that this side is full, then we know that this is an overflow and it has filled up our storage up above. But if it is not in overflow, then we know that it's still extracting resources and has not stopped, right? So we can see that it basically, without even have to look at the light, we can just see from the outside that it is stopped. But if we go over here and we go ahead and run some of this out, let's just go ahead and run some out over here. And we'll go ahead and make ourselves a little box to have it fill up. Like so. Now we can see that the left side is now empty, and that's telling us that it is not in overflow. And this is an idea I came up with, and it actually works pretty fantastically, as you can see. And so it's now going to just run that out. It's also running at 600, as you can see, and we know what resource it's running out because we can see the resource. We don't need a sign for it. We can see the resource right there. And so that's going to run out of there. Now, eventually, this is actually going to run up to a factory up above because we're building in modular style where we're actually going to do some of these nodes at the actual extraction point because they're going to have a sole purpose. The sole purpose of this concrete or this limestone is to become concrete, right? Now, sometimes you need limestone for making your own concrete and whatnot if you don't have enough, but I'm going to have plenty. I'm certainly not going to be hurting for limestone. And of course, we are at the end of the game. We've unlocked everything. We didn't finish the game on this particular playthrough. We did on our last one. But we're going through now and revamping everything. We're kind of embellishing it. We're mega building. And what I consider mega building is not just building big things, but building them in an extravagant way. You can see that we put a thing in there just to make it light up. We put some lights on the front just to make it light up. We made some angles to make it so it's not just a square block. We used some beehive shapes there with some clear windows. And again, had a bit of variety. We have an angle ramp here, which makes it feel very industrial strength and whatnot there. And you can see that it's just going to do that until this box fills up, and I can help it along, fills up with a bunch of limestone. And when that fills up with limestone, it's then going to come back here, and then it will then fill up this side because, again, this is a merger into a smart splitter in the back. Merger in the front, smart splitter in the back, and any overflow will go this way, meaning that that has stopped filling, and now it's overflow. And we look at it, we say, oh, that's one's in overflow. We don't have to run over here. We don't have to look at it. We don't have to check the box. We don't have to do anything. We can just visually see, bam, it's in overflow. Cool. Or not cool, depending on what you're doing, right? Something maybe down the line might have got screwed up if you're doing it at 100% efficiency. That could be good or it could be bad, either way. Hey, I got a little sulfur down here. Watch out for sneaky baddies down here. They like to get snacky. They like to get sneaky, I mean. Get up in your business. You worked with them a couple times. Well, look at you go. Look at you go. Yeah, I've never met him in real life. I just found him on the internet, as a lot of people do. I don't know him personally. I haven't lived in California in a really long time. In about 20 years. So, I mean, I guess if he came through Tennessee, where I'm at now, I'm in East Tennessee. That's where my wife is from, and that's where I'm raising my kids. Because I've lived in LA for a very long time, and I don't want my kids to turn out how those people turned out. At least some of those people. Yeah, they're all spoiled and a little bit too entitled for me. Okay, so now we got to leave ourselves enough room to do cool stuff, right? So the first thing we want to do is see if we can squeeze ourselves some walls in here. We sure can. Okay, we're just going to check. Now, sometimes it likes to put the walls down like that. If you like that, awesome. I don't like it because most of the time my foundations, I'm going to do something different with those foundations down there, give them a different color or whatever. So I'm going to go like this, and again, I'm going to go to about right there. Now, I like, again, one of the things that I like to do is actually to cut my foundations through these over here. Come here, you. And then this way, I don't have to actually go in to check and see what's going on in there. Now, again, you can just say, oh, I went in there with a buzzsaw, and I buzzsawed that out, and, you know, RP in your own stuff as well. Now, normally, I don't like clipping when you're working on stuff. or clipping through stuff. But I feel like there's some bit of leeway, especially when you're doing mega building where you're gonna have to clip a ton of stuff. Now, what we don't want is we don't want just a square building, which we've done a whole lot of that up there. Look at all my line runs running underneath everybody. There's a whole lot of stuff going there, and there's even another one way up there with even more resources. And you're like, look at this perfect screw train lift there, everybody. Not just a train lift, but it's a perfect train lift. That's right. I do everything perfectly, everybody. It's great music. Yes, absolutely. Sure does. I like music from all over the world. I don't limit myself. So we're getting into some, again, mega building. So we're going to get a bit fancier. So one of the things I do like to do in my storage is I do like to start with some entry doors. So we're going to go ahead and use our cool entry doors. Way down here, walls. Use our cool entry doors here. Now, I'm a big fan of entry doors that don't run into stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and make the entry doors this way and this way. So this little human can get in there and do what they want to do. Again, sometimes it likes to put it down low like that, which I don't like. And then so I can just go in here and you can see it's going to double door. I can look, see if everything's working. And then over here, we'll want to do the same thing. And do a double door. Now, another thing I can do is I can go ahead and do like this, angled door. I don't think I've done that in a long time. Where if you come at it, both doors will open up and you come in at an angle, which is pretty cool. Now, what if I actually wanted to put the door at an angle? Well, if you missed it at the top of the stream, everybody, I'm going to show you some more advanced building techniques where you can actually go in and you can use your little road barrier and you can put your actual door or walls at an angle. Now, the tricky part is basically grouping or hitting that wall to line up perfectly, right? So we want to go ahead and try some things. So we're going to hold down Control, and we're going to go ahead and replace that road barrier with that wall. And even doors act that way. And you can see that's decent. It's not perfect. It definitely could use a little bit of tweaking there. So we're going to go in and get our road barrier again. By the way, you can use the other road barriers too. Everyone's just so used to using these road barriers here. But you can see that, again, it's right here. Now, by the way, I can actually replace this with the road barrier as well. No, well, unless I missed it. With the road barrier as well, if I clicked it on the edge there. This particular one, because it's a door, you have to click it on the edge to get rid of it like that. And then I can put that back in there. Again, holding down Control. I can see how that's going to end up. Now, let's go ahead and try to adjust a little bit more. Say a little bit like this. We're going to hit H for hologram. You can nudge it, or you can hold down Control and nudge it a lot more precisely, right? So say we want to nudge it, let's say there, and see how that looks. And a lot of trial and error in this game. We got a bit of a gap there. Maybe a little bit forward. Again, you can also put these inside each other like this. And basically just try to fine-tune it a little bit more. Really want it to go this way a little bit. Let's say a little bit like that. Just from doing the hologram, we'll take that one out. See how this looks. It's looking pretty good. Kind of sticking out the end there. Not going to really work because the thing's not going to let me. So let's try a little bit more of an angle and a little bit back. See what we can get away with here. Oh, there we go. Now we're getting a little somewhere. Yeah, a little bit more angled out. And now when we go, it's going to double open like that. Very cool. Very, very cool. Now you got a bit of a problem, though, is that your walls are not going to snap. And this is where everybody gets stuck, everybody. They're like, oh, how do I make my wall snap off of this thing? Well, you just do the same thing you just did. You just go in and basically bend it to your will, everybody. Kind of like this. And then, of course, move this up a little bit because, remember, it's going to center itself. Like this. Again, you need to move it back just a little bit. Hit H, nudge it back just a little bit, click that, get rid of the first one. And that's pretty good. We'll go ahead and try our wall. And there we go. And so now you can, again, kind of micro move stuff. And the same thing with walls. If you didn't know, you can snap walls to foundations, but you can also hit H and nudge the wall just a little bit. And you can hold down Control and nudge it even more precisely, exactly where you want it to be along those foundations. Again, it took me a long time to learn that one, everybody. I zonked on train tracks today. It was fun seeing the new creations. I got to go horizontal though. Yes, going horizontal is very fun. I don't usually switch my main playthrough to the new version for obvious reasons. I'm still doing 1.0 here, everybody. But when 1.1 comes out, we'll have some fun with vertical splitters and all that stuff when it drops later on. But right now, we're just embellishing and having some fun here. Now, again, since I've already done this, everybody, I can actually use this as a template. That's right, I can use it as a template for running the rest of my walls, and then everything will then snap to the things that I already have. So getting it established is pretty cool because, again, you can go in now, and if I can aim properly here, there we go. I can now use those angles on other things, like walls, or if I say I want to go in and say, you know what, I really want to throw in a few windows here just so I can kind of peek in, maybe some cool reinforced windows. Again, you can go ahead and play a little peekaboo. Peekaboo. And again, now your base is not basically square anymore, and it has a bit of embellishment to it and looks pretty cool. As well. And again, on the side here, I would make this blue, but I actually probably put this in a darker blue if I get away with it, something like this. So it's not so brilliant. Maybe something even like this. Maybe more. Let's go ahead and get this color that we got up here. Yep, and then we'll put this in black. And then we'll go ahead and just work that color down. So it's just a darker tone of that same color. Yeah, there we go. That'll add a bit of a complement to it as well, kind of a turquoisey color. And then we can go ahead again, apply that to all of these. Looking good. Now I'd probably go in also and just apply it to all of my splitters, and you can see we applied it to our actual line runs there. Back here, might want to do the same thing. Apply to this, this, and this. And then we can have a bit of fun like we did before. Probably want to take all this out first. And we'll go ahead and get our architecture, our painted beam. Our painted beam is what's going to allow us to do something really cool here. We'll get it nice and centered. Bring this, let's say, there. And then we can go ahead and use our support pillar like that. And then we can still align our splitter underneath. Now, by the way, we can just do this and then this. Now, this actually is a splitter at the bottom, merger at the top, and splitter at the bottom. So I got to make sure I put it as a splitter. There we go, and it's actually this way. There we go. Now I wouldn't trust any of those line runs there. And we're going to take this out, and it's going to see that it looks like that thing is sitting on top of our support pillar, like that, which is really fun thing to do, right? Yeah, it's kind of built in. Looks like it's holding it up. It looks totally legit, not just floating there in the air. And then we'll bring this down from the merger up above, back down the splitter. We've left ourselves a little space here for our dimensional depot. And actually, we could do multiple dimensional depots here because we do have a smart splitter down there and a merger up here. So we could go in and adjust that. Do we really need a smart splitter? Well, you know what? We'll put it in there just in case we decide that only the overflow is going to go into the dimensional depot, or maybe once the dimensional depot is in overflow, it does it. Now, I feel like one of the worst things that they did in this game, everybody, is troll all the players. And you're like, what do you mean, Kismet? How did they troll all the players? They trolled all the players by actually making a storage inside the dimensional depot So you can't actually set it properly to overflow. And what I mean is if it was going in there and it was just taking it from the outside and running it directly into the dimensional depot without the storage inside, it would detect whether it was overflow or not overflow. But what it does is it fills up, thinks it's in overflow, even though it's still feeding it in there, and then starts to get rid of your resources when you don't want it to, because that sucks. But what it should really detect is whether the dimensional depot is full of that particular item. Not is the inventory of the dimensional depot full, but is the actual dimensional depot have the maximum amount of that particular item? And if it does, then it goes into overflow. I can't believe they didn't think of that, everybody. It stuns me every single time I think of something that seems obvious to me, but not to other people. And that just makes your routing into your dimensional depot harder, because you can't just set it to overflow without it actually just filling up the inventory really quick, especially if you have fast belts like I do. It just fills up the inventory, says it's on overflow, boom, there goes those resources. It sucks, especially if you're trying to put like your Mercer spheres in there or your summer sloops via sorting, and then if it doesn't sort, it then goes into overflow, which then goes into your awesome sink. That's not good. Don't do that. That's not good. There's only so many of those in the world, everybody. There's only like 300 of those Mercer spheres in the world. I think it's like 298 or something like that, but roughly about 300 of them in the entire world. So again, you can burn a bunch of them up, which I've done in this particular playthrough in the MAM, and then all of a sudden run out of them and you got no more in the whole entire game. I know, it sucks. It sucks big time. All right, so I like that. That's looking good. I like that corner and how it comes together, and then we can just go in there. It looks very industrial strength. I like it. And of course, we're leaving room for the humans, right? For the humans to walk around the storage and to walk around the factory. A lot of times what people do is they're maximizing, they're cramping all their stuff together, and it's fun to do that. But remember, it's a huge amount of space in the world, everybody. You don't have to cram it all together. You have plenty of space to build and build and build. And that's why I build way up there, because I have basically an infinite. It's just above the highest mountain in the whole entire game. There's only one thing that goes higher than my base right there. And I can run the whole entire thing across the whole entire world if I wanted to. I could put foundation, the whole thing. But of course, eventually I'll hit the build limit if I do enough. But again, now we've kind of stylized that side. And I kind of feel like we want to do it again over here on this side. So let's see if we can find that same angle, which is not always that easy. But we'll give it a shot. Right over here. And we'll see what happens. All right. Kind of feel like we want to nudge it in just a little bit. It might be a little too close. Let's see what we got. All about... Oh, man. First try. What the heck? What the heck, chat? Sometimes I'm on a roll. First try right there. First try. Very nice. Okay, and again, right here, we just go ahead and hit it in hologram mode. Hologram mode is the greatest thing they've added to the game, everybody. And I've played the game since it came out. I've played through 40, 50 times. I've played it since day one when it dropped on the Epic Game Store. Played it for thousands and thousands of hours now. And I've also bought another copy, and I play now on Steam, so I actually own 2 copies of it. As well as I've given away tons and tons of copies of Satisfactory over all of the years, to the tunes of thousands of dollars worth of Satisfactories. So you're welcome. But sadly, if you weren't here, sorry. But you're here now, and that's what's important. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and go here to the edge. Now, again, this back part's going to be tricky because of the way that we're angling out that front part there. But what we're going to do is... bridge this gap here eventually. The way we can do that is we can hit H, and then we can nudge this in so it fills in that. Now, I'm not a big fan of what's known as Z clipping there, where things will clip over each other. Oh, and I'm in zoop mode. Let me get out of zoop mode. H, and then just nudge that in there to kind of add a little bit there. But see, when you're doing clipping like that, it does that kind of weird thing that it does, right? Now again, by the way, if you pick up a wall here and you put the wall down like that, notice that for some reason the walls don't pick up the texture of the item you picked up. But it does it on other things, but just not on the walls. I don't know. It doesn't pick up the orientation of stuff. It doesn't, I don't understand why they haven't added that. But again, that's just me. But maybe we could go in here and we can go ahead and color this in with our kind of darker turquoise, and maybe it'll be just fine. It's okay. I don't like it. I'm going to live with it for right now. Now, another thing that we can do also on our walls, if we had them, is why don't they have a half wall? Duh. Put a half wall in the game already. Now, again, they have these, the basic wall, right, which is like a quarter wall, which you can use, by the way, and you can also snap to this. See, this is 1, and then 2, 3, and 4. So basically, it's a quarter, so it's 1/4 of the total wall height. But they don't have it where it goes vertical. Why don't they have it vertical, or why don't they let me rotate this one vertical, right? A little vertical rotation. Or even better, just give me give me a half a wall, and I could just, that little half a wall there would be nice. But we're going to go ahead and live with it for now, and just go with it. Now, another thing that we can do, everybody, is we can use our beams, by the way, and we can use our freeform and angle this across where we want it to go, like this. And then, again, we can go in and we can use this as a template for our angles right there. And then we can go ahead and take this out, and you will never know how I did. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, there's a problem. It's up too high. How can we fix that? Oh, well, let's go find out. We can go ahead and put a basic wall right there. Put another basic wall underneath there. Take this, put this underneath here, and guess what? It doesn't line up. Don't ask me. I don't make the games, everybody. I just play them. Why don't they make that line up? That would have been awesome. But you can see now that wall is down too far. So again, you're always trying to find ways to work around these issues as well. And what we can try to do is maybe put a metal beam in here. Then take this wall out, and then take this, and again, try to snap it to this over here. Now, I don't have vertical snapping, so it's not going to do me any good. But if I get it to line here, there we go. I could go ahead and hit H and then move it up and down, which would then allow me to line it to the wall again, how I actually already started it in there. Now, the great thing is in 1.1, they are going to have vertical snapping, so you can work with that a bit easier than you can here in the original. But it's kind of cool to leave a little bit of an edge, I think, also on your base, so you have a bit of edge there. It does give it a cool look. Again, don't have to put it right up to the edge of everything all the time. But we're going to go ahead and bridge across here. Now in the back here, again, more doors would be excellent. In here, we'll go to our walls. How to make gauge. You'll see that I don't put a lot of this stuff on my bar, because again, I only use this stuff when I'm building. I could build a whole set for it, I guess. And then, oh, actually, we'll go double wall here. This is 6 now. Yeah, I forgot. We're working with 6, not 5. So we can go ahead and double up and double up and double up again. So there, and there, and then this, and this way, and this way. Now, why am I doing that? Well, that's a double wall open, so it's going to double wall open, and you have plenty of space to get in and out. You don't have to just, you know, force yourself to get in there, and you're hitting the top and the bottom, and you're like, God, I can't get in there. And then the same thing up here. We'll go ahead and aim like that. You got to aim at the edge where it's, oops, that's not the way I wanted that to go. You aim at the edge over here so that you can aim at the wall. Otherwise, it doesn't work. You got to aim where it's going to open to. Actually, we could just go to this one and do that one, and then flip this the other way. There we go. And flip that one the other way. Now, you have a too high double open. Even nicer. It's like a big gigantic wall at like Jurassic Park. And again, look at all these walls we could make open. Whee! Open up all the walls. Yay! Easy. Easy and awesome at the same time. Okay, and again, we got this coming back. And we can go ahead and put that in nice and straight. We're going to take this one out here. And we're going to go ahead, put this in nice and straight. And then you're like, well, Kismet, how are you going to make up that back part there? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to embellish it to basically hide it. A lot of times what you're doing with these things is you're creating like custom shapes and stuff. And then you're using all of these pieces. You should be, anyway. Using all these pieces. And again, we could hit H and just nudge that right into place. Now, again, I don't want it to block my door, but it doesn't matter because my door is actually going to open and just block it just a little bit there as well. So I can go ahead and run that wall into there and just use it as an embellishment. And again, we can also zoop it. Say something like that. Put the wall in. Or we can make all of these doors if we want to. And so on. Or we can do something even cooler. We can go in and hold down Control and replace all those walls with our new walls. And notice down here, everybody, that it actually kept the color of the whatever I had it set to before, which is the default one. Let's go ahead and customize that in. There we go. Now we're getting some industrial strength stuff going on. I find that this looks very, very good when it comes to that industrial strength feel. And then here, we're then going to go in to our basic stuff. Now remember, everybody, there's also a ton of mods for this as well. I'm not using any mods. This way, anything that I'm doing, you guys can do as well. But again, just to match it up to what we got here, we're going to go ahead and go with these steel walls here. Alrighty. Why don't we just stack those on top of each other now? Come on. There we go. Alright, being a little finicky there. And again here, we can just hold down Control to replace that one. And then again over here, Control, 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 Control. And on the other side, same thing. Just middle mouse button, the wall. Over here. No, okay. Control, 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 Control. Again, you can see that it's inset. We have these cool angled doorways that open here. And then on this side, same thing, angled doorway. So we can get in and out of the factory. Very cool. Better than being a square thing. Now, when you get these edges right here, everybody, you're going to be, Kismet, you got gaps there. Well, that's why we go in and we embellish things, right? We go in and we're hiding our little gaps. It'd be even easier if I had it on the right mode. There we go. And then over here, hide those gaps. Gonna make them look nice. And now it looks like it's the main entrance, right? Where I can go ahead and go in. Now, I'd probably not do that. I would probably do it more like this. Because those are double doors, I would go over here and I would do this. And then go ahead and embellish these corners here. That's a tricky one. That's a tricky one. Because of that angle. Alright, get me a diagonal. There we go. Much better. Alright, very nice. And again, we see I have some Z clipping there. We can fix that, cover that up with our cool beam connector. Same thing here. Except those connections nicely. Beam connector at the bottom. Beam connector at the bottom. Beam connector at the top. And look at that, everybody. Now that looks like the entrance. And check it out. Cool. Now, another thing that we can do is we can actually use our angle here to our advantage. And we can try to go in here and just get this angle. Put that down just enough to where we got to get in our default mode to about halfway. And then from halfway up, we can go ahead and rotate it because you got it on top of another beam. And we can try to match that angle a little bit. Yeah, let's say something there. Oh, that did not rotate. All right, let's try it again. Seemed like it was rotating when I was moving the wheel. Kind of hard to see sometimes because of the highlight color. I probably need to change my highlight color back again. There we go. Kind of like that. There we go. And then this right here, I would switch to actually cap this instead. And we'll have that at an angle. And then now that looks like the entrance. But again, we can just go ahead and do that. And then again, all of this, we're going to go ahead and match it to the other ones that we are building. Like this. So we're going to give it a good look there. don't like the darker blue windows here, so maybe a little bit of lighter blue just to give it a little bit of something, something. Yeah. Yeah. A little bit of something. Now, notice, by the way, that this I'm building actually on the blueprinter, as opposed to building it on where the where it's actually going to end up, for sure. For sure. So again, we're just embellishing stuff. We're having some fun time, making stuff look cool. Nothing too fancy, but you know, a little fancy. A little fancy stuff going on. And again, once you start a theme, everybody, keep that theme going throughout your base here. Because you can match that theme to your other stuff. Yeah, we'll get the window in. Sometimes these windows, they flip the wrong way. And that just did that. Sure, these windows aren't flipped. Nope, that window's fine. Those seem fine. You know, it's fine. Fine. All right, awesome. And again, using this, then we'll zoop the rest of those in. GG's. And then we'll do some coloring of funness here. We'll go ahead and Caterium stuff here, and then our darker bluish color. Get all of our windows. Again, we're using the lighter color inside and the darker color on the outside. Again, we're going to go ahead and put our little pillars here. That H to make sure it's not popping out the back. There we go. Very nice. And again, there are pillars there to kind of fix that gap because we made a custom angle. And looks pretty good. And then we'll go ahead and continue this down here. Again, this is probably the trickiest thing here. This is nice and easy. Go ahead and do that first. And we'll probably do something like this. Yeah, we should probably leave a gap. Maybe like a double pillar gap. I don't like that idea, leaving a double pillar gap there. Maybe continue this one up a bit. Try to match that gap level. Kind of hard to see. So let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to temporarily put this on here. See where that lines up. Across there. So that should actually end up below the wall. And just using it as a visual guide. Something like that. And again, going in and putting in our cool Caterium. Looks great. And then the same thing over here. Run that over. Oh, we gotta do our angle here. Works for me, and then in between the two, right, in between the two had a thing here. And I think this is the one we rotated. Oh, that was actually pretty nice. Get on in there. There we go. Rotate that one. Put a beam connector on the top of it. Tie that all together. Okay, and then over here we'll just put it like that. Yep. Tying that in. And then like this. And then we're framing out the outside of the door. Oh, we need to change this with a window. Yes, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. And then this one with the lighter blue. All about color, contrast, shapes. This is what it's all about, everybody. All about finding that combination of variety. And this is what they do in real life buildings, everybody. They go in and they're like, man, that building's really ugly. You gotta fix that up because, you know, you're going to get in trouble with the city. As the city's got requirements for making stuff not suck. So you do got to follow those requirements, or they kick you out of the city, or they fine you, or they do both. So make sure you build yourself some sweet factories here. Now, of course, this is very inefficient to build these factories, by the way, this embellished. And again, I'm your official Fix-It corporate trainer, everybody. But remember that Fix-It is watching you. So be careful because they may laser you from space from being inefficient. But that's not my department, so and I'm not going to tell them, so don't worry. They're not going to hear it from me. So there you go. All right, this should have actually been going straight. There we go. And then this should have been tagged in there straight to match the other side. There we go. And then this is now going to be straight. Go ahead and put there. Now what I'm doing is I'm building a support for the next building up. And so I'm going to leave this part open where I can get underneath here and I can check all these boxes from on top without actually having to go inside the building. But if I didn't need to go inside the building, I totally could. Now I kind of feel like maybe we'll try a little bit of bar action, see if a little rebar is what I like here. Up here, and not going to go the way I want you to go there. Okay, down just a little bit. There we go. And we'll try a little bit of this. See if we like it. Right in the center. Back to there. This one did not reach all the way. See, sometimes you think it reaches, and it's not really reaching. Try it again. All the way. There you go. Don't necessarily have to clip it into the thing, but again, you want to give it, you know, a bit of an industrial strength feel there, which is pretty fun. And then if I did this right, I should be able to take this and run this directly. Oof, it was longer. And since it's not long enough, I'll just go halfway. So I have to make two pieces out of it anyway, and then go the other half. All right, and again, it creates basically a support frame for the item that's up above it. Again, I told you we're going to get very advanced in some of these things. Now, we want to go ahead and put the roof on, but it's going to be pretty tricky to put this roof on with these embellishments in the way. So I just pull one of these off the side here, go ahead and put these in first, and then come back and add your embellishment along the side here. Like so. Oh, not beam. I get our painted beam on this particular case. Run that back. This way your foundations are actually snapping to your walls and not the ground. Now this is a problem here because that's going to run over the side of that. But actually for foundations, one of the few things they did is they gave us a half foundation. So thank you so much for that. I wish they'd give me a half wall though, but they haven't. One of these days, I hope they give me a nice half wall. Again, I like to go ahead and have it open on the top so I can access all of these. And we'll go ahead and fix the texture here just a bit. And then here in the back, which is kind of cool because we can rotate it. And then just kind of let it hang off the side here a bit. And try to zoop it all the way down. And now it's also a little overhang in the back, see? Because it's a little bit inset into the blueprinter, I have the ability to build a cool little overhang outside the building like that, which is really cool. Again, the whole thing doesn't need to be symmetrical all the time. A lot of people do symmetrical things, and that's okay if you want to get started. But I think it's really cool to not build everything to be symmetrical. And you can see we got our doors in there, so it's creating a cool little line effect there in here. Now this whole part here, we'll keep this as asphalt. Now we're to the tricky parts, so where we need to get our stuff in here. And this is where you start to have the nightmare of, oh my God, it doesn't just go in there and do the thing I want to do. So you start having this Z-clipping problem like this. where it starts to go in there. Now, if you use certain textures, those certain textures don't clip as bad like the asphalt there. It's not as obvious that there is two things inside each other. But if you use the regular foundations, you're going to see that you get this really bad pattern there. So a lot of people do use asphalt to try to cover up that overlapping. Now we got a problem here in the corner as well because we want to get this to go in here, but luckily we were smart enough to put that angled beam in there, and that angled beam is going to help us do the corners as well. And again, I'm not a big fan of clipping there. I wish they'd just give us the pieces that will allow us to do that. But you can see that we did fill in that whole top part. And then we have this little gap in between our storage, which is looking awesome. And if you like it, you save it. Let's do it. Let's save this baby. And this is going to be Mega Storage Setup Mark III. This is used to store your raw or refined resources by stacking it on top of your extractor or factory. Right there. All right, mega storage setup. Boom. Save. All right. Now we want to test it, everybody. We want to test it and see if we can get this to align and sit on top of that, which is going to be really fun to get that going on. Now, another thing that we want to do, since we do have it inset here, is we can also say, wait a minute, we also want this to come out of here. So we want to go ahead and revamp this a bit here in the back so that we can go ahead and line this up. Now, we're just going to go ahead and use the one output. Whichever output lines up better, that's the output we're going to use. It's probably going to be this left one, but we'll go ahead and just try it anyway. Let's go ahead and get our walls, and let's see if we can get this one here. We can get that one there. Probably the left one a little bit better. Yeah, I guess we could go right as well. Once we choose, that's the one we're going to use. So we're just going to go over here. And again, we don't need multiple. Sometimes I use multiple. But in this case, no. Oh, we got a wall right in the middle there. We're going to take this out. And again, we're going to run one of the splitters back out again so that we can take the raw resources and run them on to the next part of the process. Right here. And at no time is this going to produce more than this belt can run. This belt can run 1,200. So at the maximum that this one's going to produce is basically 300. Now, one of the cool things that I can do, everybody, is that I can put the output in the same spot in this one as well. So I can go ahead and say, you know what? I want this to also, if I need to, I can just pass it through this and have it go to the one up above. Or I can also have it go all through all of these boxes and then come out and also split and go vertical over here as well. Now, one of the things that I would do is, of course, manage to get this in the same exact spot that I have it here. So we'll go ahead and hit H. And again, if we just want to pass it through, we can pass it through, or we can edge that forward. Oh, other way. This way. Or we could just go from here to there if we want to, like that. Or we can just run a run another splitter up here that runs there, because again, this is a splitter here, and then up here, this is actually the merger as well. Oh, that merger. Merging. Let's double check its output, and is outputting here. Okay, just double checking. And then again, we can run this back into the dimensional depot, or we can just say, you know what, I just want to go ahead and take this, and I want to run it up, and then I want to run it right into here. So that would run right into there and run up there if I had it running the right direction. Let's get it going the right direction. Going in. There we go. And so we can also bypass the dimensional depot in there and just say, you know what, any of these other resources, we need another storage up above to hold those resources. Now, what I would do is I would use one storage, say, for your 300 extractors, and then your coarse extractors, and then say you want more backlog for your 600 extractors, well, then you could go ahead and add it, or I could add an infinite amount of storages because they'll chain directly straight upwards. Or I can also output them directly out to the back here and do that as well. But I kind of like the lifter idea, and I like the fact that I could also run it to the thing up above. And then I could also find where it's at, then put the top one on top of that, and then it would then come up from underneath and then go into the manufacturing part, which is the next part that we're going to do. And we're going to basically make a manufacturer that sits right on top of this one, again, in a modular style, that we can then keep chaining as much as we want. And that's where modular comes in. You want to make sure that your inputs and outputs are lining up against every single thing, and no matter how many of them you make, you can keep chaining them as far as much as you want to do. Now, this particular extractor only extracts 300, so it's not going to basically outrun my belt speed. Now, later on, when we're doing 1200 extraction, well, then that's when we need to watch out for our belt speeds and also our conversion of our particular bases. And again, this is way more embellished than I typically would do in there, and I can actually show you my base up here, and actually I could finish the game right now if I wanted to. And if you aren't impressed already, everybody, I can finish the game with only 30 or 40,000 power. The whole entire game. I can finish it, and I know because I already did in the previous playthrough. I don't need any more power than that. I don't need a lot of frames or a lot of production. I can do it all with just that much power. I know, it's pretty epic. If you do want to see my previous playthroughs, you can check out youtube.com/KismetBP. In fact, I'll throw it in the chat there. While you're sitting in the chat, it's a good time to pop on over there and hit those links if my Stream Deck wants to work today. I don't know what's up with my Stream Deck lately. It is possessed, I tell you. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Just like talking to my kids. Sometimes my kids listen and sometimes they don't. Come on, Stream Deck, wake up. I've never had this problem before, and it just started happening recently. It's like I got to log out or log back in again or something, or do the hokey pokey or something. I don't know. All I know is I could have already copied pasted it in the chat by the time I got that working. So it doesn't make it very effective if it only works part of the time. But I do love the Stream Deck. The Stream Deck is awesome. It is probably the best thing I ever bought for my stream. It is quite amazing. Okay, so what can we do with these steel beams? Maybe get some... We want to feel more industrial strength. Maybe we could just do something more like that. They need a rounded edge pillar. The more I play this game, the more I want them to do other things. Like, see, this should come in, and then it should be rounded. You know, it's like a half arc, and then go that way. That would be nice. We'll see what we get, everybody. We're going to get a bunch of new stuff in 1.1. Again, I'm purposely not looking, because, again, I know a little bit of it. I did watch the video from it a little bit, but I hope they surprise us with some more stuff that they haven't mentioned in those videos. And normally I would go and play it if I had finished playing through as well. Oh, there's that glass frame foundation. Oh, I was looking for that. Wow, it was right there in front of my face. No wonder I couldn't find it. We're going to use that later for some fun. All right, we better put it out here so I can remember where it is later. I keep looking for it. It's like, where is that thing? This is really great for when you want to see your line runs that you're running underneath there. That's really cool for that. We'll get to that. Okay, so do I want to feel super industrial like that, or maybe not feeling the beams right now? I'm not feeling it. I feel like that should be a bit more industrial strength. What about the smaller pillars? You could go ahead. Run those smaller pillars in. Yeah, much better, much better. Yes, we're definitely using that. Okay. Yeah, I don't feel like the beams are cutting it. Holy mackerel! Made me jump! Look out, we're getting some more love up here in the chat, everybody. Construction, bringing in some love. Thank you very much for coming in, everybody. My name is Kismet. They call me the Gaming Tycoon. I've been playing Satisfactory for thousands of hours, not just today, but over a long period of time. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. We have a good time up in here. Let me give you a shout out over here. Construction, I bet you're playing Satisfactory. I was correct. There we go. Oh no, you got Bezos gotcha. Oh no, the Bezos. Anything but the Bezos. Bummer Rooney. I'll wait till the ads are over. All you Twitch Turbo people can see me right now, and thank you so much for your Twitch Turbo subscription, everybody. On behalf of all streamers here on Twitch, we greatly appreciate you. We sure do. All right. That's not working. Get this to a line up here to the top. Get in there. All right, we're gonna nudge. Oh, that one can't be nudged. Oh, we gotta use our thing and then do the other thing. Okay, our thing, and our thing. All right. We gotta do this first, or no, this. This first, and then take this and snap this on you. Snap that into there, and then we can align it to the top. That. Take that one out. Actually, we'll take this out. Actually, we'll put this back. Put that back. Take this one and this one out, and then take this out. All right. Did Bezos get his money yet? Not yet, huh? All right, Bezos, do your thing, bro. Do your thing, Bezos, so we get back to some more fun here. 12 more seconds of Bezos time. All right, there we go. All right, sorry about Mr. Bezos there. He's got to get his dollar bills. You know how it goes, everybody. Thanks for coming in, hanging out. Again, you know, I have a vested interest in Twitch staying in business. So what we're doing right now, everybody, is we're building some industrial strength fun right now. Kind of feel like we should go over here and just go ahead and put this right here, too. I'll say we get these kind of pillars in here as well. Maybe a little bit of something like that. Big old industrial pillars there. We'll pull this one out of here. Oh, man, look at that lining up real nicely. We can go ahead and take this top one off now. We can take this out and do some nice... Oh, now we're getting industrial strength right there. Very nice. Like it, like it. One day I'll say hi. Well, there you go. Oh, no, not another 2 minutes. Why does it say another 2 minutes? It says it's over for me. It says you shouldn't be getting any more Bezos time. Bezos taking up all of your sweet gaming time there. And again, thanks to all the peeps with Twitch Turbo who came in on that raid. I appreciate y'all and all my peeps, of course, in the channel. Again, that helps every streamer on Twitch. So if there's anything you want to do, everybody, you want to get that Twitch Prime. Because, again, it helps every single streamer on the platform. Okay, that one's not lining up as good as the other one. Because this goes too far. Let's go ahead and just run it right to there. And then we can line this up into there. That's not lined up very well. Not good. Let's try that again. There we go. Now we're getting it lined up. Take this out. We don't need this anymore. We can take this one out. Take that one out of there. It doesn't quite reach. Oh, that's a problem. This is a problem. So we might have to do a little something right there. I don't think one of those little cap things are going to fit on there, though we could be a little sneaky and just stick them on the side. We're going to need to cap that with something. What about not a big one. A smart little arc pillar. How would that look? Meh. 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 Nah, I don't like it. I know exactly what I don't like instantly, everybody. Now, it's working good across this way. And this one looked like it fit. Why does this one offset? Oh, no. Otherwise, it's still offset. Huh. That's 6. Are these not aligned? Something definitely wrong. Oh, this side is not aligned. This side is offset. Yeah, there's always something. Hit H. Can't be nudged. Oh, we'll get it fixed. We'll get it fixed. We'll get it fixed. And this is the problem with mega building, is you're always problem solving. Right there. But man, that looks good. All right. Now we got a nice industrial strength beam up there. And I know exactly what I want to do with that beam right there, everybody. We'll put some lights on there because that's going to be cool. Now, what we're doing, everybody, is we are mega building. Now, mega building to me is not just building big, everybody. It is building beautifully. It is going in and embellishing your stuff. And this is actually the first time I've really gone in and just went nuts with the embellishment of my bases. And that's because it's now out in release. And so I'm waiting for the update as well to come through and in the stable version. See how if I like that all the way down. Nope, don't like it. Nope. Don't like it. Maybe we could downsize this a little bit. I feel like this needs to be a little smaller. We could go ahead and do something like that. And then this would be the perfect time for our little small pillar supports. Something like that, maybe in a nice carbon steel. And then take this out. A couple of those there. And bring this down. Again, it'd be nice if there was a corner piece right there. You just do a corner piece. Yeah, I'm back. Well, welcome back there, Construction. Again, sorry Bezos got you. Bezos got to get his dollar bills, you know. You know how it is. Bezos is who Bezos is. Now, that's why I always suggest everybody, the best way to help out all streamers on Twitch is to get that Twitch Prime, if you can afford it. Now, again, I understand if you can't, that's perfectly fine as well. I just appreciate you coming in, hanging out here in the channel. Mr. Bezos has got to get his dollar. And, again, I have a vested interest in Twitch staying in business. So, hey, I appreciate them staying in business so I can sit here and hang out with all of you as well. Peeps got to make some money, and Twitch don't make no money, according to them, anyway. All the rest of us, though, we got to do what we got to do. All right. I'm not really liking it right there. I kind of feel like that needs to move back a bit. Kind of feel like that needs to go back here somewhere. Maybe here. Always tinkering. Always. Those are too far forward. In there. Yeah, way better. Way better. All right. Very nice. Okay. And again, if you're just tuning in, everybody, we've been embellishing our stuff. Like that. Now, one of the cool things about this right here, everybody, is not only is it an extractor, but it also lets me know if that particular extractor is in overflow. It also tells me how many it's going per minute. We put some lights on it. We put some fancy stuff in there, glass, angles. We've embellished it a bit with different types of mirrors. And actually it comes in the back here and then runs up to the next level, which is what I'm building right there, which is the storage level. I can show you right over here in this other one that we did. And again, we kind of built out the bottom. Really embellished it. You can see on the left side it is full. And that tells me that the box over here is full without me even need to go over there and check it. Now I'm going to go ahead and throw that away and watch very quickly as it empties out that left side and tells me that it's not in overflow. If that side is full, then I know it's at overflow. If that side is not full, then I know that it is running at 100% efficiency, burning up every last piece of that particular item. Again, one of the unique things on my stream. Never seen anybody else do it like that. Now, again, I also like to build in what I call minimalist thing. I only need to build the extractor part for the extraction, and then all the other parts I will then stack on top in a very vertical way. I love to vertical build. Most people build very horizontally, where they're just stacking, okay, I'm putting my foundations down, and I'm doing the thing, and then I do the next thing, and the next thing. They build everything very, very flat. Because if I build in a horizontal way, it doesn't help me get to my trains, because my trains are way up there. And you're like, well, Kismet, why did you build your trains way up there? Because that means that my trains can run perfectly flat throughout the whole entire world, because I'm above all of the other obstructions except for one, which is ever so slightly higher. But if I can't avoid that one little thing, then I have problems. But that's why I have it up so high. Also, you can see that between right there and where I'm at, I can build a bunch of line runs that could be 15 layers deep or more, and actually can build downwards as I need, as opposed to building upwards and then realizing you're out of space. So why not just give myself a ton of space to start with, and then I can build in any direction that I want to go. And like making the perfect spiral over here. Not just spirals. Everybody else just does spirals, everybody. Kismet does perfect spirals. And if you're one of my Patreon supporters, you get all of these blueprints as well. Over there on patreon.com/Kismet. So check it out. A lot of exclusive stuff over there as well. Including these blueprints that I'm building right now are going to go up there the second I get these all squared away here. All right, let's tuck that in a little bit. Like that a bit better. Let's try that again. Hologram that. Now, it says that sometimes you can't do pillar movement, but guess what? It lies. You can actually move pillars like I'm doing right there. And we'll get one more in there. Have to do a little bit of clipping on that one, but we'll do what we got to do. And again, to make these line up so they line up on the top, because if you go and take it, it'll try to center it, right? And you try to hit H to nudge it up, or vertically, it cannot be nudged. But you can use your metal beams and run those, and then go ahead and use the end of this, and you just go like this, and it will then align itself across there. Again, a lot of workarounds in this game, everybody. We use a lot of them every single day to make it happen, to make the things that you wanted to do it. Now, they are coming out with vertical thingy, whatever you call it, vertical stuff. Brain, come on, work it. Work there, brain. Vertical nudging. There we go. I knew it was in there somewhere. Vertical nudging is coming out in 1.1. This is 1.0 right now, everybody. I have played through over 40 or 50 times. I can't even remember. It's been so many times. And what we're trying to do is build this industrial strength support over the top of it, where we can go ahead and just run in here, do what we need to do, and then also see if it's actually transferring between the storage and whatever is above it, which could be another storage, or it could be some refinement, or it could be final assembly. Again, stacking them vertically in a modular style in which they can chain to one to the next and the next. Really like the look of that. Think it turned out pretty well. I do like the overall upper support there. I wish there was one in between this one and that one, like a 3/4. That would be nice. A little bit of Z clipping over here that I don't like. Not a big fan of that Z clipping over there, which means it's probably happening over here. Probably nothing we can do about it since we're right on the edge here. What do we feel like doing here? I can't put a catwalk on there sideways. That would be awesome. That's exactly what I would do. I just put the catwalk right up the side of the wall. As well. What else we got? Full window frame. If they give me some half walls, I could put them in there. Let's just go ahead. Cover those up. When in doubt, cover it up so you don't have to look at it. Again, if they gave me some half walls, I could have ran some half walls right up there, and then I wouldn't have to make the full walls. But we do what we got to do. Very nice. Okay. Liking it, liking it. Very industrial strength looking. And again, it's not square. Real cool. All right, let's go ahead and grab some signs from over here. And not sure I'm going to get it there, so I'm going to put it right here. Like so. Actually, we'll split it kind of down the middle here. Where's the middle of this sucker? Right here. Like this. And like this. And then we can just go in here and change the layout of this one to this. Wish there was a reverse one that was like this. That would be awesome. But no. And then no background. We're going to select the icon. This is going to be, what is it called? It's called iron, no, not iron ore. It is limestone is the name of it. Limestone. And then over here, we're just going to do text. Sadly, it's going to be very small because I seriously doubt I can use this one. And we'll try it. Nope. Again, I can't control the font size or anything, which really bugs me. But as a graphic designer, it hurts my soul, but, you know, I do what I got to do. All right, layouts. Let's just go in here and do this. Storage. Okay, nice. Again, we got some blue accent colors in there with the gold. Looks pretty awesome. Oh, we got to put our caps in. Our little cappies. Already got our one there. Let's put these on both sides. Ain't nobody gonna really see these other than me, but again, we'll put them in. Give us that cap feeling there. All right. Let's see if I like that pillar there. Kind of feel like it's better without the pillar. I mean, I could cap it at the bottom, but I don't know. The pillar kind of breaks up the thing, and then that thing is rotated in such a way that I don't like. So I think it looks better without the pillar. And then again, we got a double door. We just go right here. It just opens right up. Inside we are for all of our storage. This is what we're building, a storage area. Again, this is the 6x6 blueprinter. And we're building this industrial strength frame around there to basically hold up the next level as well. Maybe we could take this down to where that clipping is. Yes, here. So maybe we could just do this. Like that. And again, it'd be nice if you could just rotate the wall straight up and down. Would be great too. I mean, basic stuff. Allow me to rotate the wall, bro. Again, sometimes I don't think they actually play the actual game, but there you go. That's on them. All right, maybe we could do something more like this. We could just put a little double beam there. Oh, look at that. GG's, everybody. GG, that's even better. Again, you just want to keep iterating, getting an idea of what you want. Try different ideas. It just so happens that thing just big enough to hide that Z clipping. And also it just embellishes it. Looks like it's supposed to be there. That's the real trick. Does it look like it's supposed to be there? Okay, then we're going to go ahead again with our materials here. We're going to turn that to the wall. We're going to go ahead and bring our wall back in here because we're going to just let that come out of there. And again, we're using those nice Mark 6 belts and lifters and all that goody good stuff. We're going to change this to here, this blue, and also this and this. Match all that up, and then here, blue. We got all this stuff. Again, blue represents my storage color. And then I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do it here, but let's just go ahead and see if we can set this to green. No. Yeah. I really need a thing that says remove. Remove the thing. Remove the texture and set it back to default. That's what I really need in the customizer. I feel like I want to go concrete wall. And then see if it lets me go green. Yes, okay. See, it's more subdued green than if I actually use the default wall, which is this, which would make it really bright. Again, knowing how to mix colors is very important. See, that's going to make it really bright like that. But if I go ahead and use the concrete, again, lighter concrete, it's going to, over here, concrete wall, it's going to be not as bad. And just allow me to know that that actually is an output. That's why I put green there. Green means output. So if, again, I want to output it to something else and use it in another factory, say up above, or on another factory somewhere else, always leave myself an output that I can use. All right, I think we're good there. Probably good to save all of that so we don't have to redo that. And then the fun part coming up, trying to put this on top of that right over here. Now, what we want to do is we want to look at what we have lined up over here, which is our foundations, and we want to add it over here. Now, there are some things I leave out so that I can add them myself. In this case, we're going to go ahead and use the big pillar support here, and we're going to align it to that foundation, and then we're going to flip it the other way like that, and then we're going to go ahead and we're going to put a thing right there. Now we're going to go inside here once again and figure out how many pillars we need to move forward to help it align this blueprint. So we need to go 1. I think there's 2 under there. Oh, I'm too close together. Let's go off here to the side. 1, 2, 3 back. Just double checking. Again, while we're thinking of it, let's color that in with some thing there. So 1, 2, 3, and that's where that's going to be. And then what you want to do is just make yourself a solid here, which is go like this. Let's see how many in is that? Let's go look on the roof. It's 1, 2, 3 from that side, and then it's part of number 3 to line that up. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Actually, it's 4. It's the 4th one from the left. So we'll go ahead and do this. And then this will be 6. We take all this out. And now what we're going to do is use these foundations to align that to sit right on top of here. Right? So that's why we put that there, and we lined it up in such a way it's going to sit right on that support. And now, if we did it right and we have our arrow facing the correct direction, there we go. We can then just aim at the side here, get our arrow pointing toward us, hit H to line it up and nudge it over. If we click it just right, it's going to put that right on top of that other building. Boom. Look at that, with a 0 gap. Perfecto. Perfecto Rooney. Okay, very nice. And then we'll take this out. And now we have a cool looking storage up on top of there. Now, you know I'm not going to just let that sit up there like that, everybody. That's where we're going to take these beams again, and we're going to go ahead and put them off here in the corner and actually put supports in. I know, it's crazy. Kismet actually putting supports in on his storage. Again, this is really fun when you get to this stage and you are doing all your supports and stuff, and you're really getting into it big time. Like so. Up a little to the right there. There we go. And then we can go ahead and just put in our big metal pillars, and we're going to run them right into the ground there. We're going to take these out. There. Run those into the ground. This one's here. I don't want to run them too far in the ground, just a little bit. Right there. Now we could try to put the bottom pillars on there, but because of the difference in the terrain, that's going to be really awkward and really unnecessary to try to put those in there. This one would be fully in the ground. This one you'd only see just a tiny bit of the top of it. This one would be pretty good. But if I were to put them in there, and I can just take these out, they'd probably be floating above there, not actually touching the ground. But the front side of it looks good. Yeah, maybe I'll go with that. Let's try this one over here. And make sure you get all the ones that are hidden in the ground, too. Let's see how this looks. All right, now I'm going to go with it. You know, we do one, we got to do them all. Kind of thing. All right, looks legit. We'll go for it. This one's definitely going to be sunk in the ground. And then, of course, don't make it so those are so obvious. I'm going to go ahead, color those down. Like that. Because we don't need to draw attention to the pillars. We just want to have this gigantic, cool storage over the top. That looks pretty cool, everybody. That looks pretty cool. What do you guys think in the chat? Put a 1 in the chat if you guys are digging this more advanced building. Showing you a lot of my techniques and tricks. Now, it's not perfectly in the center, and that's okay, everybody. Remember, it's a 6x6, so it's not going to be perfectly in the center, and it's kind of difficult to do that. Everything does not have to be symmetrical. It just has to look cool like that. I find that to be pretty awesome. Very, very cool right there. Now, let's go see if this works. We're going to go back here, and we might have to realign this thing here at the top, but we'll go ahead and see if we got it. Oh, nope. Looks like it's a bit too far forward. And again, we can always readjust it right here. Yes, we adjusted it a bit. Oh, it's actually too far. The whole thing's too far forward. Oh, okay. We were too far forward by, looks like a whole foundation. That's even easier to fix. So we're going to go over here, and we're going to grab this, and we're going to put more. Actually, let's just put regular foundation down. Now, again, you want to use the foundations that are the same size as the foundations you put in your blueprints. Vitally important. Makes it way easier to align things. And so we'll do this. And then bye-bye blueprints. We'll deal with you later. And then I would probably... Oh, God, this thing, I can't see what I'm doing. Very annoying. Very annoying stuff that lingers where you're working. Everybody knows how to get rid of that. You can just tell me in the chat. How do you get rid of that? Is there any way to turn that feature off or to actually get rid of that altogether? I guess I'm the only one that happens to. But it stays there and does not go away. I try to build something, like space elevator or whatever, the thing's still there. If I go over here and build something over here and then deconstruct a bunch of stuff over there, then it will go away. But it's like really in the way. It's actually not helping me at all right now because I don't really need it, because I know that I need to I need to go one forward right there. And all right, and actually we should put these out this way, like this. We need to push this back just a little bit. just a bit to make that line up a little better. Again, aiming at the side of these foundations. Again, see, it makes it worse than better. Makes it difficult for me to see what I'm doing. Well, let's hope that's it. We'll see. Take these out in the front. Okay. Definitely move back by a foundation. Again, we'll fix the ones at the bottom later. Aha! There it is. Yes, we're off by one foundation there. Very nice. Okay, we got that locked in. And now, if we did this right, everybody, we go in here and we try to hit this right here. And we run it into there. In theory, that's going to start running a whole bunch of that stuff in there. Oh, it's doing its job. Look at it go. Very nice. And again, we'll go back and color that. And now it's doing its job, which is backlogging a ton of resources. Now we can go in and check and see if the resources are working by simply going to the last box, which is this one here. And you can see that it is transporting through all of those boxes. And then on this side is also the last box. You can see that that is also working there. And we can just fly in there and just take a look. There it goes. And we can see it coming down here and coming down and going in here. And we can also put a dimensional depot, or we can actually just run the splitter this way and put multiple dimensional depots over there, and we could split it, put ones down the side there, whatever we want to do. We're just leaving space, so later on if we want to put, say, 5 dimensional depots in here, not on this particular thing because this is the raw resources, but on the final product of concrete, and just have 5 of them running in. And that means that anytime I use concrete, it's going to be going 240 times 5 because I have my MAM completely upgraded. So that's really, really fast, everybody. That's thousands of them going in the dimensional depot. And that's why we're building this right here. Now, again, I'm going to be doing it here and then on this other one as well. And these particular nodes are specifically for me to use for my building and whatnot. As opposed to using them for anything else. All right. Again, we'll take all this out and redo all this, but of course at a much higher difficulty because this darn orange stuff won't go away. Again, if you got a trick to getting rid of that, everybody, you let me know. Less than going in and building a bunch of foundations, which I've done before, but I go over and I build like a ton of foundations over here. Like this. Oh, and we didn't make our new foundations thing either. I just done it me. And then you take it out over there, and then some of it went away. And then you put it down again, and you go here, and then you take it out again. And then maybe some more of it went away. I don't know. I don't know what the heck. I don't know why that thing is so broken. I don't know. I could probably log out, log back in, and it would go away. You'd think after I took that out, all of that would go away. Again, you can see a portion of it's gone away. Whatever. Keep working. Yeah, I'll let the pillar in there anyway. Glad I got that pillar out of there. And okay, we got that one. Now we're just getting started, everybody. We're just getting started up in here. We're going to do some serious epic building. For sure. And then the big pillar. Down to probably there. What about up a little bit? Yeah, up just a little bit. Stop floating away. See it floating away? Not even pressing the key. Just starts floating away. Floating away into outer space. I put a 1 meter there, so it's sitting on that foundation. Kind of like same thing over here. Sure. I think it looked better in the other spot, but you know, we got to do what we got to do. That one looks fine. Oops. And then carbon steel. Again, we don't want to draw attention to the actual supports. Support should be invisible. All right. GG's. Oop, that one up here at the top. Okay, very cool. Digging it. Digging it big time. What if we wanted to stack another one on top? Line up. Oh, lines up perfect. Oh, awesome. So again, if we wanted to stack another one on top, we could just go ahead, get that going like that. Again, using those walls to line that up. And then we would just go ahead and take another one. Blueprints. And again, aim it right here at this edge. Good to go. There we go. Make sure the arrow's toward me. Nudge that over. In theory, it's going to sit right on top and look awesome. Sure does. Sure does, and that's building in a modular style, everybody. Again, that's what I expected it to do, to sit just on top of there like that. Now, there might be a little bit of being able to see the beams here, but that did work out perfect. I do actually like the little lines there. It gives it a little bit of breaking up of the foundations. Again, we can go and we could check all this storage, or we could go up here and we could check all this storage, and then again stack things on the top. We could transfer the storage from the one down below to the one up above, just by simply going like this, because we have it all lined up, or at least it should be lined up. Oh, that is not lined up. That is not lined up. It's got to go forward by 1. Oh, good to know. Good to know. And so we need that to go. Oh, but it's encroaching on this. Doesn't encroach it from the bottom, but encroaches it on the top. Huh. That's interesting to know. Well, I can always move it back. And then just do a little bit of that. Do a little bit of that action. And again, we'll take this out. Oh, I got it going the wrong way. Wrong way. Fix it down here. Weird that was going the wrong way, but whatever. All right, tie those in together, and in theory, now they're going to run to this top part up here. Let's go in and check it out. Oh, back over this way. Should be. Oh, I got to connect it. It's going to be helpful. And it's going to run in. There. Oh, it sure is. I told you we were going to do this in a mega building, everybody. We're doing this in industrial strength. So now, instead of just cramming it all into one of them, I can just make as many as I want, and I can just keep stacking them as high as I want to go as well. And I would go under here and just do this like that. I'd probably go back and fix it in the blueprint. How far do we move it back? We moved it back where it's in the center of these two. So let's go fix it over here. We moved it to there. Again, now that you know that's an issue, you can go and fix it before it comes to issue. Going in. This one. Going there. Getting this to blue for storage. Very nice. And save. Fix it while we're thinking about it. All right, how are we doing on time? Wow, time is flying by. Go ahead, go down, guy. All right, save. That's why we leave it on the blueprinter, so that we can make any small modifications we want to do. And that is working awesomely. That looks amazing. Look how they stack too. Again, they're not just crammed together, not just square buildings that are all together. Want to see some square buildings? I can show you up there, because square buildings are efficient and they're cost effective in real life, everybody. That's why people build boring square buildings, so they maximize their square footage. And the main thing to know about factory building, everybody, is factories are made for human beings. They're made at a human being scale. That's why they're not, 50 feet high whoa, there we go. And human beings can't make it by. It's because they're made at the human being scale. So if you want to build a cool factory, make sure to include the scale of the person who's actually going to go there and work that thing, right? Like a good thing to put here maybe is, now that I think about it, is a door down in this bottom part. Maybe we should put some doors. If we can get it. There we go. Like this. What about some doors at the human scale here? Come on, door. Okay, give it a minute. There we go. Now we can just walk in on the side well. Probably should do that on both sides. Now again, I could take it out, put the blueprint back in, and do all of that, or I could just modify it here, and then just do it in the future. I think I did that backwards. Yep, backwards. Alright, again. It actually shows you the arrows there on the side, by the way. See the arrows? Arrows are pointing in which direction is the opening. So when you get close, there you go. Now we can get in there, again, at the human scale. We can get in there. Now I go fix the other one over here as well. Like this. And we see that's backlogged. We can especially see it because the left side is backlogged there. And again, this one's 600, that one's 300. And again, we'll build storage and all that fun stuff above. What are we doing? We're fixing the doors over here. And you can see also that it has more lighting over here. You're getting more light. And because I built that over the top, that lighting is now being affected by the buildings up above. Which I think is pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. Put that there, and then over here. And now, while we're thinking about it, we'll run back and we'll make that modification to that plan. And we'll take these off of here. There we go. Load this one up. This is our blueprint. And this way, in the future, we don't have to. Oh, what am I doing? See, I keep doing it, everybody. It's from before they had the thing. And then what you can do is just hold down Control, and I can just replace that wall. I don't have to take the wall out. But it's so ingrained in my brain that it is hard to escape. It's hard to escape. Oh, no! I accidentally hit the extractor. Oh, we might be... Oh, no, no, this is the blueprint. Okay, I was like, oh, God, there's no extractor in there. That's because you can't put an extractor on a blueprint. But there we go. Doors are working. All right, awesome. I didn't accidentally hit it, which sometimes I do. That's why we built the one over here first, and then we put it on the blueprinter so we could get the dimensions down. But let's take a look at this from far away. I wish these darn orange things would go away. I go in and out of the game. Yeah, cool. Very, very cool. I know what to do. Let's go over here. And we'll... like this. Clear the designer. Take this out. And then we'll take all of our stuff out here. So we can take all these. Oh, leave those because we're going to fool around with those later. Stupid orange crap. You're sucking up my time here, orange crap. All right, hold on. I got to go to the main menu. Anybody knows how to get rid of that, you let me know. What will they fix that at 1.1? I don't like looking at it. I want to turn it off mode. Don't show me those halos. I don't want to see them. By the way, this particular playthrough, 3,100 plus hours, but not my hours, because I'm playing on a server, G-Portal server, as well as you guys can check out G-Portal. G-Portal is awesome. That's because they have mega servers like this, and I've let it run over 3,000 hours. Remember, it's not my machine running. It's their machine using their power and all that. Only costs a couple bucks a month. Totally worth it because it gives you the power of time. And that's the power that I'm utilizing here in this playthrough where I can just let things run. Oh, my goodness, that looks awesome. Awesome. Very cool. Very industrial strength. And it's not just some square boxes. Nice, nice. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, very cool. We'll go with that. And then again, this is now going to backlog all of that stuff. And the next thing that we need to do is we need to come back and, of course, convert this massive storage of items, in this case, raw limestone, and convert that into actual limestone, from limestone into concrete. And I'm going to go back over here and kind of move this over just a little bit so it's not crowding that area as much as it just was. And we'll go ahead and use this as a little starter foundation here. Over there. And then we'll tell it to snap blueprints. Now we've kind of moved it over just a bit. And we'll put our Mark III blueprinter back down again. All right, so this is going to be really easy, everybody. And the reason why this is going to be real easy is we actually already have the template for the actual factory that we're going to make. And that is that right there. So we're going to go ahead and use, again, in modular style, where we go ahead and use a past blueprint to go in. Oh, I've moved my blueprints around, too. I don't like it when it does that, but oh well, we'll do it. And we've already kind of built this out. Now, this is going to be also used for our production. So all we really need to do, and I would just start with the top foundations here, is to go in and remove some of our foundations here, just to give us a little bit of room so we can go in. Yeah, probably don't need to take those side ones out. And just kind of work out the middle of the building. And so we don't need the storage in here anymore, so we can take the storage out. Oh, didn't mean to take that foundation out, though. And we can take a lot of this out and just leave the ones on the side so we can add those back in later. Hit G on that. And now take out all the storages. We definitely want to leave the floor hole there, which tells us where it's going to feed to the next one and where it's going to feed up from the previous one. And so on. Like so. And we'll take out all of this. We don't need any of this stuff. I just hit G. Take out all of these belts. Out you go, belts. Okay, this we can take out. This we'll take out. These we will leave, so we can use those as a template. This can all go bye-bye. That can go there, and then we can use this either as an input or an output of the particular thing. So again, what we're trying to make is concrete. So we need to figure out how much do we need to produce all of the concrete that we have. It's pretty easy. Just hit N right here and say, okay, it's producing 300. Now, each of the constructors is going to use up 45 for each one. So we just divide that by 45, and of course it's 6.66666. Which it always is for some reason. I don't know what it is. It's either Surrey's fault or it's possessed by the devil. I don't know. That number comes up so often when you play this game, everybody. It's hilarious, as a matter of fact. But I need about 7 of them, right? So I need about 7 of them to completely convert all of the resources into that stuff. Now, am I going to have enough room in here to actually do 7 of them? Well, we won't know until we try. So let's go ahead and throw down a constructor and see how many we can fit. All right. Well, right now we can fit 1, so that's good. Now, really, you could also figure it out based on the floor plan, how many of these you have, because this constructor fits perfectly into one of the foundations. Really, it kind of hangs over a little bit, but, you know, perfectly enough in there. Now, what we need to do is we need to actually have this construct the concrete and then re-merge that concrete together. Now, because it's coming out right here, what I would suggest to do is actually to run a conveyor belt here, and I just probably do something along this line right there, and then just kind of run that down there to give you a general idea of where that's going to be. And then we can go in here and we can say, okay, we can put a constructor here, and then we can snap one, say there. So there's 3, and then we know if we snap it on the other side, we've then got 4, and then there's 4. That's 3, and then it's 4. But we need 7, right? So we need 7 total. Now, we also need to merge these together and whatnot. It might be easier to go across the back or across the side and just have it turn back. And again, we're going to also take this, run this into storage, and use that storage for the output of this, which is the concrete. I'm going to run some power over here because it keeps making me dip. Some power on the back there. So there we go. And again, you want to leave the key things that are going to let you know what's going on in that particular factory as well. Now, this particular factory, I think what we'll do, what kind of color do we feel like doing here? You know what? I might do a little copper finish on these just to give a little vibe. Give a little vibe. So we know those are constructors. That actually looks really good on the constructors. Nice. Bananas. Very cool. I wish I could change the other color, though. Make it kind of a darker color of that same color. That would be awesome. Awesome. But I could go in and do it via this, by the way. But good enough for now. I might change my mind later on. Now, there's something that we have to deal with this that we don't have to deal with on the storages, and that is the power and how we're going to connect all of our power together. So eventually, we're definitely going to want to bring our ceiling back here and then figure out how we're connecting all of our stuff. Are we going to do a kind of a cross connect where it connects both of these at the same time? Maybe something like this with this here over there and whatnot. Now, again, it might be easier to just run them across the back. So let's go ahead and try that. And again, we're going to line them to the foundation, but we don't have to. Okay, sure, you just go up there if you want to, bro. I was holding down control. I don't know what your problem is. And then again over here. Right there and right there. So again, put a whole bunch of them. We can put 8 of them in there just to get started. And then maybe even squeeze one right in here. We get it to rotate. Yeah, but then again, we have problems with the ports here. Now, one of the problems also is that the input here will make it a bit difficult for splitters and belts and all of that stuff. I would actually pull these closer because they don't need to be that far away. I'd put a splitter right there, but I wouldn't actually do that and put that actually on the belt. I would actually put it on the ground so it's not slightly lifted because sometimes it does do that. So watch out for that, everybody. So I would put that right there. And then I would fine tune these so you can see that they're kind of differently offset on both sides so that they do line up in such a way. And again, we'll take these out, work on that ceiling stuff later. Now, I like to leave just a little bit of room, right? Just a little bit of room like this. Doesn't have to be that far, but just enough so that if I'm in here, I can see that the stuff actually is working. Okay, being really weird right now, but we'll just nudge it back. There we go. And now it's nice and close, utilizing that space. And get this turned around the right way. And around the right way. Very nice. All right. Liking it, liking it, liking it. Okay. Again, we need a total of 7 of these. We got 8 total that we can go ahead and utilize. Now, I'm going to do some trickery here where I go ahead and I bring this up and then I run it back into here. And then this is going to go ahead and run in this direction. So we're going to start with these 4. These will be the first 4 that get all of the resources. Like so. Now, it just so happens that I've got a splitter over here as well, and I can circle that back over here if I want to, but even easier is just simply to circle it back with a lifter. Like that. And then this right here, again, is the input, so we have to watch out for that input, which is why I have these forward. And then what I can do is do a little bit, again, of more trickery here, where I use my lifter here to get my alignment of my splitter, and of course it's right in the way. That's how it always is, for sure. But again, we got a little bit of room here that we could potentially go ahead and just hit the hologram and nudge that one forward. Again, because we're going to need to have mergers on this side. Let's just check it. Mergers are looking good. And again, merging back, let's say back this way. As well, because eventually we'll want it to go up into this as well. So again, we want to watch that as we go. Now, as we come back this way, we're going to try to put our lifter in here. Let's get our lifter going and see if we can go ahead and finagle this into working. That's going to be real close to that. Probably better to bring it back down, but we'll see what we can do. Yes, of course, it's perfectly right in the way of lifting it to the upper thing. But the cool thing is remember, we need 7, not 8. So, and in fact, we don't even need 7. We need 6.6, so we don't even need the other one. But what the other one does, the 7th one, is it burns up any excess that we have. And if it runs out, well, no big deal, because we can only do 6. Basically 6 and a little bit more and a half. So we can go ahead and just take this one out. That's right, we can just take it out of there. Like that, and definitely not run that there or it'll be in the way, like so. Now we can kind of think out of the box and we can go ahead and say, you know what, I want to actually turn these around the opposite way. So we're going to go ahead and take this and we're going to spin these around in that direction. And again, I'm just using that other one as a template so that I can then align all these ones behind here, like so. Okay, and again, since we're thinking 3-dimensionally, we can then take this and run this to the back. Now this right here is actually a merger, so we want to switch what that is and take our splitters here and make sure that they are lined up in this direction. There we go. And then we will go ahead and do this. Now, this is called a manifold, by the way, when you just take the resources and you run them into multiple machines at the same time. Now, one of the things with doing this, though, is that it's not going to be evenly split between the two sides. This side is actually going to get less, and this side is going to get more. But that's okay, because, again, really only the two main ones are the ones we're worried about. And if we do have excess, it'll go in that last one, and that last one will then burn it up. All right, and then, again, we can go ahead and utilize our line runs here. Now, again, the biggest problem is that we have one coming up and going into here, and then this one is coming back, and then could potentially be in the way of our lifter here, right? So we want to think outside the box yet again and say, how can we get that to go all the way where we want it to go, but miss this thing so we can come back later and get that going? Well, what we can do is actually bring this down just a little bit to kind of duck under there so we can bring this back in here, and we want to eventually have this basically come in, let's say from this side. We're going to merge this way and circle it back like that. We'll have this go this way, and we'll have this come right down. The hold down control, by the way, you can actually bring that down and set it on top of the lifter like that. Very cool. And bring that down to a lower level. And even try to get it to run, say, up a little bit, and then we could have it just run down. Again, it doesn't have to be everything at the certain level, especially if you're using the straight function. It is pretty cool. Also, notice on this side that I don't need a splitter because that's where it ends up. There's no other place to split it to. So, again, if you don't need the splitter, don't put it. Don't put it there. It ain't ever going to have any other ones next to it that I'm going to put more in there. I'm going to actually use 7 as the template. Now, when I'm doing 300, I'll need 7. When I'm doing 600, I'll need 14. When I'm doing 1200, I'll need 24 or 17. What is it? 7, 14, 28. I'll need 28. So I'll do 4 of them for that one. I'll do 1 of them for this, I'll do 2 of them for the other one, and 4 of them for the other ones. Again, it exponentially works across all of them. Now, of course, this is just for my concrete or limestone extraction, conversion to concrete, and you can customize it for each and everything, or you can make a generic one that just converts it all and does the thing. But I'm just working with the parameters so that I can chain these together. So if I do need multiple of these, I can, and I can chain this into here, and then also chain the output of this. If I have a lot more, I can chain that then up into the next one up above right here, which is eventually what we'll want right here is to chain that into the next thing. Unless we're trying to chain the output of this to the storage, right? And again, we can output multiple of them, have them pass through the other ones, and then end up at that end part as well. So again, multiple ways of doing that, and have it pass through, because we could create another hole on the floor here that brings it straight up into there, and we could put a merger there and bring it up and merge it, and then merge both levels together. And really build it out however we want. You want to leave a little bit of leeway for you to build it however you want to build it. And again, based on the parameters of what you're doing. So we're going to build a nice straight one, which is going to go right underneath there like that. This one will come in and not hit that. And now we've got that bypass, and that bypass is going to end up in all of these. Now, I could have made it lower, but if I made it any lower, then it would actually hit the top of that, which I'm trying to avoid. Okay, so now we got that done. Now we're going to go ahead and merge these all together like so, and we'll just hit E to switch from this to the mergers, and we're going to merge this like this in this direction. That's looking good. And then our merger here at the end. So this merges here, these merge there, you get the idea, then this goes across, merges in there, then this circles back up, and then ends up going to the next one. Oh, if we had this running the correct direction. Which it just always seems to be going the wrong direction every single time. But There we go. Look at all the lines going up and down and left and right and all of that. Very nice. Very, very nice. All right, and then we're just going to set this for what we want it to be, concrete. Now, you don't have to. You can just leave it generic and come back and change it to whatever you want. But we're going to go ahead and just copy-paste. That's what we're doing, like so. And then I would double-check it anyway. I don't always trust it because sometimes it decides not to copy-paste. So I just give it a quick little looky-see. There we go. All right, that looks a lot more complex than it is, everybody. Pretty easy stuff. I think you got the gist of that. Take out any excess stuff that we don't need. And then, of course, color this in with that copper finish I'm kind of feeling. Put that copper finish in there. Not that we're actually doing copper, but it looks cool. I'm all about it. Same thing here. Let's do something different. Let's do something different than letting it sit there in there. So this is go this way. We want it to go the other way. These are good questions. I don't think it's going to let me do painted beam there. So I do it very, very small. Oh, not the big one. Oh, that's not even centered. Try it again. Try it centered this time. See, vertical nudging right there. You could set that and then vertical nudge it down. Have it sit on that. I could probably take this out and then run this beam down. And take this out and then put this here and then take that out and then put this back and GG's. GG's. Nice. Nice. Oh, needs to go back a little bit. Oh, well, you love to troll me, game. You sure do. All right. Eyeballing stuff is tough. Again, I personally think it should have just snapped to the center, but that's just me and my old school ways. Let's just see if we can get that in the center. There we go. Now, again, the small pillar top. Okay. There we go. Now we're getting it. I like to use these pillar things as supports because I think they look cool, especially when you just kind of color them in. They look like supports. And makes it look cool. There you go. Looking cool is awesome. And again, this is going to go here, and then it will go up into the storage up above. And that's what we wanted to do. And then all we got to do is put that in. Let's go ahead and make all the rest of these into copper, because that's cool. All right. Yeah, very nice. All right, now we just got to get all of these to go together. And then we're going to go ahead and, again, switch over to merger. And I think you guys know what's going to go on here. I think you guys get the gist of this. We're going to go ahead and take all of these. And we could merge it this way. I don't know. It seems a little close, but we totally could merge it right there instead of traveling all the way around and then coming back. Yeah, let's give that a go. So we're going to go put this here. Put G on those. Take those out. See, I like to stack them up above, so then when I go to put the ones in down below, I can actually change the direction and use that as a template of the exact spot where I want it to go, so I don't have to realign it to all the stuff. It just makes it easier. And now I change the direction of it, and now we can do something super cool like that, and like this, and there we go. All right, so now that merges there and goes there. Now on the other side, again, you can guess, and again, we'll just pull these ones out just a little bit so they align up. Merger there. And now actually this one does not need to merge. We're going to go over and actually fix this other side as well. We don't need that merger there. We're not going to run it all the way over there. We can just go and run it like that. Very nice. Less resources, less stuff that's going to cause your computer to slow down. And there we go. That is a sight of beauty right there. I love it. I love it. Now also my little lights are going to be above the thing, so I can very easily just scan over here and see if all those lights are on and that it is all working. And again, you got to do a lot of this kind of logistic stuff as well. Now, had I had it come in from the other side, I could have just ran it underneath and been just fine, but you can see that I'm working on the different levels. Now, most of this I'm never going to see again because it's going to be enclosed in this building and I don't have to look at it, which is awesome. But it is cool looking, and we're going to go with it. Now, I'm also going to change the color on the outside here just a little bit and see what happens if we use that same copper finish on these windows to differentiate it from the other one that we did. Again, to tell us that this is more of a production building. And maybe even change this up here to maybe a chrome. I like chrome. Yeah, chrome's good. And just kind of change around the colors. Be surprised how different it looks just by fooling around with the colors of it. Yeah, I'm digging that chrome. All right, we'll go with chrome there. And this is going to be right here. And this is going to be our, what is it? Concrete. Concrete. Learn how to type. There we go. Concrete. Production. Production. There we go. All right. Makes it real obvious to know what the heck that's doing. Oh, we need to go in and do a little bit more of this. Missed this one? Apparently we missed that one. Is that one up there? No. Okay. So again, giving that a little bit of something, something. I feel like that could be even more so something, something. I'm a fan of that green. Yeah, I don't want to give it blue. Oh, we're missing a thing there. Am I missing that on all of them? Oh, I am. Right here. Well, I'm going to go back and fix that. Yep, I'm going to go back and fix that. Fix it on another one. We'll fix it here in a minute. I don't kind of like the purple. Kind of digging it. Where'd I get that from? This one or this one? Down here. This one. I actually kind of like that one better. More of a subdued color. Now, I'm trying to not do cartoon colors, everybody. More of subdued colors. And kind of making it feel more industrial. Have a purple and a gold. How about a yellow? Yeah, kind of like yellow and a gold a little bit more. Kind of a real bright color, though. What about this one? Can we go in and just make that a bit more goldish? Right here. And a bit more subdued. Close that color looks to each other. Definitely a different color, but maybe a little too close. Maybe a little too close there. Yeah, what about a nice reddish? Go with that copper. Yeah, that's looking a little better. Yeah, definitely better. All right. And then we'll do our beams. Both sides. Upper. All right, that'll definitely look different from the other one. Plus, we have a sign on it too. But again, you want it to be, I like to be color coded. So when I look at it, I go, okay, yeah, that's my storage and that's production. Okay. Now again, I could also say how much I'm producing, right? This is producing this much or whatnot. I can always come back and do that later. For sure. Now we need to work on powwow. Let's go ahead. Dupe in wherever we have our power. Right here, and we'll just leave the rest of it open so we can fly in and out of there. And then again, I would go in between both of these just to make power a little easier. This, same thing over here. Eyeball wherever this one is. That's not straight. Fix it. No, better anyway. Okay, so we tied all those together. Let's go over here. Tie these together. Not blind. Stand on the ground. All right. We'll do something saying that's not the middle. More in the middle here. This one. Okay, so we got those tied together there. Good. Come forward a little bit. Now you see I'm just using that as a template to find where that one's at. And then I'll just nudge it back. And then that's the actual one that I'll use. And we'll go ahead, run this here. This one here. And that one tied to there. All right, now they're all tied together. We got some power. Now we know the power is actually in the front. As well as we could just run it via the one from down below because we have our extractor, which also has power that's right here. So it's right underneath where our pillars are here and where the lifters are. So we could tap it from there and we could just run it up from down below straight through both levels until it actually ends up snapping up here. Probably end up snapping that one. So if I am going to do that, I'm going to go ahead and do this. Before I do that though, let's go ahead and be cautious and save. Whenever I upgrade these connectors for some reason, or sometimes when I update these connectors, it crashes. Let's hope it doesn't. All right, and we're going to do wall outlet number 2. If we can highlight it. Yes, it doesn't want to let me do it. I'll just make one. Ugh. Again, I'll mostly just bring it right up through the floor into there. All of these should be what they need to be. And that's pretty much what we need to do there. Put the rest of these back in here again. actually going this way. Oh no, it did. It is snapping in the back. Okay. Just trying to keep it consistent. Which direction it's actually flowing? Flowing backwards. Bit of overlap there. Why do these have overlap? Why are we not just rolling these back a little bit? Oh, those actually reach. Must have got offset. Oh, because of this one. That's why. That's why. Alright, now put it back. Put it back. I like the overhang in the back anyway. Gives it a little bit of style. Gives it a bit of style. Just do this. Right there, and cover that up. Okay. And this one seems off. Why are these all off? Something is off there. Something definitely weird there. This should be snapping to this one. Come on, snap in there. Those are not right. Not right. Again, some of these should be offset because of the sides here. These are all weird. All right, let's fix these. We put these back in, but we didn't put them back in correctly. Okay, like this. There we go. What happens when you work with unique angles that you have to build it in such a way that it is the same as before. There we go. All right, and then we can see all of our lights from up here to see if all of our stuff is working. Again, we'll go ahead and save. Right over here. And then we're going to load this other blueprint before we forget. Mega storage. And we're going to go in. Grab that. Oh. Not on that one. Oh, it's on the storages. This is production. Oh, God. Oh, we just saved over the other one. Forgot to change the name. Ah, that's a rough one. That's a rough one. Yeah, we just saved over that other one. We'll have to go back and redo that one. My bad. Well, it's already built, so we know how to do it, everybody. We know how to do it. Did it too fast. That's what happens when you stream for 9.5 hours. You start making mistakes. But yeah, that one was missing this little thing here in the front. I was going to go back and fix it on the blueprint. But that's okay. We can always come back and... I got to take this out, too. Now that I think about it. We already have the blueprint. That thing is exactly the same as this. All we have to do... Oh, what the heck is going on with the game today? Take it out, bro. Come on, highlight it. There we go. I don't know what's going on, everybody. Well, let me dismantle it. Okay. Nope. Okay, whatever. Whatever. So again, we'll have to come back and fix it. But again, we already have all of the stuff aligned, so we can always come back, redo it, and we have that as a template. All right, so we got that going. We got the production in there. That's a bummer. I'm going to rename that, though, and then I can go back and change the other one the way it was. This is storage. This is constructor. Now, here's the thing, everybody. You make a mistake, don't kick yourself too much. Just rock and roll. Keep doing your thing. Very important to change the names, though, just in case that does happen. But I built it once. I can certainly build it again. Constructor. Right here. Mega Constructor setup. There we go. Boom. Now, we'll go ahead and see if we can stack this up above this one. Again, use the same technique we used here. Hopefully we take these... oh, it's not letting me do anything. Let me pick up the walls. Yeah, because the blueprint's no longer there. It just won't let me do anything. Okay. Awesome. And let's just take some basic walls and throw some basic walls there. Okay, it won't let me pick it up when I middle mouse button. It won't let me pick up the item. But no worries, we got this. And another wall up here. And then foundations across the front. Like so. And then we take our blueprint. Mega Constructor. Run them at the bottom. Rotate it forward. And nudge that over. Well, sometimes it nudges in a weird way. Why are you not nudge this way? There we go. I think it's losing its mind. And there. We'll take these out. Yeah, I'll probably have to log out, log back in again for that to work properly. We'll go in and we'll adjust that. Yeah, nice. That looks really cool. All right, storage and then production. So all we should have to do is take this and run this. Oh boy. Why does that not align to that? Thought we fixed that. Apparently not. We did not fix it. Move forward by a little bit. Oh. Wrong way. That way. All right. Let's try that. And this. Okay, and then we got to go down here, make sure this is all running out of there, which it is. So in theory, it should be running up and into there. Aha! Okay, does work. Okay, well that's good. Now we just need some power, and this baby's gonna fire up. We're gonna go down here to our power, which is right in here. And we're just going to run it up through all of this, saying that we just drilled a hole through there. Make all this work. Actually, we'll just connect it there, or see if that looks better. Yeah, it's definitely better. And now that's off and running. Awesome. Awesome. Very, very cool. For sure. Got the copper. And there it goes, making a bunch of concrete. As much as it possibly can. Now the bummer part is I was going to put another storage on the top of here, but now I took my storage out. So I'm bumming. I'm bumming. But let's see how fast we can make it again, everybody. Let's go try it. Don't kick yourself when you make mistakes, everybody. It's going to happen. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to go along. Oop, click the wrong button, that kind of thing. All you do is you just get up from it and you get it going. Actually, I forgot to change the icon of this, too. Now that I see, I forgot to actually change the storage box. Into the storage box. There we go. Save the blueprint. Actually, yeah, we'll save it with the new icon. Okay, now we got some work to do. We got to go in and readjust these as well. Again, I thought we had this correct, which is in between the two thingies. Yeah, I thought we had that correct, but whatever. We'll go in here and we're gonna rework all of this and redo our deal. Now again, when you build something the second time, you're gonna build it twice as fast, I usually find, as well. So let's go in here and we'll just have to take out all the constructors. Like so. All this stuff in the back. And get our belts. The great thing is we already have the outside of the building. So we already have that part. So rebuilding is not that bad. And we'll get all of our splitters. These are mergers. Mergers. Okay. Get all that out. Leave our stuff there. Okay. Now we need to go look at, again, at the one we already did. Over here. And let's look at see how we did it. All right. So we had this, which is just a tiny bit ahead of where that's coming up. Okay. Super close like that. I think it was. Oh yeah, super close. Obviously, I'm going to speed up since you guys watched me do this earlier. And if you missed me doing it earlier, you're getting a little refresher. Little refresher course there. And then back this way, back this way. Alrighty, very nice. We got that one coming up. And I believe we went one more back. So that it is like that. Yes, one more back. This one comes forward. One more. Like that. Like that. Same thing here. Turns back this way. And turns back that way. Okay, always start from your input. So it's going to come into there and run into all of these. So we're going to go ahead and just run this first. Then we're going to go up here in the front. And we're going to put a splitter. Put a splitter down the middle one, which is this one. Always a little close for me, but we do what we gotta do. And then we're gonna do splitter. We're gonna take this out, actually take this out, and do our little painted beam thing again. Right in the center. Then do ourselves. See how much faster it is when you know exactly what you want to do? It is so much incredibly faster But figuring out what you want to do is always the hardest part. It is definitely the most difficult part. All right, and then these are really close, but you know what? We'll live with it. No, did not want to do that. Thank you very much. I want to go into here and into there. There we go. Then this way. And then that way. Again, double outputting there, just to push it forward faster. Then this one's going to go back this way. Bottom one's first. Oh, bottom one's first here. Like that. No. Most of the time, if you have the right angle, it'll just double click. Okay, and then this one is going to go the other way. And we'll go out this door and in this door. So this one's going to go into there. Into there. This one here. No? Out of there, into there. Oh, default. I'll go back to default on those. Okie dokie. And then again, this one's coming out, going into here. Do those bottom ones first. Double click. Double click, double click. That one going into that one. Etc., etc. Now, when you're rushing, which I suggest you don't do when you're fixing stuff, everybody, don't rush ahead. Just take your time, relax, because that's when mistakes are made, even more mistakes than the mistake I just made. It'll cause even more. So you definitely want to take your time. And again, we'll put a merger here. How do we do our mergers over here? We'll do all the coloring and everything here in a bit. How do we do this merger? We merge it on the top, so then we could go ahead and split it up there, or split it for dimensional depots. Yes. We didn't color that. And we didn't color this one down here too. Now I'm going to leave these here, obviously, because they're already done. No reason for me to redo it. But yeah, we had a splitter and a thing stacked, and then went up to the output. Oh, headphones are dying. Fix that in a second. Okay, so again, same thing. We're going to go ahead, pull this back here. Let me get this way so I can see what I'm doing. And the splitter's going to come in from the back. I'm going to go ahead and do this. Switch this to a merger. We're just going to come in from the sides and go into there. Take this out, take this out. Go and get our painted beam again. Try to find the center. Nope. Nope. Ding. This way. Reverse our small pillar. And then put our splitter down here, which is going to come in from that direction. Color that in, and we'll go ahead, again, run this from over here with our straight mode. Over there. And then lift her down. That is not correct. Why is that not outputting? I have this outputting in the wrong direction. That's why. Okay, dokie. Take these back out. I'm going to take this one up above off. Oh, we can take out all of these electrical plugs, which I forgot to do. My bad. Oh, boy. Now they're in the middle of all of that stuff. Should take those out first. Well, do what we gotta do. Take that out. Where is it? Right here. This one and this one. Then take all these out. aligned. Ah, there we go. Line that way. And align that way. I always take the belts back out because they usually end up not working. Take them out and redo them. The whole point is that you know that it's going to work. That's the deal. Okay, so I took that all out so I could fix the direction of this, because this is merging up here. This is merging and then going that way and then coming back. So it should have went out that way. Like that. So coming out of here, into there. Out of there, into there. And then this is going down to here. And then this comes out of here. Again, leaving me splitters for other things. And then this is going into there. And then this goes to there. And there we go. Rebuilt a Rooney. Man, did I take out those other power things? Well, let's just select all and see what happens. Okay, what you can do is sometimes you can hit those and you can see it in the highlighting. When you highlight, so I go around and I highlight everything just in case I see those in the highlighting itself. Don't see them. Think I got them all. Very nice. Okay. Got that all back in again. Looks good. And recolor it in again. Belts colored back in. All of our belts here. Belt there. This and this. And headphones dead. All of our side ones here. It's easy when you know exactly what you're doing. See, it goes real fast if you know, hey, I just want to build it just like this. But that's rarely the case. It's rarely the case that you know exactly how you want to build it, every step of the process. It does take a while to come up with a concept. Probably the thing that takes the longest of anything is the actual concept of what you're doing. It's okay. It's supposed to take a while. It's creative. It's fun. Take your time. Enjoy the journey. All right. Very nice. I believe we've got that up and running again. And we got all of our colors in there. Missed this one. And did we get this one up here? Yes, we did. Okay. All that back the way it was. Yeah, I think that's in the right spot. Okay. Got that. Now we want to save that because we just did a bunch of stuff. The game's been acting a bit funny. Mega storage setup. Save. Okay, cool. Now we'll go ahead and fix the coloring. What do? We did some of this Caterium finish. We'll do that again. And we took those other pulls out. Caterium finish back in. And then this more subdued blue for this outer part. This windows. Okay. And then just go copy the signs instead of typing them. Easier. Copy. Pasta. Copy. And more pasta. All right. Anything else that we needed to do that was different from the other one? I don't think so. That looks pretty good. Okay, donkey. Let's go try it out. That's the most important part. Trying it out, see if it actually works. And put that in there. We're going to go from the left side to the right side. Like so, to cover all that up. Very nice. Okay. Easy. See? Again, don't get all, banging your keyboard. You see, I don't get upset, everybody. Okay, I made a mistake. Number one thing that people want you to do when you make a mistake, everybody, is have your back. That's it. They don't want to listen to you tell them how much you made a mistake, or, oh, you suck, or you did the thing, or blah, blah, blah. They don't want to hear that crap. They already feel bad. You don't have to make them feel more bad. They're already going to feel bad when they make mistakes, everybody. The real cool friends are the ones that say, you know what, I got you back no matter what. Those are the people you need to look for in your life. Like my crew. I've made a bunch of mistakes. I've caused entire bases to come down in 7 days. My team's like, don't worry about it, Kismet. We can go get that stuff again. And those are the people you need around you. The awesome people. The amazing people. Holy mackerel, this is looking so good. All right, awesome. And again, you can see I can just very easily just use a wall here to then stack that one up on top, because I can just use the foundations to put those right out in front. Like this. And again, this is modular where we can stack it. Now, I'm trying to stack it up, see, to get up closer to my my stuff here. And I'm going to be building this up, and that dude flies by over here too. There he is. He flies by over here too, so I'm going to try to miss him so I'm not having him fly in there. I really just want to build a giant tunnel that he flies through in the entire game. That's a project for another day, maybe. Okay, so now we've got our storage again, mega storage setup right over here. Let's go ahead and see if we can get this in here, and let's see if it actually works. Let's see if I screwed it up, potentially. Now again, it does get messed up. Oh, you little. Just when I clicked it, did you move? No, okay, it's right in the right spot. I thought it nudged over a little bit. So now what I want to do is I want to store my my other item, which again is my concrete. Now, because this is going to run and run and run, again, only going to change the one thing because the other thing says storage, so now I know it's storage. And again, I can see that's where my production is, that's where my storage is, so on and so forth. I probably could have moved those signs down just a little bit, but that's okay. I think it's good enough and tells me what I need to know. Or I could put the signs on the bottom part of it so it wasn't up so high. I was going to put them in the front here, but I can't put them there in the blueprint. But I can always just move them. Now that I already made the blueprint and just put them right there. Probably going to end up upside down because that's the way this game is. It just constantly puts stuff upside down for you, or backwards or the wrong way. Constantly. It doesn't want to pick up the orientation for some reason. Yeah, I can just move that down there. In the front of those and just add that afterwards. Even easier, I can just do that, and then I can copy this and paste that there. Copy this and paste that there. And then just take this out and just use this as a template for the ones I put in the front. Which I actually like a bit better because it's easier to see. I like that definitely better. How am I doing it up here? I'm giving myself a little bit of framing. Yes, okay. So I'm using the part out here as framing. Again, some of this stuff you do in your blueprints, and some of it you do after. Again, very much easier to paste that, and we know this is this, and this is going to be storage, and this. Oop, that's down too far. Get in there, you. And this. Gotta be storage. Okay. Yeah, I like that much better. Storage, production, and then here again. So our little tabs are pointing upwards. And then copy, paste. Now they are working on this, everybody, where these signs pick up the previous thing, and so you don't have to keep redoing all of your work all the time. That's supposed to be a 1.1 thing, potentially. We'll see. Again, they usually work on it, by the way, if you're wondering when 1.1 is going to come out on stable. It's usually like a month or so or longer afterwards. Yeah, that looks much better. Oh, I love that a lot. All right, very nice. I love how they're stacked too. This like hotel apartments stacked. Okay, so now we got some storage there. We've got to get from the production of our stuff here, which we are currently running up above very nicely. And let's see if this equals this up here. And it does. Awesome. And this going into there. And then we go up here into this storage, and if we did it right, it's going to go ahead and run that in there. We're going to see some of that running all the way to the end. Wow, look at that. Man, those are fast belts, baby. Those are very fast belts. Now, if we're really good, we're going to see some start to backlog here at the end and here, and that means that all of our stuff is working, right? You always check the ones at the end. So the ones at the end have stuff in it. You know all the rest of them are working along the way. And then now I could actually make another storage on top of this one and just chain that into that storage as well, in theory, if this lines up. I say we do it, see what happens. And then we're going to let this run. And then we're going to come back and say, dang, we got a whole lot of concrete backlogged in there. And by the way, that's just from this one node over here. We haven't even started on that other node over there, which we'll get to. All right, we need to take these out before it doesn't let us take it out. Let's get our foundation in there first. There we go, and then we'll take all these out before it does something funky like those ones down there, which still don't let me take those out. I bet if I log out, log back in again, those will be gone. And again, just use your foundations for alignment. And then, again, we go to our blueprints. We're going to go ahead and go to storage. Oh, we're running out of time. Gosh, man, we are crushing a 10-hour stream. You guys are lucky. Kismet blowing it up today on the stream. Hope you guys are enjoying this one. I'm having an absolute ball, everybody. This is super fun. It always likes to pretend like it's moving to the left just a little bit when I click. Throws me off every time, but it didn't, so good. And again, we should be able to, again, grab this one down here and just move this up here like so. And we'll fix this one the same, and we'll copy. Actually, we'll just copy this one down here because this is the actual correct one. Copy that one, paste it up here. Again, we could have inset that wall a little bit to accommodate the signs, but again, it works just as well. I'm going to copy paste the setup of how it goes. All right, so we have 2 storages for our raw resources, and we have 2 storages for our thing, and we only need 1 thing of production to not only do the amount of production we can do from this particular node, but also 1 bit extra to burn up all the excess. So it'll basically burn through all that excess, produce as much concrete as it can, as quickly as it can, and then that concrete will then just sit there until I tell it to go up to the train station up above. Now let's see if we got this to work properly over here. Sure did. Look at this. Ba-bing, bada-bing, bada-boom. All right, baby. Run that sucker into the other storage. Let me see it. Let me see that stuff. Oh, we got to put the thing in up here. Put that in now. Bada-bing, bada-boom. Working perfect. We had to do it twice, but it was twice as nice. And then over here, same thing. Check these in ones. Again, this is it circles. It goes this way, it splits, and then it comes down this lane, and then it goes down this one, down here, down here, down here, and ends up here. So if we see it here, and we see it here, it's all sorts of GGs. Let's just go take a little gander at our dealio here. We're going to wander off this way. And that looks awesome. It looks like apartments. That's got to be one of my favorite vertical stackers I think I've ever done. Absolutely. Again, not just square boxes. Beautiful, different levels of storage and production, and of course extraction. Now, we have the templates, we have the blueprints. We can just do that 9 million times, as many times as we need to do on every single node in the game. We can also just look at it, and we can see it's not an overflow right now because this side is not filled up. And I love the look of the Mark 6 belts as well, which is really fun. And again, that stuff's just going to run and run and run fill up all that storage, then do all of that production, then fill up all this storage up here of all of this as well, and that will be good. Then I'll take that and run that up a bit further, probably with some switchies, switchbacks like this, like this, and then a bit of this. And I might go in and close that, maybe add a hypertube or something fun in there. And then we'll run that way up there. And then what we'll do is we'll run some foundations out to meet up over here, and we'll just extend. You can see we've got some train lines there. How can we tell? Because I have it marked in red. If you can barely see it there, we can see that our primary train line is actually coming right to this. So we can just bring a train, run that train over there, pick up that concrete, stick it in a box, so we have it up there. But it's also going to double backlog down here. So not only am I going to have a box full of it up there, but over here. And I actually feel like I'm going to use these storages now for each and every one of my storages that I'm doing, just because they look pretty cool. And I can go ahead and also put like a splitter in here, or I can just go ahead and run the final product over here that's running out of here back to the front for me to use, or these are probably going to fill up anyway, so I can just tap into one of these ones in the front here if I ever need any, grab a bunch of that, and GG's. So very easy to do those. And again, if I need more storage, I can just keep stacking them. Now again, take a look at this. Then we're going to go back to the base. For those who didn't get to see, we're going to see the perfect spiral. We'll go check that out, and we'll go check out my other massively efficient base. Remember that I did this all with only 30,000 power. I know, pretty crazy, and 30 to 40,000 power now. But I did it with very little power because I started in what I consider the best place in the game, where basically you have crazy tons of pure nodes that you can utilize in the very beginning. Now, what's different about my spiral versus the other people's spiral as well? Well, what I did is I used ramps to find the perfect angles of each and every side, because each side actually has a different offset. And when you're running those spirals, what happens is typically you get slowed down when you're going up or when you're coming down. Well, in this case, there is no slowdown because, again, I made it a perfect spiral where each side has its own blueprint and is offset in the perfect offset to actually, if we had just built ourselves a thing going up, it would have been just the same. But I built up a bunch of scaffolding using my blueprints and then basically just attached all the lines and boom, done. Easy. And I can make 5,000 of those if I want to. I can just make them over and over and over again. And you can see I've got the spiral with a little central thing here. And we've got trains running down and we got trains running up. And that basically, this is just bringing up water to my nuclear power plant up here. And again, if you are one of my patrons, you can get that perfect spiral blueprints where you can just go ahead and set it on the side, run it in, and then make it as tall as you want or as small as you want. Now, I have it up pretty tall, everybody. That's probably one of the tallest spirals I've seen. That's a pretty big spiral, but I could really go an infinite distance. I could just go until I run out of space vertically. When I hit the sky, basically, I could just keep going and going and going because I have those offsets that I can use. So very awesome. And again, look at them water trains doing their job. One going down. I mean, that's mesmerizing. I can watch it over and over again, watching the trains going up and down. Oh, another train. Just saw another train go by. We got trains going underneath. We got trains going up on top. We got trains coming and going left and right, bringing some uranium over there, bringing some sulfur, bringing a whole bunch of other resources over there, as well as waterway in the back there. Got our nuclear power going. Again, this is how you build efficiently, everybody. This is why most buildings in the world are square. Why? Because of cost and square footage. And so they want to get the most out of their square footage. So this is actually the most efficient way. And of course, Fix-It is watching you, everybody. They always say efficiency first. So that's the way that I build the most efficient way. And that's how I can finish the game like this. Because I build in a very efficient way, and I build in stages. So I build in the first stage, then I backlog a ton of resources because I have the power of time, because I have a server, I can just let it run. And again, G-Portal, shouting out to them again. Let me give them a shout out in the chat. Get yourself a discount, everybody. Use my discount over there and rock yourself some G-Portal. And then you don't have to sit there and let your machine run for 5,000 hours or 3,000 hours like mine, you can let their machine run it for just a couple bucks a month. That's pretty sweet. But right up here, you can see that I also have more storage up above. So first I built that up above, made a bunch of resources, stacked it up there. We'll go up there and check it out. Again, this is all fuel and turbo fuel up here. We've got some biofuel over there, just in case we need it. Down below there, you can see way at the bottom there is some coal power plants. And of course, over there is all of our nuclear power plants. And all of the resources that go along with the nuclear power plants, by the way, are all centralized in one area so that I can build all the things that go with it, as well as we're doing some plutonium and other fun things over there as well. Now, from that kind of very organized, boxy thing, and then, of course, the more elaborate thing that you just saw, to the mighty spaghetti, everybody. I do love to do some spaghetti from time to time. And you're like, Kismet, what the heck is going on here? Well, these are actually making some of the higher-end resources because all of my main resources are in these buildings here that I can just easily just plop down and then, of course, run a bunch of resources into each of these. And you can also see that they're also running into the dimensional depots. And you can see we got some concrete in here. How many boxes of concrete do we still got from all of that other stuff? Now, you got to think that I actually am not producing any more concrete to run in there, and I still have 6 boxes left. I know, pretty crazy. Again, I feel like if you had 10 boxes of all of these various resources, you could actually finish the game, and I have proved it twice now. That if you have all of those backlogged 10 boxes deep, that's it. That's all you need. And then you can just do this where you build out a bunch of stuff that makes the higher end resources, or in the case of nuclear pasta, which you can see we're already done with, it will just keep making it and making it and making it. Right over here, you see we've got our particle accelerator going, and it's over here filling this box up with some more, which is pretty fun. So we're going to let that run. I bet you we got a bunch of stuff backlogged in here too. Holy mackerel. And a lot of pressure cubes. How about over here? Fused modular frames. Oh, how's our fused modular? I bet you it's because we're out of something over here. What are we out of? Cooling systems and fused modular frames there. Oh, that's paused. So we're coming from this box. So that box is empty. But oh, we already took that out. But we could do this. And then we could take those fused modular frames here. There you go. Put them in there. And then it's going to split it and run it over there for doing more of these. Now, I don't really need more of these, everybody. I do have a lot. I obviously have 1,000. I have a whole bunch down below as well. So I'm good. Now, the great thing about nuclear pasta, you can also use it for your teleporter as well. A little spoiler if you don't know that's a thing. Right down there, I can go ahead and utilize that. Look at all my trains running in various spots over there. We're just getting started, everybody. This is it. We're going to tap every node, at least as many as we can. Right now, we're tapping concrete because concrete is always the first element that I find is the one that you need the most of, obviously, for all these frames and buildings and walls and things like that. Concrete is number 1. Now, concrete would also be the one I would put multiple of your dimensional depots on, and that's what we're going to do. When we go back over there, we're going to put 5 dimensional depots down, and maybe we don't even need to bring it over here. Because the second we go ahead and use up all the concrete that's in the dimensional depot, it's going to put it in there at 5 times 240. It's going to fill that sucker right back up again. By the time we're busy, getting ready to do the next thing, it's going to fill it back up. And I would do that with each thing that you keep running out of. Right? If you go ahead and build a whole bunch of stuff and you're building a bunch of buildings and whatnot, and you're like, I keep running out of concrete. Another dimensional depot, another dimensional depot, another dimensional depot. I'd say up to a maximum of about 5 dimensional depots for any resource that you constantly have an issue with. That would be my suggestion for sure. So, again, we got a lot of things going on over here. I wonder how our nuclear power is doing over there. Maybe one more little thing to check on the way. And again, look at all my stuff working very, very well over there. Let's head over here. And again, this is a whole bunch of different stuff here that is running down to this other storage. And this particular build here is all about just getting the resources for the thing that we're using it for. So in this case, we're using it for nuclear power. And you can see that we're using it to make all of these various resources here. Some of it we're running in the depots up here as well, including a whole bunch of plastic in there and so on. And we left a little bit of space there. Let's run over here. Oh, I don't have my sound on either. I don't have my sound on. Then we're over here. Let's see how this has been doing over here. Has it been cranking these out like nobody's business? Let's go see. Sure has. Wow, look at all those suckers. Again, it's been cranking those out while we were busy doing other things. Now, this is our nuclear power over here. We're actually using plutonium power over here. Where we're working a bit on that. And again, very boxy, very easy to do, place down. And again, you can see that these are modular, so they can sit on top of each other and stack. Pretty much like you see over here. These are actually very much like you saw over there, just not as embellished. So storage, production, and more storage. So it's storing our silica, which is coming in there. We're going to crazy ton of it. Then we go up here, and it's actually producing silica from raw quartz. And then up here, this is actually the raw quartz here. So this is actually working its way downward. So it's starting up the top, working its way down to production, and then storage of our silica. And of course, our silica being used for our stuff here. And of course, we have it running underneath. If we go down here, we can see our run lines, turn our lights on. And again, that's why I have so much space there, everybody, so I can have an infinite space for run lines, or basically what's known as a logistics level. I can make it 50 levels deep if I want to, and I never have to look at it. You know why? Because I can just go like this. Disappeared. It disappeared. I never have to look at it. I don't have to ever look at those things down there. We got a bunch of sulfur being produced over here. Uranium, of course, being brought in. You never want to start that uranium until you're level, until you're ready. Then you can see that we have an insane amount of backlog of nuclear things right here. We could build probably 10 more of these and burn those up. But you can still see it's actually making a lot of nuclear waste. How far is that backlog? I bet you that's going to eventually fill up. Because, man, we've been letting that run for like a week, everybody. And it's going to fill up all those boxes with nuclear waste. But you know what we can do? Go out there and make a whole bunch more boxes and put it in there as well. But I also have it running back. And again, here's all of our nuclear power running. And we're only using 40,000 power, which you can see right now. It's about 40,000. You can see our production's going up and down because I have a lot of stuff overclocked. And that's just kind of producing a lot of stuff. That really, I don't really need to produce any of that stuff, except for those things over there, which I might need later on. But again, you can see I'm running this nuclear waste back again, way back here out of the way, and running that back over here so we can make some plutonium. Now, I think our biggest problem right now is aluminum. We definitely need to get back to that. I can see we got some iron plates there, non-fissile uranium. Going in here. What are we missing in here? Well, this is good. Petroleum pellets. Okay, over here. And then what do we need? Concrete. We got plenty of that. In case uranium cells going in here. A whole thing full of those. And what are we missing here? Heat sinks. Oh, we need some more heat sinks. I'm sure I've got a ton of them up here. Now, I didn't run the heat sinks over here. What I did is I used what's known as offline production. AKA, I threw it in my inventory, brought it down here, and I threw it in the thing. That's what I did with it. And let's go down here and see if we can just drop all that in there for now. We'll try to get that going again, just so we can burn up some of that uranium. And again, you can see I have, if you didn't know, you can turn around in the hypertuser, but I just aim that other way, hold down W to go back if you missed your proper input. And then across here. Now, I like to put little stops in there instead of just making one long line. I like to put little stops so I can decide, oh, I need to go to my hub. And then I go here, and then I realize I don't need to go to the hub because I've already unlocked everything. On to the next thing. Let's go see if we have some heat sinks. And, man, we're running a long stream today. We're crushing it. I do need to rest up because I need to go to the gym later because I'm trying to lose a little LBs, as you do. And I'm doing good, everybody. I'm doing real good. I'm crushing it. Down that 50 pounds that I originally lost and trying to now push for 55 pounds. 55 pounds down. It's 99% eating, everybody, and 1% exercise. I'm telling you. It absolutely is. Stop eating all that junk food. My weight stopped going back up again. I know. It was a miracle. It is awesome. It is very awesome. Okay, we're looking for heat sinks, which I believe are over here somewhere. Yes, right here. And I bet you it's aluminum that we're missing. Yes, aluminum sheets. And I'll pause the production. You know what? Let's just go ahead and start it up. Burn up the rest of those aluminum sheets as well. Take these heat sinks and run out of here. Next time, yeah, reset up aluminum power. I actually have it on my to-dos over there, so you can actually make your own to-do list in the game. Got it on my to-do list for next time. Now, if you haven't already done so, everybody, hit that follow button. That's what you need to do, so you know next time I go live, next time I'm playing Satisfactory is going to be next Tuesday. We won't just let this run, and then when we come back, we're going to have crazy, crazy tons of concrete down there. And then we'll go ahead and go on a bit of an adventure and try to find some more of our Mercer-spheres. And then we'll go ahead and put those in there, and we'll do them 5 wide. And then I can come up here to the top, by the way, and eliminate the concrete from the dimensional depot there. So I really only need 4 more Mercer-spheres. And then we'll quadruple up that input for the dimensional depot. And then we don't have to run the lines or run a train or do all that stuff. We'll test it. We'll see how it works. And we'll let it run for a while and say, oh, well, you know what? We don't have to run lines for it. We can just leave it at its remote factory. Look at it over there. Too cool. Too cool. All right, what are we doing? We're going over this way, and we're going to put some heat sinks in here over this way. So that this will we're running out of thingies. Uh-oh. We got to get out of here. Damage and fix it property. Uh-oh. Hold on. I can't hear because my headphones died, and I can switch my headphones, but I'm trying to finish this up for right now. Let's see. Let's go in and make ourselves some stuff. Oh, we out of fabric? That would be a bummer. I think we're out of fabric. Okay. Well, let's just go see. Where's our little equipment thingy? Let's just go see if we put a bunch in the thing. Oh, nope. Out of fabric. Out of gas filters. Okay, not good. Let's look in here. Fabric. No. Gas filters. Filter. No. Okay, we got another thing to put on our to-do list. Oh, well, we're going to let it go. We already did trigons. Let's see. We got to get more fabric for filters. All right, let's put that on there for next time. And we'll come back. We'll do some aluminum. We'll go on adventures. We'll put some more dimensional depots in there. And it's going to be awesome. All right, everybody. That's another epic stream here on the Kismet stream. 10.5 hours. Let's go ahead and get on the Kismet Love Train. Roll on out of here. Let's go. Man, that game is fun and super addicting, everybody. Just make sure you just want to keep going and going and going, but I do need to rest up so I can come back and do it all over again. Now, later on tonight, Wednesday night, we're going to have some fun playing some Fallout. That's right. If you haven't seen me play Fallout in a while, everybody, we're back. We're going to play some Fallout 76, and then we're going to play a bonus game. After that, I'm kind of feeling, man, I really want to get back to that astronomics. They did do a bunch of updates, and they took my feedback about the charging thing. So I kind of feel like I want to start a new game and go in there and try it out some more. So we'll see, unless I have some other ones, which I have a whole list of them, everybody. A whole list of them I want to get to, so we'll go in and do what we can do. Now, again, thanks to all these awesome people right over here for all that Kismet Love Train love. And thanks to all my patrons right down there. Of course, get all these blueprints and all that kind of stuff. Epic stream. See you tonight for more fun. Absolutely, Wombat. I had a great time really going in there. And again, hadn't really gotten to the mega building in there. And I've done a little bit of it, a little bit of embellishment and whatnot, but never to this degree. And now we're just getting started. We're just doing extractors and small factories. Wait until we get into the seriously humongous factories, and we're going to build roads, we're going to build trains, we're going to build train stations and depots and drop-off points and all sorts of insanely huge stuff as we try to tap every node and build the largest factory you ever saw, bringing my computer to its absolute knees. That's going to be fun. But in the meantime, everybody, what you can do is to help out the stream, you can go ahead and follow these links right there. You're going to find in the chat right over there. Pop on over to youtube.com/KismetBP. Unless you're already there, even easier, hit the subscribe button, like button, and leave a comment. Feel free to pop over to twitter.com/KismetBP. Super easy to do. Getting links right there. And hit the follow button. I do post a bunch of stuff up there. Giveaways from me, giveaways from other people, big job opportunities and stuff like that. And also when I go live here on the stream. You can also check out my website, kismet.gg. A bunch of cool stuff up there, as well as on Discord, discord.gg/Kismet. Very, very cool stuff. And of course, the ultimate way to help support the stream, everybody, is to go to patreon.com/Kismet, get Kismet, and get exclusive content over there just for you, including blueprints, and even I illustrate. There's a bunch of illustrations up there for you on how to do all the different types of processes, especially in the early game, like how to get all your reinforced iron plates and all that stuff. All set up for you, and you can just go ahead and download it and use it as a template. Bada bing, bada boom, you got it. And you can also use my modular square boxes there. And then eventually, when I get these other ones built, you'll be able to do it in a more embellished way and make it look awesome. Now, of course, I always suggest take my blueprints and make them even better and turn them into your amazing blueprints. Of course, give me a little credit. And make them even better than what I did as well, as you learn to be even better and better at the game. So I'm going to go ahead and again roll on out of here. But first, before I do, I'm going to shower you guys with a bunch of Kiz Caps. Now, you can use those Kiz Caps toward future giveaways here in the stream. I literally give away thousands of dollars worth of free stuff here in the stream. So definitely want to lurk around because you're earning Kiz Caps at all time. And then also I give them out from time to time as well. But that's it for me, everybody. I am definitely going to rest up because that was an epically fun and long stream. Didn't seem that long. It actually went by like this. That's how you know you're having fun, everybody. Again, we'll see you tonight, Wednesday night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button. We'll see you all next time. Bye.